And it's time for more Factorio, as always. Alright. Also, as always, allow me to do a quick little sound check, so I'm going to be quiet for a moment. I'm just gonna yap for a second, punch my mic, I guess, and see what this sounds like. Okay, let's dive right in. I'm trying to remember now. Kind of racking my brain. What was I doing last time? I remember working kind of all over the place. I know we're doing some upgrades over here, upgrading the wind turbines, but I thought... Okay, yeah, there's the batteries. I'd remembered that I'd added something, but I wasn't entirely sure what I'd added. So that's a good bit of extra power storage. Let's see. Of course, last time we did this whole rail network down the back, including a method for automatically dispatching trains to whatever happens to be... Ooh, I don't like this, actually. I was gonna say we did a method of automatically dispatching trains to wherever they need to be, but I think I might do one last little update here. There we go. And one last time I will come in and update the unloading station, because I've already updated this like 18 times, I swear. Maybe I will this time go ahead and grab the belts as well. I've been avoiding those up to this point, but who cares? Actually, I think usually I include the stacker. Yeah, because I don't think I have a separate blueprint for just the stacker. Right. Okay, so I have been including the stacker as well. Might not be an awful idea to separate those someday, but as I was already saying, I feel like I've worked on this enough. Let's not be too hasty. So there we are. Parameters. Make sure you are parameterized 0, because we also take the stack size of 0 up here. Ooh, you're trying to blueprint the train. Hold on just a sec. Let's not do that. Now are we cool? Well, it should be fine. Yeah, because the train's not included, so even though it shows up in the parameter list still, it shouldn't affect anything. All of this stuff should be cool. And yeah, let's just save that. If you didn't catch how I made the trains last time, I guess a quick little tour might be in order, especially since I came back and touched up on it like 5 different times. So the unloading stations, of course, must have a specific ore in mind. So in this case, this is the nickel unloading. We have a single constant combinator right here, outputting a value of 1 for that into the radar, and we'll come back to why that is in just a second. Naturally, we have fuel loading and empties handling, so bots will come in and deal with that. But the more important thing that we do for all of the unloading stations is we read the contents of all of the chests, feed them into this guy who takes the total and divides by 600. This here is a parameterized value, so it's 12 times the stack size of the item. In this case, that's 50. And incidentally, each of these chests has 100 slots, but in order to get a percentage, I then want to multiply the value by 100 because Factorio doesn't do decimal numbers and circuit logic. So I actually can just ignore the slot count on the chest. And so 600 is stack size 50 times 12, which is how many chests there are. And then I get a percentage of how full the chests are. In other words, right now we should be 57% full on average. And yeah, so this one's nearly empty, but you can see this one's completely full. And that's part of the reason I just updated these belts, so that we'll try and pull from the chests more evenly now, because I noticed that the back chests were taking priority. Anyway, that's a lot of explanation for what was supposed to be a quick explanation, but we take the average fill level of the chest. A lot of these combinators in here are just for signal isolation, like this guy right here. takes the negative value and feeds it forward into the green line, because we're also going to be feeding 2 copies of the positive value. One from here, and then another from here. So we need something to cancel out one of those. And the reason we need 2 is this one is acting as a method of telling this selector combinator which station it's at. Again, for preventing duplication of signals. And all in all we do is this radar collects all of the percentage values of all of our unloading stations. The selector combinator selects which one is lowest, so that should have the highest priority, and then feeds that lowest signal into the train stop. And then the trains, whenever they go to pick up, so whenever they empty, have logic here that they will go to whatever station is the signal from the selector combinator. That way, I can have basically as many trains in the network as I want, and they will just sort themselves out. If you may have noticed when I was trying to parameterize this earlier, one of the things that was showing up that I thought was a mistake was the star. And just to talk about that briefly, that belongs to the confused station here. And you'll notice that they go to confused if they have no other valid destination, and just wait 3 seconds. So the confused station is this up here. So they'll just come up. A lot of this is just aesthetic. I was having fun. They'll come up here and wait at this station for 3 seconds. You can notice the same selector here. So this will just do the same thing the other main station did, and feed them what resource we're lowest on, and then dispatch a train. And it'll just continue rechecking every 3 seconds until it winds up having a valid destination. That was a lot more of a detailed explanation than I intended to give, but I guess I'm not a light on the details kind of guy. You are outside of map range, which is, I mean, fine, but I would rather you not be. So since this is all within substation range anyway, if I just pop a radar, like, right there. And I believe I never actually finished this build up here. Like, let me just double check. Yeah, you're full on wastewater because you don't ever go anywhere. I put the dumps in, but I never actually did that, so maybe I'll just focus on that for right now. I have a feeling I was working on something else when I stopped last time, but, you know, we have this half-finished build also, so I guess I'll finish this half-finished build first. This water is for these electrolyzers, who will be producing compressed hydrogen. The compressed oxygen comes over and is more or less voided over here. We just extract power out of it, if we can, and then we dump it and get rid of it. Let's see, this central line, yes, okay, just making sure these storage tanks were actually put on the proper line. I thought for a second they might be storing oxygen instead of compressed oxygen, but we're fine. And the output does just come down to all of these chimneys in here. That's good. I could, in theory, try and connect you over this way and put a oxygen pickup. Maybe even just put one down here. And the only reason I wouldn't is if I thought I was going to extend this line, but honestly, all of this is in the way of all of this anyway, so maybe that's not an awful idea. We have so much oxygen in so many different places, but I might as well try and capture this as well. I'm not going to try and not void this. If this becomes a valuable resource at some point, then I guess I can rework this later. I'm just going to have a depot right there. And probably put a pump on this just so I don't run into pipe extent issues. Right there. And right there. Oh, cool. Okay. And then the whole purpose of this was to make compressed hydrogen, which we are full on. Ooh, this mine is already losing miners. Okay. So the compressed hydrogen was for something specific. It was for these guys down here. I just had to remind myself what it was for. So we also need compressed carbon monoxide. Let's see, you guys are actually running low on hydrogen. So in addition to this compressed hydrogen build, I might even need just a regular hydrogen build. I might even be able to just heal a little bit, but I'm pretty sure this was built in ratio to these guys down here, but I'll have to double check that. Anyway, let's see where I can get a line down. And this area right through here is looking fine. It looks fine. Yeah, I'd kind of like it to be more over here than where it is. So I might have to underground this compressed oxygen right there, just to make room for that turn right there. And then just start running this down. And we are just barely safe. Okay. So we want to hit somewhere on this line. Actually, perfectly right here. You can see the cutoff there. Not that we need to hit the beginning. I mean, that's not really how fluids work. Would have been better if we were like one to the left, but I can still make that work. In fact, you can just go here and then that can go there. That works just fine. Go ahead and void the plain hydrogen out of these pipes. There we go. There was a little stored in the pump that I had to get rid of. But those look clean now, and then we can go ahead and pipe this guy in. There we are. Still need a source of compressed carbon monoxide. I'll have to get to that somehow. Let's see. You also should probably have a pump on you. You may even want 2 pumps. Though I guess if you're connected, what's your pipe extent? 127. Yeah, you definitely want pumps. Oh, never mind. You are somehow just okay with that. I guess you only do come up to this far. I guess I'll have to continue down this way, clearing the plain hydrogen. There we go. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's fine by me. You also need compressed hydrogen. Hold on. Oh, we're on the other side of a pump. That's true. Pipe extent 12. We can just barely make this work by removing that pump. And then you can also go away. And yeah, you're just fine. Okay, well that's fortunate. We'll have to pick the, we'll have to figure something out probably if we need to extend the compressed hydrogen line to the north, but otherwise we're fine. Let's focus on that compressed carbon monoxide for now. So, how can I produce you directly? Do I have that? No, I don't, and I won't for a long time. Same with you. Okay, I do have you. You're made of compressed carbon dioxide and compressed hydrogen. Well, turns out I have some compressed hydrogen handy. Interesting. I can electrolyze carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide. And you only take physics research. Okay. Okay, I mean, I'm not getting there anytime soon, but it is interesting. That is very interesting. Okay. That's the used in, my bad. Okay, so compressed methane and compressed carbon dioxide. I think methane's actually kind of a valuable resource right now. Probably not going for that one. And then benzene, unfortunately, I don't have access to. Okay. Okay, so it does look like most likely my best option here is just compressing regular carbon monoxide. I would have liked to have been able to use a recipe that directly produces compressed carbon monoxide, but it doesn't look like that's going to be happening. So while I figure out how I want to address that, I'm going to take a sip of coffee. Wow. Have I really been talking that long? My coffee's already a little cold. What time even is it? Let me check my phone. Okay, I guess it has been about half an hour since I made this. I guess that checks out. Alright, so compressed carbon monoxide. Let me see if I have any better carbon dioxide. Wait, really? Oh, that's the input. Never mind. Okay, so let me see if I have any other recipes for carbon monoxide I can capitalize on. I have some bizarre recipes. Interesting. Sludge can be turned into carbon monoxide, huh? I mean, eventually, again, not that I actually have that research. Volcanic gas can eventually be turned into carbon monoxide. Okay, make carbon monoxide from volcanic gas separation. That is right around here, so I'm sure I'm already tapping into that. But I guess I can double check. That's literally this line right here, isn't it? Carbon monoxide. Okay, so that's getting stored that way. See. Okay, so we have an overflow. We do have an overflow. You're going into here and getting stored, so something's picking that up. Okay, that's probably partially why these aren't able to run full time. Interesting, interesting. I'm wondering if I actually want this top up here then. Because these machines are kind of in ratio to these machines, but maybe I can just add a little more production. Though of course I need more hydrogen for that, but one thing at a time. So, if I need compressed carbon monoxide, let's just somewhere along the line, wherever compressed hydrogen enters the line, or right around here. Let's refresh myself on exactly how many of these I have. 30. And what's the ratio we're going to need? You take 96 in, and a compressor with a crafting speed of 2 can make way more than 96. Okay. Or at least it takes in 48. Okay, it makes 120. Not the crafting speed 1, of course, but even a tier 1 makes 120 per second. So a tier 2 would be double that. So 96 doubled. Let's see, that would be 192. Interesting. So it's like just slightly more than one compressor per distillery. Just... Interesting. So if I did a tier 2, then each one of these can do just barely more than 2. So again, let me just find. There's where the compressed hydrogen starts. So if I threw you like right here, then that could cover those two. And then... Yeah, it's a little tricky to get this to work out right. I'm trying to see if I can get a tileable solution to this. If I put you there... Okay, so I only get a single where I have pumps. That's how that works out. Hey man, how you doing? How's the space block been treating you? Okay, so I can put you in everywhere there's a break in the compressed hydrogen. Let me think about it from that way. In which case that should be enough to supply my groups. Going good so far. Nice to hear. Just this beginning one that's a little rough. And even then, that's only because it's going to feed the wrong kind of carbon monoxide into this guy. I could just special case this one, get the compressed hydrogen out of the way. And maybe that's not a bad place to start. Maybe this first one over here just gets special cased. Ooh, can I do that? Yes, I can. Okay. And then... it doesn't work. Never mind. Let me work from the end over here, then. Currently scrambling my Factorio. What does that even mean? You're playing like a randomizer mod or something. I could also just say this approach is silly and just have a dedicated compressing line. That's not an awful idea. It's just not what I was hoping for, because then I don't really have space for it. Guess that's a yes to the randomizer. Randomizers are fun. I've played a randomizer a time or two. I think I ran one for the community map, and then I've played one with friends a time or two. Always a good time. I love winding up with just truly absurd recipes. Since I already have a carbon monoxide line coming up this way, and you are just a regular pump, not like an overflow or anything like that, I might just have a compressor line up here and then send a compressed line down. I think that's the best I got. I was trying not to build in the way of this setup, but as long as I stay below this line, I should be okay. In fact, maybe I'll just temporarily align something like this for myself. Gonna make the bots unhappy, but I'll deal with that in a moment. So let's grab some tier 2 compressors. Tier 2s just because I am trying to be a little space conscious here, and technically they're very slightly more efficient. Why does everything take pistols now? I mean, that's just the true randomizer experience. That's how it goes. My favorite ones are whenever you get like a science pack or something that takes one of the other science packs, or like trying to remember. I had some really bizarre recipe in one of my runs, and it was something like pipes required engines. Engines could be made out of gears, and then this was back when red and green wires were items, and it took one of the wires, but then the wires were basically free. And I forget exactly how it worked out, but even though there was yeah, let me think. I think it was basically blue science was borderline free because you could make it from like water and stone or something. It was like 7 products deep, but all the same, everything could be made out of like water and stone. It was a good time. Okay, let me not get too distracted. So, compressor. I don't have to worry about avoiding you too much. How big is this thing? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 tiles, okay. So I can do something like that, and then I don't have to worry about the spacing too much. It just takes up the space of one compressor. And then like 2 on this side, 2 on this side, and if each one of you does slightly more than 2, and I have 30 machines I'm trying to supply, that means I need around 15 of these. I've already got 6, so I need, why is my brain taking a break? I need 9 more, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So that should be 9. Now I can get rid of this pipe up here that's yelling at me. And let's just connect all the pipes across this way. I'll definitely want to throw a pump on here. Let's go ahead and do that, I guess. Maybe I'll just put you there. That way I don't affect the pipe constraints down that way. I'll even upgrade you and upgrade the feed pump, just in case. And then we just need to connect all of the output lanes together. And hopefully I don't get yelled at for just connecting all of these. I don't think this should be a terribly long pipeline. And of course, let's set your recipe. Compressed carbon monoxide. There we go. So now, where are you trying to get to? Just anywhere down this way, I think. Yeah, okay, so we want to start like here. So even then, that's a good distance further along, actually. You can mine speed modules. Stone furnaces take 5 underground belts. Exactly, that's the kind of insanity that I love when you play a randomizer. Mining speed modules is a new one, though. I don't know if I've ever gotten something that crazy. That's a really fun one. I like that quite a lot, actually. I just realized, also, each of these can handle roughly 1,000. So that's like 15,000. I mean, a little less, but around 15,000. You only handle 6,000. Even if I double you, that's not quite enough. So, let's just replace all of this with regular pipe. And, yeah, we're gonna need a lot more carbon monoxide in order to supply all of that. Quite a lot more. Quite a lot more. For now, I'll just turn you on. And we're gonna need a good bit more up this way. What's your pipe extent? 73, down here, 48. Okay. Feed modules are fuel for vehicles. Set the settings to the most mental possible. I mean, if you're playing a randomizer, you got to. That's just the most fun way to play it. Okay. I really don't have a better recipe for carbon monoxide. I know I already just did this just a moment ago. Like, really? Really nothing, huh? Let me make sure I am capturing this carbon monoxide down where I make ceramic powder. Wherever it is that I make ceramic powder. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. There we go. Okay, I do put you in a tank. But that's kind of it. Okay. Fair enough. So, over here, where I'm actually consuming carbon monoxide, I do put the overflow into a tank. Maybe I should be more explicit about that. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Let's put you there. Make sure you are specifically an overflow. And let's take another sip of coffee. You know, something that, if any modders happen to be listening at the moment, something that would be kind of a cool little quality of life feature, especially for more complex packs like Nullius, would be a science pack history. Or a research history, rather. Because I know a research just finished, and I suppose I could check out the console here to check it out. Which I guess is good enough. Maybe I'm just complaining for the sake of complaining, but I would like some way to be able to scroll through, like, in order what researches that I've done recently. But I guess console's good enough. I kind of didn't think about that before I just started yapping. Just because all the time I'll have a science finished, I'll hear the little boop boop sound of a technology research finishing, and I just forget what I researched. Especially when I'm in the middle of a build like this. Okay, let's go ahead and get the compressed carbon monoxide piped in, and then I'll worry about expanding production. So from, let's say, right here, just out of the way, bring you up this way, and then just start undergrounding over to you. There we go. Pop you in. And let's get a pump in here, just to help with pipe extents. Let's see, each one of you produces 240, so with 15 of you, that is definitely more than 3,000, but shouldn't be in excess of 6,000, so a single tier 2 pump should be fine. And let's see. Yeah, we do definitely need more production. This is the best that I've got, so I guess we just keep on keeping on. I believe this is a 2 substation grid, if I remember correctly. So let's just grab you and continue extending you this way. I'm not even counting how much extra production this is, I'm just adding on. I know I'm going to need it at some point, so it might as well be there. Speaking of, let's go ahead and get these wind turbines also extended over this way. Just might as well make the pattern consistent. And this is a fair few extra wind turbine, which is, you know, always good. Always good to have a little extra power generation. What's this patch over here? Nickel. Probably not going to need that. Okay. It does mean I'm going to need a lot more hydrogen production. So I think I will continue extending this line up here that's producing the compressed hydrogen, and then just have something that decompresses the hydrogen. I guess I will look and try and get at least a ballpark figure on how much this new stuff is going to take. So that's 64 times 80. But I can actually divide that by 4, so... because the compressed stuff decompresses 4 times. So 64 times 20 compressed hydrogen. Just confirming one more time that I don't have a compressed recipe for you. See, I can make you from compressed carbon monoxide. Nope, that's what you're used in. Compressed dioxide, compressed... Okay, I do actually have a recipe that uses compressed carbon dioxide. Might go for that, actually. Okay, okay. Slight pivot. How can I get compressed carbon dioxide? Hmm. Just looking through these. So if I do compressed air, which is a recipe that I have. Okay, the only way to get compressed air is to run you through a compressor, fair enough. But if I do that, compressed air gives me compressed nitrogen, compressed residual gas, and compressed carbon dioxide. Then I can feed that into all of these guys with compressed hydrogen and get compressed monoxide. You know what? Yeah, sure. That just seems like a good idea, I think. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly how much of these things are set up. Like, that's going to be a lot of changing I'm going to have to do, but I do think it's worthwhile. My tanks of trace gas are almost filled anyway. So, let me think. Let me move this down a couple places. Just somewhere over this direction. The reason being I'm going to put some compressors in here, along with a filtered pump to help with the transition here. So select filter. Let's see, what are you? Trace gas. So I want you to be compressed trace gas. And then I'm going to move this over this direction. And let's get some compressors in here. Also means I probably shouldn't get rid of that power pole. Probably going to need you. So let's get a compressor or two. Okay, one more down. As long as that works. It barely works. Just barely, okay. Which does mean, I guess, I want this pump. Something like this over here. And then maybe I do want to move you over this way. And then let's cut you down a space. There we go. Actually, you're the one who has to move. The reason being... Ooh, that then needs to move. Okay. Okay, we're just about there. I want to do this, that way I can have a pipe back here, and then you can be uncompressed trace gas. There we go, okay. And that way this will filter my gases where they belong, and it'll help me clear out these tanks. That's the whole point of doing all of this, is I'm going to be upgrading these recipes over here, and I need somewhere for the trace and compressed trace gas to go. So, there we are, just as a temporary measure. That's how I plan on handling it for right now. I don't have a recipe to compress you? Don't... Okay, I can get you very soon. I just don't have you yet. That is a little annoying. Okay, that's fine though. I can go ahead and just start queuing you. And there we go. Okay. Helium sample. Interesting. Okay, we're getting into some weird stuff before too terribly long. Let's go ahead and add a few more things onto here. Biochemistry research. Oh, I can't, I don't make that yet, so let's not queue you. We'll go ahead and queue you, however. That'll get me well 2. Well 2's a welcome addition. 625% neighbor bonus on reactor and 160% efficiency. Yes please. That sounds pretty nice. Okay, so I can't change these recipes yet. Can't change them yet. Disappointing. Okay. I guess that just means I continue as planned for now, and I'll have to eventually come back and change these. I just really would have liked to have been able to do it the way I wanted to. That would have been cool. Why are you mad? Okay, the trace gas line is over full. Because I can't get to these pumps fast enough. Awesome. Seriously. We are one... Fine. Sure. Have fun. Why don't you have power? Okay, sure. You know what? We can just throw another substation this way. There we go. Have fun. Speaking of, I guess I don't need that power pole anymore. Let's see. I also don't need you there. All of these power poles are also technically redundant as soon as this gets placed, so I might go ahead and just pick them off. Just because it does look so much nicer without power poles everywhere. I might even go ahead and just place you there. Things will be a little unhappy for a moment until that gets placed, but I think we will survive. So all the stuff on the left over here will be powered, but this does need power. But I think you get power from somewhere up in there, so it shouldn't matter. Let me just double check one more time. Those inserters are reached. No, they're not. So that power pole needs to stay, but all of this can go. Yeah, that should be fine. Let me make sure. Okay, I do actually have all the components I need to build all that, so we're chill. And you should be getting stuff. Yes, so you are producing. Didn't realize that's going to try and mix different products there. Might just have to remove this one distillery here, because I don't think there's any way to get around that. Yeah, because ethylene's in the middle for you. Yeah, I think I just have to remove you, that's fine. And I can remove all of those pipes. This can stay, that's fine. We just have to lose that one guy. Let's see, you're benzene. I believe that is benzene here. Actually, you're not benzene. You just have benzene in the pipe. What are you? You are propene. You both have ethylene in your pipes. Somehow. Let's see. You are supposed to be propene. You are not. Let's see. Okay, so you're propene. You are propene. You are methane, but you are disconnected. That's good. Wait, what? Ah, okay, so you don't match. That's the problem. So you are ethylene, which... Oop. Okay, delete that as well. And delete that. Okay, now we're fine. Then you connect into there. What is this? Propene. So that connect... Hold on, let me make sure I'm doing this right. So you're propene. So you connect into there. And then you are methane. So this guy does not produce methane. So methane is produced a line down. Let me make sure. So you have 2 white and a big black. 2 white, big black. Okay, so that's this line. This line right here. Okay, so that should connect into you just fine, and I'm purposely connecting you right after a pump here, and here so that pipe extents will not be an issue. Methane. Methane, yes. Okay. So we're all cool there. And we're just waiting on bots to get everything placed. Okay. So we need more hydrogen, I believe. Oh, you're full on carbon dioxide. Did I break you somewhere? Or carbon monoxide. I come all the way to the front. Nope, we're just actually full. Okay. I'm not quite sure why that is. We're full on ethylene. Because we're full on methane. Okay. Methane, I believe, is what I was trying to make, because we turn methane into methanol. And methanol's kind of what I was trying to produce here. But at the same time, I don't think I have all the things that consume methanol online yet, so we'll have to wait until those actually come online to look for weak points. I'm just cleaning up that bit of landfill that was unnecessary. One of the things that I'm going to need in much greater quantities, if I come over here, glycerol. Glycerol is going to be used in pretty much everything we're making from here on, and I believe glycerol somewhere up the chain. Let's see, propene, chlorine, caustic, more chlorine, sodium. Maybe I'm mistaken then. I thought something in here took methanol. Kinda half remember that. Maybe it's like solvent or epoxy or something that's needed somewhere along the way. At any rate, can't quite remember what all that was for. I just remembered it was important. Oh, look at those bots go. Oh, you're bringing the landfill back. That makes sense. Okay, so before I dive into a new project, let me just verify that I do remember where I am. Okay, I have a new tier of hydroplant and air filter. I guess I should probably set those up. Let's see. The hydroplant must be made in large assemblers. I do have a couple empties up here. Let's get the third tier of hydroplant going. Stack to 20. I think keeping 10 of you is probably fine. Don't imagine I'm going to need many more than that. I really should probably update the blueprint at some point to have the feeding inserters be at least purple, but that sounds like effort. Is there any empty space up here? No, that's all taken. Okay, so new square then. And this is going to be the third tier of air filter. And I don't think I have anything else researched right now that I want to work on. Doesn't look like it. Let's just keep you parameterized. There we go. And let's see. I do have this whole tab in here is all new stuff that I haven't even touched yet. Probably should get on that. I know this takes just wild amounts of glycerol everywhere. Yeah, glycerol for amino acids, then you take amino acids and methanol. You take methanol, and then you take glycerol. So yeah, that's quite a heavy methanol draw. Maybe that's what I'll start working on next. I think I have all of the materials now. Like, I don't think there's any new materials that I'm not making yet. Just checking, making sure everything looks reasonable. But yeah, let's find a little place to start working on the biochem science. Copper ore is made by the smelting of underground belts. Of course it is. Do you need copper ore for anything, though? That's the interesting part. Okay. I remember from looking at the recipes just a second ago, most of these are made in nanofabs. I think I can get a setup here and a setup below. It's just going to be a little tight, but these are all fluid recipes, I'm pretty sure. So let me just put one down and actually check. So amino acids takes 3 fluids and outputs a fluid. You take 3 fluids and output a fluid. You take 3 fluids and an item. Okay, so the problem is you take amino acids, but that's fine. You can go downstream, and then yeah, okay. So I'll do these 2 first, and then these 2 later. Let's see. Does anything take fatty acids up here? Doesn't look like it. So let's start with amino acids. So horizontal flip there just to make your inputs line up a little better. Where's your output? Okay, your output's in the middle. I think I'm okay with that. I think that's fine. Yes, eventually I need to stream this. Yeah, I mean, the, any sort of randomizer is a wonderful one to stream. It's just a lot of fun all around. So oxygen, just avoiding that garbage product. Glycerol, expensive. Ammonia, a little expensive. So I'm trying to figure out what modules I want to try and put into here. So I think I want to go pretty much the same way I have up top. But I might go with 2 of the second tier yield modules and then a speed to try and counteract them. See, you're plus 20, you're minus 15, so that's minus 10 overall. And almost doubles your energy consumption. Like, that is a little harsh. Especially because these machines are kind of expensive to run. A little expensive, yeah. But also, do I even have you? Yes, I do. Am I actually making you, though? Yes, that must be okay. Your energy consumption minus 80. Speed plus 20. Honestly, this might be one of the rare places where I go for an efficiency 2 beacon. Like, if I get you in... So that's too far. I can put you right there. Let me get a couple of these machines tiled out with the pipes and everything, and then I'll worry about beacon positioning. But I think I do want to try and get some efficiency beacons in here, because otherwise this is going to get a little expensive. Hey, how you doing? I'm, just playing some Nullius and working on bioscience for the moment. I'm making amino acids, because of course that's something you do in Factorio. I forgot to put the modules in these, so let's get those pasted around. And let's see if I can't get some sort of interesting pipe going in here. I really shouldn't have made so many of these. In fact, let's just get rid of you for now. I'm gonna do 4 to start with. There we go. So let's get the outside pipes. And then all of you need pipes. Now let me figure out if any of these need to be underground, or if I can just make you regular pipe. I really don't see why I couldn't just do regular pipe, except for where the beacons are going to go. It's a mod. Oh yeah, definitely. Nullius. I also have 2 add-on mods. Mod list is in the link in the description, but for the most part, all it does is... Like, Nullius itself is a complete overhaul mod, so pretty much nothing from vanilla Factorio is intact. Then the 2 add-on mods just add a little complexity to the beginning of the game, mostly. It just makes the circuits a little harder, and one makes metals a little harder. Like, for example, the add-ons don't touch anything about what I'm working with right now, but they do affect the way that I process iron, for example. Okay, so I do also have to be wary of the placement of the substations, because that's not gonna work. I wonder how this tiles. I might redo this so that... Yeah, let me try vertical flipping all of these guys. Remove these inner pipes here. And then see if this works better on this layout. So the undergrounds would need to be here. Make sure that lines up. There we go. And over there. Then just connect down. But also, it would probably make... Would it make more sense to just underground the oxygen? Probably. Probably. Let's just go with that. So connect that down. You go there. Connect that down and see if this one was misplaced. Can't even get my head around the vanilla, yeah? How many hours? Hour count in the top left. This is stream, what, 12, 13? I forget at this point. And I'm 120 something hours in. I think we're just now entering late game. Not even quite at late game, I'm not sure, but we're just about there. Granted, I don't think I'm playing very quickly by any means. I usually take my time when I play Factorio. I'm certainly no speedrunner. Oh, why is this weird? Why have I done this? But yeah, it's tough, but it is fun. Like, I knew what I was signing up for. Doing randomized at the moment. Yeah, random's good fun. Okay, so if I have a tile something like this, let me just see how it fits in with the substations if I were to continue tiling this. Ooh, let me get the other side in as well. Which I guess means if I followed the same strategy I did for oxygen, then I should do something like that. And then you can connect out that way. That was B, not V. There we go. I guess I'll just copy and paste that again. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that should all work. Everything's all connected. That's a decent tile, and I think I have room for a beacon. Ooh, I don't. I guess I could put one on the bottom. Yeah, I can put one on the bottom. I'll have to figure out where that tiles, but I will be able to manage that. That's not too much trouble. Okay, let me do this. Just get the substation in place, and then see how that tiles out from there. It's 2 squares off. And if I did move that 2 squares to the left, it would be problematic for the substation. What that does allow for, though, is a pump. It does allow for a pump. I guess, sure. I think our quantities are low enough that a pump really doesn't matter. Or at least the tier of the pump doesn't matter, so I can just throw kind of whatever on here. Put you in the middle, connect in. Let's put you over that way. The only awkward one is this one right here. You can just go there, that's fine. And then connect over that way. So all of that's good. Oh, this is my output, so that pump needs to be flipped. And I do need a pump on oxygen as well, so let's get that in. And I think that's good enough for a tile right there. Yeah, I think that's fine. I actually have no idea how much of this I'm even going to need, but I wanted to make sure I had a design that I could tile, because I'm sure I will need however much of this I'm currently producing. I'm sure I will need more. Yeah, like, you take 40 and only produce 12 output. That's a pretty poor ratio. Let's just worry about science for now. So, science takes... Ooh. Ooh, that's painful. Okay, 20 boxes of sugar. 800 amino acid. 500 fatty acid. 200 nucleotide. Alright, let me just start placing machines. I need to be able to figure this out. So that was 4 inputs. And then, just to complete the set, let's get a chemical plant for the science pack itself. There we go. So, one of you... 0.02, so I need 50 of these running full-time. Ow. Also, this produces sugar, not boxed sugar. So, I guess I also need... just something to remind me of that. I'm doing this so I can explicitly set the recipe, because a regular boxer wouldn't work. There we go. So it is a 5 times reduction. Ow. That hurts. Okay. Let's start with sugar then. So, if I want 1 science pack a second, which is not an enormous amount, keep in mind, but 1 per second, that means I want 25 boxes of sugar per second. Oh my god, okay. So 25, that means I want 100 sugar per second. Let me go ahead and get modules in. I think I'll probably do the same that I do up there. Okay, so maybe I'll go ahead and get the modules placed in all of these guys. There we go. And I might even have to take the speeds out of these if they get too expensive. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, you're just boxing, you're fine. That's just to remind me of the ratio of item to box. So 25 boxes a second. With how much productivity? Okay, so that's going to give me 10%, so I can knock off 10% of that. So, with a 5 times reduction on boxes, that means I'd want 125 sugar per second. But if 10% of that can be productivity, I can take 12 off. So, I really need to produce 113 per second. Yeah, this nanofabricator produces 0.03 sugar per second. With all the modules, 0.04 per second. I need 100 and something per second. That's crazy. That's absurd. That's absurd. Module slots in stone and steel furnaces. A module slot on a stone furnace is always fun. I don't often randomize module slots when I do a randomizer, but I have done it like once, I think, and I think I got a module slot in something really weird. I can't quite remember what it was. But yeah, module slots in a stone furnace is fun. 12 in the labs. 12 in the labs. Okay, well, how am I going to do this? How is this even going to work? So I do eventually get a better recipe for sugar. It's just all of these are way, way in the future. So this is all that I get for now, and a lot of things actually need sugar, so I might even need to increase this even more than I need for just the science pack. So it's not like it's going to do me any good to skimp. So yeah, just to rerun those numbers, 0.34 boxes times... Oh, and you only produce 0.01. So, okay, that actually gives me 34 boxes. And then 34 times 5 is actually 170. How did the number go up? Maybe it's just decimals rounding, because this is probably a little more than 0.1. It's probably like 0.14 or something, but anyway. Yeah, I mean, best I can do is just follow the numbers in front of me, so... If I need 18 boxes of sugar per science pack, that means I need 18 boxes a second. 18 boxes... Yeah, that's 90. 90 boxes a second. I don't know why the numbers are different in different places, but that's the one I'm going to stick to. So 90 boxes, or rather 90... Wait, is that right? Okay, 90 sugar. 90 sugar, okay. Okay, 90 sugar a second. Let's lock that in. Okay, that's my number and I'm sticking to it. So 100 of these nanofabs would only get me 4 sugar per second. Maybe I just can't make 1 science pack per second. Let me look and see what kind of research this leads to. Like if I just scroll down a bit. 10,000. 10,000 packs. Okay. Maybe this is just a way more late game than I'm thinking, because this one's only 300. Yeah, I think I just have to wait until I get one of the better sugar recipes, and maybe I just make however much I can for right now. Like, even if I did 200 of you, that's only 8 sugar a second. That's less than 10% of what I would need for this guy. Hey, how are you doing? I'm doing well, thank you for asking. I'm also losing my mind trying to figure out how I'm possibly going to provide this much sugar to biochemistry science. At the moment, I think I'm just going to cut my losses here and try for just like 200 machines, even though that's only going to get me like 0.2 science per second, and just hope I can stockpile some between researches. So, yeah. So let me just lock that in. So if I want 200 of these machines running, that means, what is your input? Glycerol. I'll come back to glycerol. What other things do you take? So, yeah, you know, maybe I'm just going to make a lot of everything. And if I need more things, then I will just continue expanding them and just make sure I don't build in the way of this stuff. At this point, the answer to most of the questions I have of how many of these do I need is just yes. So I think I'm just gonna accept that answer. Go ahead and upgrade you just for fun. And see if this tiles or not. Oh. You tile, okay. Does look like it. There's one extra pipe at the end here, so let me actually go ahead and cut that. And then do you tile more cleanly? Yes, you do. Okay. Let's just go ahead and make a whole bunch of these. There we go. Oh, and we've already hit the edge of map view, so let's get a radar in here while we wait for the bots to build all that. So you can just go up there somewhere. That's fine. And I do need to get inputs in here. So it looks like we do need quite a lot of oxygen. And what are the other ones? Ammonia and glycerol. Okay. Well, let's get some requesters in. Also, this is the fluid area, so I might just have pipes. Yes, I do. So let's go ahead and get a pump in here. One of these little pumping setups. Okay. I guess I need one more length of pipe down this way. Well, I suppose I can just copy this instead. There we go. Okay, and now I can get a pumping setup down this way. Hopefully that's good on all the pipes. Oh yeah, if anything, I could have probably gone a couple more spaces without throwing pumps in, but that should be fine. Let's go ahead and get rid of the power poles, and then just make sure these are substations over here. Just one should do. There we go. And then you're already a substation, so those are already covered. We just need this one upgraded. And actually, that gets me all the way down here already. So, let's see, what do I need to bring in? I've already got oxygen. I've got methanol, but not glycerol. I also need ammonia down here. Okay, so I'll have to ship in ammonia and glycerol. That's fine. Let's get some request depots. And you can just start around here, I suppose. Those are the only two I need. Glycerol, ammonia, yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and set you in. So the first one can be glycerol. And then ammonia down here. That's amino acids. There's ammonia. Okay, now let's just make sure I get these typed in correctly. So this one on the side is ammonia. And then this one is glycerol. So just bring you in that way and connect out. Ammonia just drops down a couple and connects in there. And then this connection is for oxygen. So let's have you, like, right there. There we go. And I guess this is fine for carbon dioxide? Why are you both 80? That doesn't make any sense. I guess I placed you at some point and then never got to set the limit on you. Okay, so that does look to be the only one. So top up, keep you at like 40 instead. That way the pumps stop fighting each other. And let's also get a substation for these guys, as long as it covers both sides. Does look like it does. Let's just put that in there and then get rid of those power poles just to neaten everything up a smidge. Okay, feel like I can take a breath now. So we're still getting everything placed. Going to be missing some of the nanofabs. I'm also going to be stressing my module supply very soon. Let's get that set. And that set. Probably going to want to upgrade the oxygen pumps facing down. Yeah, not really sure where most of this oxygen hits the line. Okay, there you are. But I'm going to need a lot of oxygen at some point, so let's go ahead and make sure I have at least 6,000 capacity. And how many machines is this so far? So far, this is still only 46. So let's go ahead and get just a few more in here, because I know I'm going to need more. This is outside of map range. I don't know if that's going to build correctly. I would really like it if they'd get that radar placed. Actually, they already did. I'm just already out of map range again. That's just how big this build is. Okay. Well, there you go. And then I'll get another radar. I believe they're in this tab. There they go. So this radar can just go over here somewhere. You can go right next to the substation. Also, I was saying something earlier about wanting to try and get some large beacons in here. I think I might try and put them next to the Roboport. So let's see, how far to the right do you go? You only cover that one guy. You kind of stop where that pump is. So then you do perfectly fit. Okay. I mean, okay. I can't complain about that. That's just where you're going to go. Let's move you down as much as I can in hopes that I can also get the lower tier, because I'm going to have another row of machines underneath you. There we go. Let's just get a couple of these popped in. All the way down. How far do we go? Let's just grab a couple of these and hope I can extend into map range a little distance. I don't know how far I need to go, but let's say that's fine. And then we begin on the line underneath. So let's see. That's amino acids taken care of. So that's this first guy. Next up, I want to do nucleotides, which takes amino acids, methanol, and phosphoric acid. Problem is, I don't actually make phosphoric acid at scale. You also take sugar as an input. That's even more sugar I wasn't already accounting for. Yay, okay. So I guess you go last. Methanol, propene, oxygen. You're a good one to make next, so let's do you. Honestly, I think I can just copy this, because it's the same deal. It's 3 input, 1 output. Speaking of, I never actually get your output anywhere. Does this work? Kind of. Yeah, there we go. And then I can just pump you down, and there we go. Okay, that works. So there's no clean way to copy this without getting, like, the substations and all involved. Also gonna go ahead and move these guys down this way, because that's where the machines need to be. So let's just copy what's between the substations best as I can. Move you down to this level. That way you're not in the way of them. You are still covered by the large beacons, which is what I wanted to see. And then let's change your recipes. So amino acids should instead be, what was it, fatty acid? Fatty acid, yes. All the inputs and outputs are fine. Okay, all good. So, methanol and oxygen and propene. Methanol, oxygen, and propene. Okay. Let's see if I can file you all right. Okay, I'll put you there, but then we need to break everything this way. That's fine. Oxygen's good, you're good, okay. Yeah, we'll get the inputs sorted out for too terribly long. And that looks like... Nope, nope, you're not connected. Let's make sure that's connected before I try and copy you. Then try one more time. That should be a complete copy. Everything looks okay. We are missing an underground. We are missing an underground. Yes, you are broken. There you go. So, one more time. Everything good now. So, top works. Middle line works. Everything looks correct. Which one is my output? Output is flowing the correct direction. Yes, okay, so that does look to work. So again, let's just make a whole lot. We're just gonna go and go and go until we hit map coverage limitations. Oh, okay. Does look like we've reached where the new radar was placed, and we did go past this guy. So I guess I will go ahead and make a couple more copies of you. So right before the pump, just to help me figure out where it goes. And yeah, there you go. And maybe even one more. I can just line up the roboports, I guess. That's a little easier. Just because this is the line that has power, and we need more of you than we do of you, I believe. So go ahead and get those started. So oxygen is same as above. Let's just extend it out and get it connected in. Yep, there we go. So that's more oxygen at the ready. Okay, and everything else works as well. We can just start laying in the pipes. Good? Good. Okay. Propene, methanol. So I'm pretty sure one of you is propene. This one right here. So let's see. I want you to be this top row. I believe that's correct. Propene. Yes, it is. Look at that. Okay. Also, something I should do is I should have pumps on the inlets here so that I don't mess with the pipe extents on the feed lines. For you, the only thing you take from a feed line is oxygen. So I can just replace that right there. Do the same down here for this guy. Then this feed line here also needs a pump on it, so let's make sure I do that. And then the only thing left is methanol, which I don't have up here, so I will need a requester depot. You can just go right in the middle there. So, methanol. Methanol, there we go. And I believe I set that up. Yes, I did. Okay, so you have drones on the way. Drones on the way. Certainly should, at least. Certainly should. Certainly should. Yeah, it's hard to say because I have no idea where they'll be coming from. That's just regular old supplies. Let's go ahead and start ripping out some of these old miners. I believe this just feeds the starter base, so I'm not that concerned about the fact that that mine is beginning to run low. That's perfectly fine. Let's see, missing red undergrounds. Why would I be missing red undergrounds? That doesn't make any sense. There we go. Missing red pipe. I guess I am making heat pipe. Or something? I guess I'm just refilling buffers, I guess? Sure. Regular red pipe is being used in something, but not in tremendous quantities. And we are crafting red undergrounds, they're just a little slow. We only make 0.3 a second. Mostly due to the speed down from the added productivity modules, but I guess that's fine. Plastic line's certainly not saturated, but it is at least keeping these guys running full time. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any problems. We're just, the buffer's just low, I guess. Okay. Well, have fun. We're gonna need a lot more pipes before we're through with you, so get used to it, I guess. Yeah, we're building this out. It'll get finished before too terribly long. I can finally set requests on you now. Let me make sure methanol is actually put into a provider. Let me look for where methanol is, because I don't actually remember. What is that trying to tell me? That's methane, not methanol. Oh, well, I guess it does. There. Methanol. Let's be specific. Okay, so I do put methanol into a provider, so I should be able to just write it down. Okay, you're just also waiting on trucks. That's fine. I know I'm certainly not missing trucks, they're just not coming down for some reason. Like, we have plenty of trucks. Come over here. You can see we are absolutely stuffed full of trucks. So that's not a problem. Get rid of that. There we go. I'll just trust that they're going to arrive at some point. Yeah, I mean, they gotta be on the way. I guess if they don't arrive at some point, then I'll do something about it. Okay, let's just keep building for now. So, 2 left. Next is nucleotides, which take sugar, and I guess I should make sugar before that. So let's go for glycerol first. Or, you know, sugar, which takes glycerol, I suppose. Okay, once again, these guys are kind of in the way, so let's just keep moving them down. Also, we're about to hit the green circuit production line. Well, I guess if I need more green circuits, I can just do another line below them. So let's start on sugar. So same height here. The only difference is you're trading out 1 fluid input for 1 item input. The road isn't in the best place. Really isn't. It was put here because of this mine, but I'm kind of thinking I might go ahead and drop it a few places. Like, what if I just grabbed you there and moved you down to where this power pole is? Something like that. So that can continue down. That's there. Does this run into anything this way? This belt here, who cares? I think I will go ahead and relay it over to here. Starting like right there. How do I get rid of that? That works. Okay. And then I can just get rid of this stretch of road through here. Oh, there's a rock in the way somewhere. Okay, I guess we can do that first. Why not? And I'm going to make the construction bots really unhappy with me for just a moment. There we go. Let's see. In fact, yes, all 1,200, 1,300 rather, construction bots are busy now. I kind of figured. But that's fine. Let's go ahead and get the sugar fabs in. So that means I can do one more before we hit the road. I think I can do it from around this height right here. Yeah, I think that's fine, because I'm gonna need a belt coming in at this height. Might even just try and raise that one. Like, right there. Sure, good. So, these guys are the ones that I want quite a lot of, which does actually mean... maybe... Maybe I don't want to do it here. Because I'd like to have machines on both sides of the belt. How much input per second do you take? Oh, you don't take an item input. You produce an item, but you don't take an item. It's the other one that takes an item input, and the item is sugar, actually. Okay, in that case, I think I will take you and vertically flip you, so that your belt's on the bottom, and then we can have the output flowing this way. And that does leave room for multiple belts, should I need them, and I certainly will, because, as I remember, we actually need many boxes of this coming out, in which case I might actually feed you directly into a boxer, and then output you onto a belt. I might actually make room for that. I know some things do take just regular sugar, quite a few things in fact, but I can just unbox them wherever sugar is needed. That's not a big deal. The primary sugar draw is, I believe, going to be science, so I might as well build it in accordance to what science needs. So let me find a boxer. There you are. And I might even do something like this. So output diagonal there. And then when I have the other machine, I can horizontal U and output that way. Yeah, that works just fine. There we go. In fact, let's just go ahead and blue belt, since I'm gonna need 40-something a second eventually, so I might as well go ahead and plan for that. Which is not a very fun prospect to think about, but you know, we'll get there when we get there. So, how am I gonna get wastewater out? I suppose I could do this kind of deal that I've done before with the oxygen, and then have the wastewater come out just something like that. That's okay. Go ahead and start thinking about how I'm going to tile this. And again, do this just for tiling reasons. Might as well continue the belts out that far. And that looks good. I don't think I'm missing anything. Both your inputs, your fluid output, item output, yeah. You don't need a recipe. I think we're all good. So, let's see. Oh, I don't need to include that part. Oh, and I also don't need underground on those parts. They can just connect. Oh, and it looks like oxygen can just connect as well. Okay. Yeah, that works. Let's do a couple tiles of that, and then I'll grab a tile of the bigger one. I didn't mean to exit map view there. I'm actually not even sure what key I just hit to exit map view. Is this an evens? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Let's do one more. There we go. The reason being, I do want to get some pumps in here, but also I want to alternate the inserters. There we go. So after this mini, I would like to get some pumps into here. So there's a pump for oxygen. Output can go here, I guess. And then wastewater. Wastewater's a little tricky, actually. Wastewater will have to go like here. Just to avoid connecting with the oxygen below. Okay, I think that all looks good. You're backwards. Whoops. For some reason, I keep thinking we're producing a fluid here, rather than an item. Okay, so wastewater flows out, oxygen flows in, glycerol flows in. All good, all cool. Okay. I do need to continue extending the substations to the south. So I guess that's one place to start. Let me find a good place. There we go. I can copy and paste quite a few of you. I actually like that there is a radar there, so I'll go ahead and take you. I might actually copy and paste that whole thing right there. And there we go. And that way I get... I guess I don't need a radar there. Something is providing radar coverage. Though we do have that area that's missing, so maybe I'll go ahead and do it. Maybe it'll reveal that part. Will you? Yes, you will. Okay. And created 100,000 electrical engineering. Not bad. Okay, and then just continue this way. However far it needs to go. I might even go ahead and put another radar this way, because man, we're gonna need a lot of sugar. Just crazy amounts of sugar. Okay, so that's all set. Let's grab everything up to here, I think. Does that work? Just making sure I don't break anything, but it does look like it's okay. Okay, so let's just keep going and then grab a tile of you now. Oop, too far. Make sure that overlaps. Does look like it. Okay, and then just keep on keeping on. Because I'm gonna need so many. I forgot the belts. Oh well. That's a pretty simple one, all things considered. If I'm gonna forget something, might as well be the one that you can just drag like this. Oh, I did forget the output inserters, though. That actually is a shame. Okay. Let's get more roboports. Because I did extend past build range, so let's just get that built in. And I guess come in here and grab the output inserters. So which direction are you? So you're an in, so I want this one to start with... Oh, okay. Okay, good. So I did grab a correct tiling piece, so I can just continue these down the line. There we go. And just keep on keeping on. And I have no idea if that's enough outputs for all of those, but we have hit map range, so that's as far as I can go for now. I guess that probably does mean I should throw a radar this direction. We do have another radar coming somewhere over there, but, you know, I'm gonna need another, I guess, so might as well get on it. Okay, so that's gonna give me a belt of boxed sugar. I don't actually have any idea how much sugar it is, aside from the fact that it's not enough. All I know is it's not enough. So where's this? Okay. Let's grab you. You're going to be the first one on this side of the new road. So your output is the same... Okay, so you work mostly the same as this guy up here. So maybe I'll go ahead and copy a couple of you. Just see if that helps me at all. Change your recipes out. Which one needs sugar? This one, so nucleotide. So 3 fluids in, 1 fluid out, but also an item in. So we're gonna have to be a little more space efficient with you. Let's really squeeze you in. Make sure I put you at the correct horizontal level. There we go. So that's as compact as I can get the pipes. I also need a belt in. Each one of you takes 0.04 sugar. The thing is I also need to be unboxing you. You need very little sugar though. So let's see, if I had a belt right here, I could put an inserter here that feeds into an unboxer somewhere. Yeah, what I'm thinking is, what if I just take advantage of Bob's inserters? So you pick up from 3 below, you pick up from 2 below. And then I can have a boxer that goes right here. And then you can feed into the boxer. And you're going to unbox sugar. So then I can just have a belt of boxed sugar going this way. Yep, missing all kinds of stuff. Not that I'm shocked about that. If anything, what I'm shocked is that I'm not missing modules yet. But I think that's mostly just a byproduct of not actually having the machines to be able to put the modules in. But okay, I mean, that's fine. So what is nucleotide actually used in? So it is used in some things. It is used here and there, but it looks like it's mostly used in science-related things. Why would I ever do this? Why would I ever do this? So confusing. Why would I ever do this? Okay, maybe I get a better recipe for them or something. So each science pack is 200 nucleotides, so I want to be producing 200 nucleotides a second. With productivity, I can knock about 20% of that off, but even then, that's 180 nucleotides a second. This produces 0.08. 0.08. So I would need 1,000 of these machines. And that's before the speed decrease from the productivity modules, so I'd actually need a little more than 1,000. I don't think that's happening. So once again, we're just going to build a big line, however many I can, and just say that's good enough. So let's see if you tile. Nope, because that's an odd number of machines. So put that in there. I actually... Do I want that underground? Hold on. Why is this being weird for me? If I grab you, that tiles. Okay. Okay. I don't have undergrounds on the output because I didn't copy high enough, I guess. Let's make sure I grab that. But I didn't grab high or low enough, apparently. Let's start copying from that underground there because that grabs that inserter. Okay. I can live with this. I just have to make sure I properly place you, otherwise everything will break. Good, good, okay. Now let's grab a slightly larger copy so that I don't have to do that 1,000 times. So I'm copying from where the row of inserters are. Ooh, that might have been too large of a copy, actually. Let me see. Everything turns blue there? All good? Okay. How far does that go? That goes all the way out to here. Let me just do one more. Not that that's necessarily easy. There we go. And in you go. Okay. And then I guess I'll go ahead and extend the sugar out a little bit as well, especially since it looks like I didn't have enough belt put in. So let's copy from pump to pump. There we go. I know I technically skipped one in the middle. I just wanted to do a little more. There we go. And once this radar gets placed, then all of this will be on map as well. Everyone should be happy in here. Okay. All cool, all cool. I might even, just for fun, move this down. I doubt that's ever going to be useful in any way, but I might as well give the construction bots something to do for right now. There we go. Alright. So that's nucleotides. I believe that was the fourth and final one, wasn't it? Yes, nucleotides are done. I don't need you anymore, so we can now move on to biochemistry. So this is what it's all been for, so biochemistry. Let's give you a couple places, just so I'm not cramping you. We're well enough away from these guys that I don't have to worry about it, and let's start upgrading you to substation. There we go. I wonder if I just have a substation line in the old clipboard. How far back do I have to go? There we go, okay. And then just place a couple of these. I don't think I'm going to need quite that many for this one, but we are going to need quite a few, so I might as well be prepared. So I'm going to need to ship in purple and green science, but then the other 4 ingredients are already right here. Does mean I might need to move you down one. Well, you only have two item inputs, so it shouldn't be too bad. I just need 2 belts. Let's put your fluid inputs on the bottom. And then we can have the item inputs across the top. Seems reasonable. Yeah, I can get the output down through the bottom. That's not a big deal. I could even get the item output through the sides if I really wanted to. Okay, so let's go ahead and start running this down. That is full length, yes, okay. So down you go, down you go. You can actually be red. And then I'll upgrade you later, because I don't actually think I have enough belt. Yeah, I'm already missing belt, so let's not get overzealous here. So this is the one that's going to be limiting first, because it's 0.5, even the other ones at half a belt. Like, equivalent, that makes them 0.2 and 0.3 as far as limitations go, so the sugar is still the limiting factor there. Let's get requesters and for the other two science packs, and we are still missing drones for these depots. Why is that? Am I just too far away or something? When enabled, sends its own drones to pick up items from supply, active depots and deliver them to request buffer storage depots that have demand. What does that mean? Maximum percentage of drones in the dispatcher's inventory that can be used for central delivery. This might be detrimental. We'll find out. I wonder where all these guys are going. I'm just gonna follow these guys for a second. Make sure I haven't made a mistake. Oh. No fuel, huh? Yeah, that's just you. You ran out of fuel, that's fine. So the big conga line is down to here so far. I just want to see what these guys are going to do. I'm just curious. Since they are so far away, like they're at the far corner of the base, this might actually be detrimental. That's why I want to follow it so closely. Like, where are these guys going? Okay, so they're coming up this way. Where could they possibly be headed? What? Like, what am I supplying over this direction that they could be coming to go and grab in such large quantities? Are you coming for salt, maybe? Yes, you're all coming for salt. Interesting. Okay, so you're heading up this way. Where am I even requesting salt? This is sodium hydroxide. Since I know I'm going to need some of that, let me actually just remove that limitation there. Oh, you're going to go to storage? That is not what I want. Okay, so this was a mistake. So you're going to take from supply and put you into storage. Well, that's not what I want at all. That basically just turns supplies into active requesters. Yeah, this is just sending... That's not what I want at all. Okay. Well, good to know. So let's make sure I turn that off. Yep, that's that was a total waste. Okay. Well, that's fine. Cool. Did that ever help get you in here? Nope. Nope, you just don't get any. How weird. I hope you're gonna be able to pick up okay. Let me just try and put you in from logistics, I guess. Okay, and then the same down here. So the bots should take care of that, though. Construction bots, I think, are a little busy. Just a smidge. Oh, also, I never connected you, so let's make sure I connect you in. Oh, also, I didn't run this correctly. I need room for an unboxer. Let's actually remove this. Okay. I guess I can keep that in. It's actually this lane that needs to go. and then this that needs to go. So this can still be for the science packs. They can go straight in. Yeah, you only need, like, way less than an item per second. So what I'll do is very similar to how I box them to put them onto the belt. I will have a boxer at, like, this level. Actually, you... Yeah, I'll have a boxer at, like, this level here. And then you can take from the belt here and from the boxer here. And then the next guy in the line, flip you, and you can pick up from a knight's move. And yeah, that's fine. That works a-okay. And then, of course, to feed the boxer, I'll have a belt at this level. Actually, even one higher. In you go. And that should be just fine. You have power, everyone's good. Okay. Yeah, that's just fine. Let's go ahead and get your fluid inputs. So you need nucleotides in the middle, and then on the back here, let's make this the 2 tall and the 1 tall. Make sure I make this tileable-ish. Yeah, let's grab from up there and go ahead and make a couple tiles of this before I start messing with the front, since the front always has to be special cased a little bit. Just make a few of those, and then I'll start special casing the front up here. Okay, so which one is which? The black one is fatty acids, and then the blue one is amino acids. I do also need nucleotide, so let's make sure I get that in here as well. And then just turn all these guys upward, and kind of run them together. I think that's the best approach here. So let's see, it's black, blue, red. Black, blue, red, yes. Okay. So you're right here. Your output is this line, which is a pump to propene. You take propene in. Okay, I've messed with you at some point, and you're no longer correct. Wonder when that happened. So oxygen is supposed to be down here. Let's just move that. There we are. And how about the propene connection? Because that's definitely not right. Propene needs to be on the middle. So actually, right where oxygen used to be. Okay. There we go. And then just get rid of all that up there. I think that works. Okay. Okay. I think that's good. Yeah. So propene comes in. Let's clear this line, because that's not correct anymore. Fortunately, you are blocked off by the pump there. Also, what's this one? Methanol. Methanol comes in from here. Okay. So that should be fine. Propene is connected correctly. Yes, it is. Oxygen's good. Alright, I just had the pumps mixed up somehow. Not really sure how that happened. Okay, that's all cleaned up. How are you? Are you good? So, oxygen, good. You just need glycerol and ammonia, which are both products that need to be delivered, but for some reason you're not going. Why is it treating this road network like it's broken? Like, what's going on here? What's going on here? It could be that you're also not able to request Steam for some reason. Just like you weren't able to request... You're backward! Oh my god. Okay. And I can't flip you. Oh, that's painful. Okay. No? Won't let me overwrite you. Okay, break you first. And then put you back. And then same up here. Break you. Then replace. How about you? You are also just backwards. Okay. Oh, at least now I know. At least now I know. Okay, so that should all be placed now. Why is there this here? That's weird. Oh, I guess that's where the road was originally. Okay, I just didn't break it correctly the first time around. So let's see, this line needs oxygen. Your wastewater out. That's fine. Let's get oxygen first. So this is the oxygen line here. I just copied this whole thing, honestly. So oxygen needs to be at that level. There you go. Might as well just make that whole bit pipe right there. Okay, and let's get these guys worked in. I do still need to do something with the wastewater here. How much do you produce? Very little. I will go ahead and put tier 2 outfalls, though. Just because I'm pretty sure we're gonna need you. That's excessive, but you know, I might as well future-proof it. I'd rather be a little excessive than wind up needing more in the future and not realizing it. And let's see how far you go. Let's back you up just one, just so you're not right up against the road. There we go. And then you as well. Just get up here. Okay. So once again, I believe the order was black, blue, and then like Pepsi. We got like black and blue and Pepsi colors. Okay. This one produces black, and that's this pipe up here. You can connect in right there. Ooh, it looks like you need power, so I guess I'll have to replace that. Yeah, those are covered by this substation, but this one right here needs a little help. Okay. Then just continue these up. Just barely able to get that to fit. You produce blue. Oh, you're kind of going that way. I don't think I want to do that, actually. Go ahead and get rid of that. Okay. You are a little packed in, though. Go ahead and ooh, you hit another underground right there. So I'm gonna have to move you one way or the other. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, so I have black, blue. Where's, oh, Pepsi's right here. Okay. So this line doesn't even need to continue up that way. I can just go ahead and take that out. So it's not even a concern. There we go. And there we go. I will probably go ahead and throw a pump on you. There we go. You should have power, should be fine. That way I can continue building this without too much issue. Oh, I forgot to put pumps on you. Oh, yeah. I'll worry about that in a second. Okay. So that one's in, that's fine. Where's, Okay, so you're already piped in, you're good. So all I need left is blue. So this one here is for blue, which is this one right here. So let's just connect you right there. Okay. Oh, cool. And again, I'll go ahead and just throw a pump like right there to try and help with pipe extents, though actually you have a pump literally right there, so maybe it doesn't matter that much. Yeah, actually, maybe I'll do the same here, and then instead I'll put pumps on the inward connections here. So, pump, 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 like that. And you can go there. Okay, seems fine. That all works. That gives me a good amount of room for pipe extent reasons. I will have to refresh it from time to time, but that's fine. This guy, I need to do pipe extent stuff with. So let's start right up here. That lines up with this guy at least. Let's get that in place. So that's your 2 fluid inputs. You have 3 fluid inputs. This one is also important. Okay. Ooh, you're tricky. Okay, the bottom one has to move. Yeah, let's do something like that. Oh, you come down like that. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, with this pipe here, that does make trying to get a pump in this area real spicy. Yeah, I think I'll have to just forego that, which means you can now go back to your preferred location right here. And I think what I'll do is I'll underground the belt there. Then have a pump like right there. There we go. And that should connect everyone. We've got 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. Then where's your output? Right here. I can go right there. And that should be everyone covered. Okay. The problem is, I don't exactly know how frequently I need to do this. Yeah, that's a little tricky. So let's just grab you, and let's say every 2 roboports then. So maybe I'll include the roboport as part of this copy and paste. So 1, 2, and maybe I'll do it every 3rd. I think every other is maybe excessive. Let's do that. And then even still I have to clean up a little. Nope, I broke something. Okay, so it doesn't tile with the roboports. That's what I got wrong. I'll still use that as my general spacing, but I just can't do it directly. So 1, 2, and then somewhere in here. Let's see, does that... That does look like it fits. If I do that, do I have to clean anything up? I have to wait for the bots to come in and rip things up first. Okay, so we do have to clean that underground there. Otherwise, this snaking connection doesn't work. did break the underground somehow. Not sure how I did that. Like, that one's fine. This one just isn't. What? What is this? What is this mess? Okay. Like, is that even correct? Okay, that's correct. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, so let's try and get you somewhere in here. Oh, okay, it's automatically trying to place underground belts because I'm force placing. But then that breaks where I actually want the underground belts to be. That's unfortunate. Yeah. That does kind of suck. I think I just have to do that, but again, I do have to wait for construction bots to come and pick everything up before I can really see. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this is a little more manual than I was hoping. But anyway, 1, 2, 3, so somewhere in here. There we go. Nope, that's wrong. There we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do before I paste this in is I'm actually going to break the belts on this section and go ahead and get rid of those undergrounds first. There we go. And then 1, 2, 3, so somewhere in here. So once again, I don't actually know which stretch it is. Okay, so it's this one to this one, it looks like. There we go. Oh, and the underground pipe as well. There we go. Go 1, 2, and then 3. So once again, somewhere in here. Hopefully this stretch of belt. And pop you in. And we're nearly at the end. Okay. Then 1... Oh, we're actually out of roboports starting at that point. That's interesting. Go ahead and leave that radar, as it's needed since we're already at the edge again. So then 2, 3, so somewhere in here we'll need one. Looks like right there. We're actually out of map range. Okay. The best I can do there. Yeah, hopefully that just works. It might be a little weird, but if everything before it works, I guess that's probably good enough. I doubt we'll be able to run that many machines for a long, long time anyway. You need power, which means more substations. In you go. Okay. Still waiting on a whole bunch of pipe for some reason, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up this way and just add a few more. You're going to make pipe. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Pipe. And pipe. And I don't actually know how many pipe I usually keep, but let's keep like 600 for this one. And I might just do the same thing down here. Actually, that makes no sense. I'll do them across each other, that way you both get plastic. And then this can be way higher. Say like 25 instead. Upgrade those. Okay, and then this one can be red undergrounds. And you keep like 400, I guess. Now, you unfortunately have expensive ingredients, so I don't really want to increase you, so I think what I'll do is I'll just come in here and purposely request a little more gravel and a few more pipes. There we go. Okay. Should be cool. I don't actually need to do that. Okay. So that should help out a decent bit with the pipe need, at least. Blue belts. I guess I can check on blue belts. Why don't I have blue belts? Let me see where blue belts are even being made. Okay, so you're waiting on a red belt, it looks like. Well, there's a red belt in here. Okay, your input just is not fast enough to keep up, so I guess I just need to upgrade you. You do look to be somewhat limited by red belt, however. Problem with red belt is it does take lubricant, so it's not like I can just move it somewhere else. Are you at least running full time? It does look like you are. Doesn't look like that part's an issue. You are able to output. Yeah, okay. I mean, all I can ask for. Okay. You haven't been upgraded yet. Why not? I definitely have blue inserters. Why is no one running up there? You know what? I'm standing right below you. My personal bots can go take care of it. There we go. And back over here. So, I wanted to see if the bots were able to keep this supplied, now that the insertion speed is so much higher. Okay, I'm gonna wait for this next recipe and then one more, and see if we're actually eating the input items faster than the bots are putting them in. So let's see, we should have you. There's no rubber, but there is rubber on the way. Yeah, okay, so it does look like I might just need to multiply you by a bit more, which is fine. That also helps out blue inserters, which also look like you're struggling for some reason, so let's give you an upgrade as well. Yeah, that's all I really want to mess with that, though. The blue belts will get placed eventually. I'm not that concerned about you. Boxers. For some reason, we're missing boxers. I believe that's made up here, though maybe not. I know I make boxing machines. Right up here. You're missing small assembler 2s. Small assembler 2s, huh? Well, they're running. Maybe I could keep a few more, but they are running. No fabrication tool 2s. Again, they are running. Hold on. Okay, capacitors ran out. Why is that? We just don't keep enough. Okay, which one are you? This one? You also just, increase. All these are pretty cheap at this point, so shouldn't be too much problem to just multiply that. Make sure you can run a little faster. I might also go ahead and just upgrade your insertion inserter. Just let that run, see if that does anything for me. We need so many more of you, which is missing air filter 2s. Air filter 2s. Once again, let's just back up and see what I can do about that. So you're just missing regular old air filters, which I don't have. Okay, so I do just need more air filters. Okay, carbon dioxide. So I think I'll try and produce you down this way somewhere. I know I have a line of carbon dioxide. Yeah, there you are. Okay. So I could just pull off of that and bring that up here. That's no big deal. I'm kind of running out of room in my special cased assembly line, though. Yeah, it's a little weird. I'm kind of tempted to just put you down here, since this is where the carbon dioxide is anyway. Yeah, maybe just like right here. I think I can make that work. So you're going to be filters. Not boxes of filters. Okay, what are you called? Oh, I guess you're not made in an assembler. You're probably made in a chemical plant. Let me look. Chem plant, yes. Okay. So let's get a chem plant in here. Fluid through that side, I guess. Yeah, let's bring you over this way. And then you're going to be filters. There we go. So input, output, and then we'll have a little split right there for you. Okay. And I guess I'll go ahead and try and throw modules in you. Yeah, there we go. You are going to need power. Definitely going to need power from somewhere. Man, that sucks. Okay, best I can do is down there. That's not too terrible. Okay, and that should start bringing in all of this stuff to start making filters on site. Let's go ahead and increase the limits here. There we go. So that should start bringing in new filters before too terribly long. And then once we have the new filters, that should be the missing piece to start getting us whatever we were trying to make. I think that's the microfabs. The boxing machines. That's just a supply problem, I think. Though it does look like we are missing fabrication tool 2s still. They are running. It does look like increasing just the buffer limit did help with that problem. We produce 0.2 and consume 0.1, so that should be catching up, I would think. I mean, I'm sure other things use you as well. Yeah, who even knows where you're going, but at the very least that should help us make a few more small assembler 2s, which should help us make a few more boxing machines. They are running, so that is the last thing that we need, so I trust they will make it. How are the pipes? Are they still running? It does look like we might have run out of plastic. No, we have lots of plastic. It's just taking the bots forever to get over here, which tells me I should probably have plastic in a buffer chest. So let's come down this way and throw plastic in here. Yeah, okay, oh cool. Honestly, these things should probably also go in a buffer if they aren't already being buffered, but I think all of them are. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of these are in the buffers down here, so I guess I don't have to worry about it. Okay. Anything else that I need to worry about for right now? Oh, my air separation's almost finished. That's what's going to allow me to make the compressed trace gas that I queued so long ago. I do have pipe on me, and since I just broke this carbon dioxide pipe, which I think is kind of important, I'm going to come over and build this myself. I don't have red pipe, I keep forgetting that. Oh well, I'm not ready to start upgrading to blue pipe just yet. Everything I've made has been red pipe, so let's just go ahead and allow the bots to take care of that, I guess. It's not like it should take too much longer. Maybe I need to increase the requested amount of pipe a little more. There we go. Just since that does seem to be taking so much time for some reason. Let's see. Yeah, you are getting plastic delivered, it's just being picked up as soon as it comes in. Not really sure where they're bringing that plastic in from. Guess all the way over here. Yeah, okay, that's fine, I guess. There's plenty of places for them to charge along this way, but I might go ahead and start upgrading these roboports through here just to show them a little bit of kindness. There's a single pipe. Okay, there you are. Let's just do this, give them a little extra charging capacity, just in the places where it counts. There we go. That should help them out a smidge. And from there, it's all on them. I guess I'll also upgrade these guys. Since they are on the path, if nothing else. Okay. So I do need to start requesting green and purple science down here as well, before I just consider myself finished. Whatever, they can have a little extra, sure. So let's come down this way. You're going to request green science and purple science. Make sure I give myself enough room to get the belt snake down. So green and purple. Let's see. I just want to make sure these are on opposite sides of the belt. And you're going to come down here and just go straight in. Okay. So how many of these do I have so far? Okay. Ooh, that's a tough little bit of mental math. So if I need... What is my slowdown? 30%. Okay. 30% slowdown. Here. Okay, let's just put it like this. I have how much productivity? So 10%. If I want one of these per second, which I'm not going to get anywhere close to. But let's just say I am. Well, no, I'm trying to figure out production rate. Okay, never mind, scratch that. So it is the slowdown that I care about. That's 30%. So that's another 24 seconds. So let's just say 100-second crafting time, which means I need 100 machines. So far, I have 12. So I need a few more. Let's go to 20 machines and then add pumps. So where's 8? 8's right here. Okay. There we go. So that's 20 total. And then I'm gonna add pumps. There we go. And this is going to be a little tricky to figure out. I also need a pump in the middle. Not that that should be too much trouble. Okay, so I can do that. Make sure I connect those in. Pump in the middle. And there. Ooh, one. I misread what the first connection was. Okay, so we have blue there. Then I'm starting with black. So maybe I actually want to get rid of this one right here. Let's just, let's do that for right now. And then if I come in, I think that works a little better, weirdly enough. Since they aren't the same, I should be able to get that to work out a little easier. So I'll go ahead and just do that immediately. You can go there immediately. And if I did just put you there, it doesn't work. So I need to put you at least here. Okay. Wait, what? If I go back where this last one was here, why does this not work? Like, why is this throwing me? So 1, 2, I can put a pump there. Yeah, that's good. No problem. And then underground there and continue the tile. This one's the one where it's a little weird. I can just put you there. Then underground over and connect in. I mean, it's not great, but it's fine. I've also lost all my pipes somehow. So let's just grab that. Which one is the too tall? Black is the too tall. Get you in place. There we go. So eliminate all of that over there. And then rework all of this here. There we go. Okay. So you only have 3 fluids. We got 3 pumps, so everything is accounted for. All good. So let's replace you on the end. Right there. Okay. Now that gives me a full tile. And I'll just copy between pump sections. So each time I do this, that's 23 new machines. So far, I have 43. Okay. Oh, well, that's because I have 3 on the end. So, okay, between the pumps is 20. That is what I did. I just forgot that I did that. Okay. So each one, so I want 5 total. I already have 2. So there's 3. 4. 5. I think that's it. Yep, so there's 100 machines. Let me just clean up the end here. And if I need to extend at some point, then I can. Won't be any big deal at all. There we go. These need drones. Let me make sure you're facing the right way. Yes, okay. There we go. So even just to produce this mini science pack, even in a theoretical you know, imaginary scenario where I could produce this mini, that's going to be 6 purple science per second, which I produce 1 per second. At any rate, I forgot your output. Okay. Well, let's get that in, I guess. So, go away. And bring you in. And keep in mind, this whole thing is just for 1 per second. I can't even manage that. So let's just do this down a couple ways. And then copy and paste. Something like that. Let's not grab the machine on the end. There we go. Ooh, okay. Doesn't work across the pump boundary. Good to note, good to note. So you go in, and then I have to do something for you. Okay. How can I do this? Okay. So something here. You go on the inside. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where do you want to be? Can you reach here? Let's make you red. Okay. And then you just output there. Yes, okay. So you are on the inside of the belt, you're on the outside. That does fit with the other guys. Okay. And then I have to do an opposite matching kind of thing over here. Think that works? Yes? Yes, it does. Okay. I'm okay with that. Cool. Yeah, so I might go ahead, take that whole thing, and copy and paste it on all the pump sections, since that's going to be the weird part. And then, now that I have that, I can just grab the normal section. Hopefully this just works. Let's see, starting with black, ending with blue. So yeah, so that can go there. You do extend a little too far. Okay. What if I only grab a couple then? Maybe even just a single set. And then I can paste it in, and once I have one full real section, then I can copy and paste the rest. There we go. Now that I have one full real section, I say real because this one's got to be special cased because that's where we start. But with this here, now I can just grab this whole thing. Sure. Here you go. Where do we start? With the underground right there, it looks like. Wait, what? Okay, we start here. There we go. Okay, so it's after the pumps. Good, okay. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with all that. So that should get placed, assuming I didn't mess anything up on my copy and paste, but it does look okay. Everything should be arriving. Should be. I notice we're not getting any greens. So let's go check on green science. Wherever that might be. No ammonia. Yeah, we're just missing ammonia. So the trucks are dispatched. They're bringing ammonia in. We're just no longer making ammonia fast enough. So where do I make ammonia? Okay, more than anything, it looks like I just have a lot of things requesting ammonia now. Much more than I used to. You make a tiny amount of excess ammonia. You are highest priority, that's good. Oh yeah, I just don't make very much ammonia. Okay, that's fine. So there are 6 machines here. That's around 100 compressed hydrogen and 36 compressed nitrogen. So I have as much compressed nitrogen as I need. You produce 120 compressed hydrogen. Hydrogen is likely going to become an issue because I don't make much excess hydrogen up this way. Yeah, that might become an issue. Okay, so if I just double you, you're already consuming a lot of hydrogen. Well, nothing to be done about it. Let's just go ahead and double the setup here. In fact, I might as well just continue it until we run into these guys up here. That's gonna be 3 times as much. So let's upgrade you, and then copy you. There we go. Pipe extents are fine. Pipe extents might become an issue. I'll have to see. Pipe extents for you will become an issue. Okay, so this one definitely is an issue. Where is it? Pink. Okay, those tanks. That makes sense. Well then, what if I moved your connection? Also, I could just underground this, make this whole thing a little easier. There we are. Bots will be a little unhappy with me for a moment, but it's worth it so that this can all be placed without issue. Then I do need to make more hydrogen somehow. What I'm thinking is that since I am making, or these do take compressed hydrogen, what if I made a few electrolyzers down this way that just produced compressed hydrogen, and then just voided the oxygen, since I'm voiding most of the oxygen already. I had 18, and I wasn't relying on compressors at all. 18 would take, let's say, about 20 times, so that would be 320 a second. If I put you here, what is the recipe for compressed hydrogen? You make 30... Oh, you make 48 a second, okay. So it's a 1 to 3. 1 to 3. I have 18, so I would need 6 of these guys. That just seems like the better option. So let's see what I can do. Gotta kind of dodge that oxygen pipe, funny enough. And then there's a water pipe down here. Okay, this is a little tighter than I thought it was going to be, so let me be a little more careful, and I'm going to have to move that oxygen pipe, but that's fine. So, Oxygen's actually going to have to come around this way. There we go. And yeah, we just break that corner right there, that's fine. You go there. Complete this. That's already taken care of. Nothing else relies on that line, so we're all cool. Okay. The water line coming this way. Yeah, I don't think I can rely on that. I think this is all just byproduct water being pumped out. So I will want to grab a pump and put you here. Yeah. And then I believe I can just pipe you straight down. Like so. Let's make the oxygen the 1 tall. And then you can be the 2 tall. Connect you all together. There we are. And just like I did in the previous area that was producing compressed oxygen, I think what I will do... Why is this an overflow? What? Oh, I think you were meant to be exhaust. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So, just like I've done before, I think I want open turbine. I don't know if I can actually do this in an open turbine. Let me see. Open turbine, yes. Okay. If I do an open turbine, that does just get rid of the oxygen. So let's grab some turbines. And I'll just put them in a line like over here. Gonna need substations, but that's okay. And I'll just start a line like right here. And then a line over here of exhausts. I have no idea how much an exhaust can take. I'm going to assume it's roughly the same amount of steam. Actually, let me check the nitrogen ones. So you say 160. Ooh, my calcite patch is running a little dry. Yeah, I don't even think it's keeping the belt full anymore. Yeah, I'll have to work on that before it gets terribly long. Also, bauxite. Running low. Actually, this whole arm over here has been exhausted. That belt at least is staying full, but it won't for long. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay, let's not get too distracted. So, pump. Do I have a small pump too? It says I do, and that can handle 4800s. So let's just go ahead and do that. And yeah, I think you just feed through, so let me do that, make you overflow. And then these over here are going to be exhaust. And then this line is going to be for the compressed oxygen. There we are. And then of course the compressed hydrogen should be linked together. And to prevent any pipe extent issues, I will just put a pump right here. Also, how much trouble can I avoid by just doing a substation right here? A pretty good amount. Won't solve all of my troubles, but it gets me a pretty good chunk of the way there. Fortunately, the electrolyzers on the back do still take just regular power poles. You're just really trying to ruin my day, aren't you? Okay. There we go. Once I have these in place, then I will get rid of the compressors over here, and that should help take some of the strain off the regular hydrogen as well. I'm of course going to need more water production. This is 6 times, roughly 6 times 8. So that's going to be about 480 water. So a little more than 2 hydro plants. I'm kind of maxed out. I might just add modules to you. I do still need more wells. You still need more wells. Yeah, if I need... What was it? 480. That's about a little less than 1.5 of these. I could probably solve that with speed modules, if I really wanted to do that. I believe I also now produce Hydroplant 3s. Let me go see if I've actually made any. Products finished 0, because I need large tank 3. Okay, I can make a large tank 3, I guess. Let's grab another square up here. Ooh, I can also make a new tier of turbines. Might as well. I'm sure I'm going to need them. And then large tank 3. We do take wall box and underground pipe 4 box. Let's just leave you parameterized for now. Oh, I have a new recipe for red science packs I'll have to go look at. What's your... Okay, let's just keep 2 stacks. And then, what are you... 50. Let's keep 100 of each of you. There we go. So, boxes. I do need to keep a box of walls. There we are. So let's limit you just like I've done everyone else. So, box of wall. And then this is going to be underground 4. Let's make sure I do the correct chest. There we go. So, underground 4. Okay. So that should begin production, I hope. Yes. Yes, it does. Okay. So all of this is getting delivered. I don't have turbine 3s, but of course not. Let's go ahead and get your inputs upgraded. A little silly to have you be yellows at this point in time when everything is so expensive and takes so many inputs now. Okay, so large tank is being produced. Also, let's go ahead and upgrade these to the next tier of modules if possible. Let's see. Yeah, we're missing modules. Kind of figured we would be. All I need is sensor 2 boxes. Okay. I'm for sensor 2 boxes. So, sensor 2. And let's make you sensor 2. Yep, okay. So this will get made. Already have the first couple coming in. There we go. You should be being delivered. And there you go. Okay, so we have the first of the Hydroplant 3s coming in. Hydroplant 3s have a crafting speed of 4. You have a crafting speed of 2. Okay, so literally I only need to upgrade like 2 of you. Might as well do those guys over there. And then that does mean I need another couple wells. I don't think I can make well 2s yet. Not yet. It is literally my next research, but that is still a good ways away. So let's add just another couple wells. So that's enough for one of them. I think, anyway. Let's see. 400. Yeah, you need just another 4 apiece. So, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And then still one more. I can squeeze you right there. Okay, I've been doing one every 3, which actually means you have to go there, and then you have to go there. And then you aren't going to have power, but I can just put you over there. Okay, so I was barely able to get that to work, but I was able to get it to work. We have an outfall 2. Hopefully that's able to keep up. Let's see, that's 6. And then another 6, essentially. So that's actually just barely more than an outfall 2, because that's going to be 400... Well, wait. That's 12, so 480. And how much do you do? 400. Okay, so I do need another outfall right there. Okay, all cool. That pump needs power because, of course it does. Okay, so the oxygen will come in here. We have an overflow, we have the exhaust turbines. All cool, okay. So that will void all the oxygen with hopefully plenty of capacity to spare. And then the compressed hydrogen will come out, supply these guys, and then I can remove the compressors. I'm actually waiting on anything. No, we have everything in place. Okay, everything's in place. It's running. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so you guys can go. Let's remove that. This still connects into there, actually. So that has to stay. Yes? Okay, well, that's fine. Does look like everyone's all cool? Everyone's all cool, okay. So I should be producing a good bit more ammonia at this point. I might go ahead and add another depot on the side. Go ahead and move that over that way. Just because we might need more pickup capacity than this one depot is allowing us. Also, I need a lot more chemical plants. Why am I not able to make chemical plants? That's definitely something I should be making. Let's find chemical plants. And plant 1, actually. Because you're missing medium tank 1. Okay. That doesn't make any sense. You're on a belt. You're belt fed. Yep, you just don't have enough ferronickel sheets. I mean, alright then. You need very little ferronickel sheet. Put you here, and then a request chest just like there. So, pick up, and you're gonna keep ferronickel sheet in here. In fact, let's keep some ferronickel rods and regular pipe as well. There we go. That way, we never have to worry about you not running. I do wish there was a way I could, like, deprioritize this inserter to make sure we do use the belted materials if possible, but I'm not that concerned about it. Also, I think my hand-feeding supplies can go. Haven't needed that in a while. Okay, so that can go away. Bots should be building this. There we go. And there we go. Go ahead and... well, maybe not. I was just saying I wanted to deprioritize you if possible. And I guess I should probably be putting you into a box. So you do 1.5 a second, that's probably into purple territory. So let's get you into a box. And yeah, we're all good from there. And we should finally be producing chemical plants again, yay! Just for clarity's sake, you take 0.09, you produce 0.25, so as long as you're running, even like half time, we will be making plenty of chemical plants. That will not be an issue. So I say, there you go. Okay, you finally did it. So that should be running, so Tier 2s should be running. It is bringing one. Okay, so that should be back to life now. We're making some headway on the microfabs, though it's very slow going. I might have to look into that, but the one that I'm more confused by is the boxing machine. I have no idea why boxing machines aren't being made faster. All they need is small assemblers. Like, they are running, maybe I just need more small assembler capacity, so let's just get another square over here. And I do have that over there, so that's going to be my small assembler 1. So let's go Fab Tool 2. So maybe I should also do a Fab Tool 1. And if I'm doing that, I might as well do a Fab Tool 3. That's a mining tool. I guess I don't have a Fab Tool 3? Okay, that's fine. That's just fine. Okay. Yeah, okay. All of that seems okay. And then I'll leave this as 3. And then this one over here gets to be a assembler, mini assembler 1. There we go. And let's just keep like 100 of those. Probably same over here. Let's be honest. We don't really need to set such small limitations anymore. We can afford to buffer just a few more products. And once these get placed and have their modules put into them, then I'll mark the modules to be upgraded, but until they're placed, you can't really say use Tier 1 until I have Tier 2s. And I think while I wait for that, I will take a sip of water. Okay, I did kind of think they would have already finished this by now. Not like the construction bots are doing too terribly much. Okay, just a little more. There we go. So let's get those modules in place before we move on. We do have them. Just waiting on this guy. I'm sure someone's bringing those modules in. Even if I don't see any construction bots on the screen right now. Seriously? Okay, well I can mark the others, at least, while I wait. Guys? Okay, you? There we go. Okay, thank you. Alright, let's come back and check out how this area is going. I could... Yeah, I don't really need to put modules in you. Most of your inputs are free. If anything, I'd probably put speed mods in you. Crazy. Oh, and these guys can't even run because the compressed nitrogen runs through the middle. Huh. Right. Okay, what can I do to speed this along? Still missing tier 1. How is that possible? Also, you apparently need power. Maybe I'll just handcraft a few tier 1 tanks. Just however many I can. Oh, and I have new tiers of thing. So, you must be large, you must be large. Okay. Go ahead and give the bots a couple of these tier 1s. I'll wait until the queue hits 20. There we go, and then I'm gonna go start setting up these guys over here. No idea why you're there, let's get rid of you. So, you're gonna be, let's say, the distillery. You stack to 20, I think 20 is a fine amount. Actually, when I need distilleries, I need quite a lot of you, so I might actually keep a lot. Let's see, I am able to request all of your ingredients, so that's good. And then let's get another square of larges. So I have compressor tier 3. Just looking at your requirements, you take boxed pump 3s. I definitely don't make that. Get rid of all of those. Okay. Oh yeah, what are you? Pump 3 and steel cable. As opposed to a motor and an iron gear, but you do make 25. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, you're definitely more space efficient, but honestly, I think I'm happy to just run the much cheaper recipe. At least for now, I think so. It is only 3 steel cable to 25 science, though. Like, maybe I'll look into it. Yeah. It would be silly not to. Anything else to throw into here? Doesn't look like it. So let's just keep you parameterized. There we go. Same deal I said for some of the other guys. When I need you, I need a lot of you, so let's just bump up that amount. Okay. Once you get placed, I'll see if I actually have all your ingredients or not, like I did for this guy. Ooh, I need boxed rails also. Okay, so let's go over here. I guess I need to go ahead and make you a parameterized blueprint. I think that's too many parameters, but we'll find out. And I guess I, strictly speaking, don't need to need to set them all immediately. Yeah, maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. I think it's just easier to copy and paste you. Yeah, let's just not. So this is going to be rails. And then request rails. Oh, it's just rail, my bad. The reason I'm not making a blueprint is because this is 8 long, and I never know 8 products at a time that I need to box. I always do, like, maybe 1 at a time. If anything, I might just do this, and then see if I can clear the recipes. Yeah, I think actually what I want to do is copy you, move you down like this way, and then just clear all of this and replace you with fresh boxes. And then clear all the inserters and replace them with fresh inserters. And then maybe copy that. There we go. Let's replace you actually with a boxing machine. There we go. Also, I believe these are outside of, yeah, for whatever reason you're outside of logistics range. Don't really know how I managed to do that, but let's just pop a relay in there. Okay, so I did need tier 3 pumps. So let's go ahead and get pumps in here, I guess. And maybe I'll keep a few less than 100 boxes of pumps. That seems a tad excessive. 50. Honestly, still excessive. Pumps are a little expensive. Let's go 20. The tier 3s. And we only really need them for something over here. I don't even remember what needed you. You need boxes of pump 3s. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to be using very many compressor 3s anytime soon, so I think I'm cool to just hold off on that for a minute. Okay, was there anything else new? Okay, I do have that one compressed recipe that I do actually want to go set up, the one for trace gas. And what's new in here? Oh, I can make androids! Okay, androids are actually really cool. Androids are really cool. Do I need to automate you, or should I just handcraft you? Okay, I need to automate you for late game. I need to automate you for late game. But not really for anything else. Oh, that's fine. What do I make you in? You're made in a nanofab. So let's get a nanofab. I'm not really sure where I want to do that. Maybe just like right over here. Nanofab, and you can just go here. Whatever. Oh, you're slightly bigger. Yeah, that's fine. Not like I'm going to be putting you into a supply depot. So you can just go down there. Purple this way. There we are. And let's say you're only on if we have less than, like, 10 androids. Even 10 is going to be quite excessive. But, you know, we're having fun today. Also, definitely want as much productivity on you as I can. Though we don't have those modules. We're pretty close. We are pretty close, actually. Okay. Making good progress on the module front. Yeah, okay. That's, I'll allow that. So I do want to come, now that we have the ability, and set this up. I started doing this earlier. So we now have compressed helium and compressed trace gas. So let's go ahead and set you up. So you can handle 240 a second. We make a little less than 240 a second. So we should make pretty quick work of these tanks. There's a lot of water in these pipes. Hopefully I'm managing that. You're also full. Why is this line full? Let's see, you should be pumping out. Let me see. Like, where does this even go? So, you're full. Okay, so that's, that comes in this way. I'm sure this water line is fed by this water line somewhere along the way. I just have to find where. Down this way it looks like. So, overflow. Maybe you should be overflow into a top-up. Maybe that would make this make a little more sense. Because I think we're gonna wind up backstopping this water line, and then things will stop working, and we will be sad. Even a top-up at 80%, honestly, I think seems sane. That's fine. We just, yeah, we just need to be careful about it. Anyway, that was for this area down here somewhere. You right here, residual separation. Okay. So once I have enough empty room, I don't want to void any of this trace gas, but I do want to start picking up these tanks before too long. And then once these tanks are out of the way, I will transition over to doing the compressed recipe. That's going to make compressed argon. That doesn't go anywhere. So I do store just regular argon down here, and I store compressed argon over here. So what I might do is, once I flip over to the other recipe, is I'll just have to reverse the compressing here. So I'm pretty sure. Okay, hold on. How do I go from compressed to non-compressed? I need a barreling pump. Okay. I could also just run you through a closed turbine. Looks like you run about... With the speed of a turbine too, I'm gonna guess that's probably about 100 per second, whereas this over here is 125 a second. So I don't really know why I wouldn't just use a closed turbine, even though it is slightly lossy. How lossy are you? So compressed is still 1 to 4 for argon. This makes... Yeah, you're like 2% loss or something. Who cares? So let's go ahead and just grab some turbines. I should be making closed turbine 3s at this point, which is 95% efficient. You have a crafting speed of 5.4, so yeah, you do, honestly, you're faster than a barreling pump tier 1. What's the speed on you? 2.5. You might even be faster than a barreling pump 2. Just, I really don't know why I wouldn't just go with one of these. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I could get the placement that wouldn't interfere with other things. If I bring the compressed line and connect into here, then I should have ample space. But even then, I really only have room for 2. I do kind of wish I could get a little more than that, but whatever. 2 is good for now, I guess. 2 is good for now. Okay. How's this? Okay, so let's go ahead and remove that. And hopefully that doesn't just avoid you. Because I didn't really see the contents in here move. If you pick this up by hand, usually it just pushes the contents into the other guys. Maybe it doesn't do that until a bot comes over and picks you up, though. Okay, it did look like it pushed it out. Because it was 10k and that pushed up past 11k. So let's go ahead and move all of those. Yeah, those guys are working pretty quickly. Oh, I didn't want to break the connection. Oops. Okay, what I can do is I can force these guys. Yeah, that's a mistake on my part. Go ahead and do that, I guess. Might even go ahead and do something like this. Just since I am going to be messing with this quite a bit. I do have the pipe, so the bots should be coming to place it. I don't know why, somewhere it says I'm missing a pump. Can't even imagine that. Yeah, missing pump 1. I don't even want to know what the problem is. I'm just going to make a couple pumps. Have fun, guys. Okay. I really expected they would have built that by now. Like, I see construction bots coming in, but they're just flying past. It does still show me missing a pump 1, so I might have to go craft a couple more pumps also. Come on, guys. Please? You're killing me. Like, seriously? Okay, we have a connection. Just a little more. There we go. Okay. Now let's replace that. Okay, so I can, I think, start working on this area now. So just as I did up there, I want to put a filtered pump down this way. They're going to be for compressed argon. Connect down this way. And I have this weird little snaky pipe right here. I think I'm going to replace you there. Honestly, I have plenty of compressed argon. Let's just get rid of that. That's fine. Then this can all go That separates this line from the argon line, and I do need to get that operational because argon is actually something that we use a good amount of. So that does count as disconnected. Let's get these recipes flipped, though that does mean I'm going to need compressed residual gas, which is going to make you compressed carbon dioxide. Yeah, so this is going to break some things for a little while. Okay, you just vent, so I don't have to worry about disconnecting you. This, let's just filter to carbon dioxide. There we are. And that way if I do put compressed carbon dioxide, I don't have to worry about it poisoning this line down here. And then nitrogen. So I just compressed nitrogen down this way, so I don't need to worry about you. Going up, you just get voided. That should work the same. Coming down, you go into this tank. I don't think anything requests nitrogen. I guess I can look. That's just venting nitrogen. That's producing nitrogen. Okay, I do request nitrogen down here, actually. Okay, I make a lot of excess nitrogen this way, and I just void it over here. I do have a road connection this way, so I could store nitrogen here, and I could store nitrogen over there, so I think I will go ahead and do that. Of course, I could also just decompress nitrogen over here and then store it. Honestly, that seems perfectly reasonable. Yeah, what if I... Okay, I am actively crafting you for some reason. Let's just go ahead and start breaking this connection over here. So you just get vented that way, that's fine. Compressed nitrogen. Compressed nitrogen. I already put you in a tank over there. Yeah, okay. It's quite a mess over here. So let's break this through there. Get an underground pipe this way. And then there's water there, so I have to move one in, come up this way. Okay, so you can connect there and there, that's fine. But I don't want to do it just yet, so let's break that. And then that is compressed nitrogen, yes. So what I can do is, over here, I can put a couple turbines. Even just 2 is fine. So that can be compressed nitrogen, and then nitrogen comes out this way. Then nitrogen can just come over here. Okay. Oh, cool. You're even covered by this substation. How nice. Okay, so we're all cool there. I can go ahead and break that. This connection is ready. Everyone's cool. We'll have to do something with the carbon dioxide pretty quickly. Everything else is ready to go. Okay. The air is going to be a problem. The air is going to be a problem. But let's go ahead and just start swapping everything over. Seawater and steam, huh? Don't know why you do that. Press, trace, and trace. Okay, I can actually also start working with trace gas. So compressed air makes compressed nitrogen, compressed residual, compressed. Yes, that is the one that I want. There we go. Okay, and it did keep your flips and everything. That's all cool. So, air filter tubes. Yeah, get a feeling you just gotta move, unfortunately. So, each of you takes 100 per second. So with a compressor tube, I could produce 120, which means I would need 5 to 6. So there's 33 here. So divide by 6 would be 6, and then times 5 is 30. So I basically need 30 compressors, so nearly 1-to-1. Yeah, let's go ahead and just move these air compressors. There we go. I'm gonna also probably rip up all these old power poles. And then I'm gonna get substations in here. Hopefully the substations can reach down to those pumps down below, but if not, then I'll just have to do something about it. There we go. So let's get some substations in here. Make sure I'm using the real grid. So that's these guys in here. There we are. And so, where were those pumps I was worried about? Okay, they get covered from below, so they should be a-okay. Alright, so that's all gonna get placed in. Let's get the compressors in here. So how much faster is a compressor? Crafting, you are substantially faster. You are substantially faster. Crafting speed of 8. Okay. Yeah, I would only need like 8 of you then. Yeah, let's just do that. That seems cleaner. So this break over here, let's go ahead and pick that up. So there's 15 on this side, and then I guess there's going to be 15. Okay, there's 18 on this side. So 18 takes 100 or 1,800. Compressed air. So you produce 520. So 3 isn't quite enough, so we would need 4. Oh, you don't fit. In which case, let's just put you over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Over here, there were 15. So 3 of you would be enough. Okay, there we go. Now I just need to get the air in place. So, with 3, that's 2,000. A single air filter 2 produces 150. I believe I'm making air filter 3s. I just don't know how many I make. So, you make 400. So, for every one of you, I need 5 of you, but I can add a speed module view. That makes you 20% faster. Ooh, I can actually add 2 modules to you. Really? Okay. That's 40% faster. Yeah, so that's going to be 1,600 extra, so that's 560 per. Does that do anything? Does that actually do anything? So I still need... I don't think the speed modules actually does anything. It just makes the math harder. Because 5 per is pretty easy, but if I do an extra 20%, then that makes it only 4 per, doesn't it? So like if I put just one module in you, I think that helps. Because then it's 420, or not 420, 20% faster, so it'd be 480. And then 480 times 5, or 480 times 4. That would be 1,600 plus another 240. Okay, actually, one more speed module does get me there. Actually, 2 tier 1s will do it, and that's a little cheaper, so what if I did that? So then, for each one, I only need 4 of you. So one... I'll probably do this vertically rather than horizontally. So... 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, you're gonna be in the way of the Roboport, though. Okay, you're off-grid anyway, so you're gonna go away. Goodbye. I will have to get power to these guys somehow, but... oh well, not my problem. It pipes into you, there you go. There we go. Okay, so that should be enough. I'm gonna wait for the bot to actually place them and put the modules in. Also, it looks like we don't have compressor 3s. Oh, I'll trust that the bots will be able to figure it out. There we go. So that should be able to supply enough compressed air for all of these guys to run. And let's go see why it's not producing them. Also get rid of that. Nope. Pump 3s. Because I don't have pump 3s. Okay. Pump 3s need pump 2s, which somehow I'm out of. Because I have no pump 1s. I do remember this, actually. It looks like pump 1s are only made in one place, and they might be belt-fed. I'm just gonna come up here and make more pump 1s. I don't even care to go diagnose the other ones. At this point, I'll just make another pump 1 crafter. We'll keep like 200 of those. There we go. Hopefully that should help out a little bit. Now, something that we should keep in the buffer chests, down this way, is motors. Let's go ahead and keep, motor tier 1s, because I already have motor tier 2s in a different buffer somewhere. I do produce motors in here, actually, so maybe that doesn't make any sense, but you know what? That just keeps a larger buffer of motor tier 1s, which it seems I don't have. Which tells me maybe that's something I need to make more of. So let's just grab a blueprint. Not you, not you. And let's make more motor tier 1. I'll even do, 2 of you. And then the other ones can just stay parameterized. There we go. And let's make sure we keep more than 2, and also set you to be the actual item and not a random recipe. There we go. And there we go. Also, as soon as you actually get modules in you, there you are. I do want to mark you to be upgraded. Okay, they should be bringing the products in. It does look like they are. And let's go ahead and upgrade your inserters. Just there. Have some preemptive upgrades. I'm sure you'll need it. Okay. Well, there's a little more motor production on the go. Let's see. No pump 3s. Hopefully that will help with pump 2s, though. And I make pump 2s, out of curiosity. I can make a couple. Let's just make like 50. Do I auto-trash pump 2s? No. In fact, I have a couple weird things on me that I probably don't need to just have on me. So let's see what I can do about that. Just some things I've accrued over time, I guess. Yeah, okay. That looks like most of my junk taken care of. Okay, that should be mostly cool. And let's give the bot some of those pump 2s. Still making a couple, so I'm not gonna take too much longer to finish those out. I do love the productivity on handcrafting. Like, just being able to get a bonus one every so often is very nice, very cool. Big fan of that. So let's see. You should be running. Yes, you are. Okay. And then that should come down to the boxes. That's rails. We don't have boxers. That is a fair point. Small assembler 2s. Can I just make small assembler 2s while I'm here? It would take yellow splitters. Of course I don't have yellow splitters. Oh, actually, you don't have yellow splitters either. Weird. Okay, you just need a plastic request. Yeah, because for some reason there's no plastic on the belt. There we go. Should be all you need. Okay. Okay, that's looking a little better. It should be bringing plastic in. Let's go ahead and just increase the buffer here by a smidge. And however much plastic I've got on me, you can have. Okay, so that should start making a few more of the medium, wherever you are, small assembler 2s, there we go. So with that running, I wonder if the other one's going to be running now also. Let's see. Yes, you are. Okay. So at least they are running. They only need 0.11. So that's 0.22 apiece. You make 0.51. Okay. So as long as you stay running, I won't have trouble keeping that going. And then you are running. Okay, how many am I missing? Down to 38. So, I mean, not the best, but it's getting there. Yeah, okay. We're getting somewhere. That's the best I can say. We're getting somewhere. I don't know where that pump 3 went. I guess air filter 3s. I am making, I am requesting a few of those, so... Yeah, those did all get placed. We're just now missing the compressors. Okay. I'll assume those will get placed before too terribly long. Hopefully. So once I have compressed air, let's go ahead and clear out the air from these lines and the nitrogen from these lines. Yes, all cool. That's the reverse of what I wanted to do. Let's connect you there. So that's going to be compressed nitrogen. You're going to make compressed carbon dioxide. I will have to deal with that somehow. And then the compressed residual gas. So argon's full. Let's go ahead and connect that for just a second. You're unhappy. I guess that's fair. Not really sure why, but sure, okay. Yeah, let's just grab a pump and put you somewhere in here, I guess. Maybe it's because you go into this tank. Yeah, maybe that's why. Okay, I think what I'll do then is I'll just put a pump there. This is for compressed nitrogen already, so let's do that. I'll just break this connection. And then we can underground this way instead. Roboport is right in the way. Is that a grid Roboport? No, it's not. Let's just get rid of you. And let's see, so you want to be there. You want to be there. There we go. Okay. Should be much better. I really don't need this tank anymore. Strictly speaking. Let's just get rid of you. That can go, no problem. In which case, I guess I don't even need this pump, really. Like, it's good for pipe extents, I suppose, but not exactly necessary. You come out, go in, yes, all cool. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Nitrogen is being voided from somewhere. Don't even know how, honestly. Like, where is nitrogen even coming from? I guess I have something else up above making nitrogen? Yes, I do. Okay. It is a bit of an issue, being that this is going to be compressed nitrogen now. Yeah, that is a bit of an issue. How much compressed nitrogen am I going to be making? 33 times 66. Of course it's 33 times 66. Okay. So a third of 100 times 2/3 of 100 would make two nights of 10,000? So let's say it's a fifth of 10,000, just close enough. So 20,000? Nope, 2,000. 2,000. So then I only need 4 tier 2 chimneys to vent all of my compressed nitrogen. So what if I just gave you a few extra? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Just barely works. Okay, beautiful. So you can connect in there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 can be for compressed nitrogen. There we go. Okay. Yes, this is not for power generation, this is just for whatever might be requesting nitrogen down here, and then I just void it off up that direction. I suppose I could put open turbines, if I really wanted to. If I were so inclined. I would have to move this one underground belt. That's acceptable. Yeah, let's do something like that, and then let's get some open turbines this way. Okay. And then one of these will just have a small pump on you. Maybe I'll even do all 3. Maybe just those 2. That's fine. And then you can be exhaust. You're all in range of the substation, all cool. So that should be more than enough nitrogen voiding. Let's see. Any of you? Literally any? No. Not yet. Okay. Let me see if there's anything I can do about it. Okay, you're just not keeping enough materials. Not really sure why. You should have plenty. Just looks like you don't, so let's increase you, I guess. There you are. I did the wrong one, I think. Get you back. This is the one that needs increasing. Oh no, actually, you're running just fine. I should have trusted myself. I was thinking... let me change this back and I'll describe. So I was looking at this, and I knew I was missing motors, and then motors are being made literally right next to it, and in my head I was like, oh, the motors are slow. I should have increased the one that's doing motors. Not exactly the case. Yeah, it looks like we just don't quite have enough motors for you. You take 0.7, and we're only producing 0.5 here, so we are relying on motors from elsewhere. But I should have enough, I would think. Does look like you're mostly keeping up, though. And let's see, you're still just missing pump 2s. At least small assemblers are running. Oh, we're good on boxes? We're good on boxers! Let's go. Okay. Yeah, pump 2s are kinda being made. We've literally never had a pump 3 delivered to that chest. Hydrology 2. Oh, we have well 2s now. Guess I'll go ahead and produce them. Do you also take pump 3s? Well. Yeah, can I do anything? I need motor 3s, pipe 4s. Okay, I can make a bunch of pipe 2s. That's the best that I've got for right now. Let me just handcraft a whole bunch of pump 2s. Yep, I guess I'll just stand there for the moment. So once those are online, I do still need to deal with the compressed carbon dioxide I'm going to be producing. I do like being able to vent it faster, that's good, but then starting down here, this does need to be a line of just regular carbon dioxide. So let me see how big a barreling pump is. I can just barely make that work. So connect you in. We're going to get rid of those. So carbon dioxide, there we are. At some point, I might even want compressed carbon dioxide, actually. Yeah, these guys down here wanted compressed carbon dioxide, didn't they? I think there was a recipe for it, at least. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a recipe down here that makes compressed carbon monoxide out of compressed hydrogen and compressed carbon dioxide. Go ahead and blow up those cliffs. I just don't like the way that they intersect the road there. The point being, I might even take a line of this compressed carbon dioxide down and just run it this way and end somewhere, just as a temporary line. I would first want the compressors in place, though. That would be really cool if we could go ahead and get that going. The compressed argon, we'll go ahead and put a line in over that way. And then connect you and in. Okay. So let's go ahead and change this recipe now. So this is residual separation. So compressed residual gas is the one that I want. And instead of water, you now output steam. That's not super cool. Yeah, not super cool. Okay, I do pump water up that way. Right. Let me just go ahead and break that connection, and this connection through here. Can I get a pipe this level? It does look like I can. A little tight, but it is possible. You are connected, right? Yes, you are. Okay. So let's move you down to here. You have to move over to this direction. Up here and in. Okay, so that gives me a water connection here. And just pipe up into there. And where did water used to be? Okay, so this is water here. There we go. Okay, so that restores the water connection at least. Go ahead and clear that pipeline. Okay. So this is empty now. This is going to be compressed. So let's get rid of all of this junk. Don't need any of that anymore. Need any of that anymore. There we go. And straight in. Okay. Oh, cool. Compressed argon. Go ahead and break that pipe. And I'm gonna guess that's counted as broken. So if I clear this, yes, it does not touch the tanks. Good. It does look like I might need to have an ability to vent, potentially, but I guess argon is my primary product out of here, so if argon fills up, I'm not that concerned about it. Make sure that steam connection's made. And as for the steam, I think what I'll do is I will put another fuel depot down. Just like right here. And then an overflow somewhere that just sends it into a venting turbine. Okay, you want a pump, that's fair. Oh, I've placed you in the wrong place. There's not a lot of good places to get at that theme, honestly. I might just put you right there, and if I need to expand you at some point, then I'll worry about it then. There we are. And there you are. And then maybe another line down here of exhaust turbines. Yeah, you produce very little steam, so let's make sure you're a small pump 1, actually. And this is overkill. Let's, there. I think that's fine. Okay. So you're connected. That is good. Oh, cool. Compressed trace gas, good. Will be producing compressed argon. You will be producing steam, which I will vent over there. And yeah, we should be cool. We do need these to be placed. You're working fine. We really just need the compressors. Okay, you're now missing Tier 4 pipe. Wonder where Tier 4 pipe is made. I believe that had to be made in small assemblers for bizarre reasons. We're missing titanium sheets. Okay. Why is titanium dead? Sodium? Sodium's dead? Okay. What a bizarre adventure this is. Wastewater is full. Why is wastewater full? Okay, sludge is full. I can't help but feel like there's probably supposed to be a dump there. Don't know how that got removed, but let's just put that back, I guess. Also, is there anything better I can do with this sludge? Weirdly enough, sludge has been kind of become a resource. Something I might do. How far am I from road? There's a road right down here. Bizarre, I acknowledge, but I might pipe some of the sludge over this direction and store it in case things need sludge in the future. Fluid depot, look around, there we go. And then somewhere with power. I would like to get a pump in here somewhere. Maybe I'll do it right there. There we go. Not that that helps tremendously, but I'm more comfortable with... Well, okay, maybe that is silly. Let's do that, and then just redo that. That way, pipe extent issues should not be an issue. And as soon as that's in place, that'll make room for sludge, which will make room for more wastewater, I think. Wastewater now has a proper outlet as well. Yeah, as soon as we make a little bit of room, things should unjam. Yeah, this is 800 a second. You're all 40 a second, so I don't actually know how much dumping I need to make sure this doesn't jam again, but hopefully that's enough. Everything does seem to be running now. If anything, we seem to be running low on seawater somehow. You also look to be missing something. Maybe when I put in the rails, somehow I did something that broke stuff over here? I don't really know. How strange. Well, this is running again, if nothing else. We have a depot of sludge filling up, hilarious. And sodium should begin flowing again soon enough. Looks like only the exhausts are running right now. Also, you are supposed to be exhaust, and you are supposed to be exhaust. Let's see, each one of you is able to do 450, so times 6. Well, times 2 would be 9, so that's going to be 2,700. Maybe ratio would be easier, so 2 of you is 450, so that's pretty much 1 of you. There's 10 on this side alone. That's going to require 5. Okay, and I need way more steam voiding, it looks like. Way more, okay. Let's get a small pump in here. How is... Okay. For some reason I've used power poles when I was building this. Let's go substations. Unfortunately, this is the one, I remember now, where the grid is slightly off place, which is just awesome. But yeah, I think that only is for this area over here, so this should be proper grid, which is why you have turbines on you. In fact, let's go ahead and upgrade your turbines, just since I'm over here. Might as well. Okay, so as long as all of these turbines are running, we're fine, but clearly that's not always the case. You produced... Okay, so you're also about 2 to 1, so that means I need about 24. I have 1 extra. Yes, so 10 of these can stay as regular. Not even this full line. Okay, here's a fun idea. What is the length on you? 23 versus 15. So what I'm thinking is, let's get rid of that there. Okay, I have to delete you, then place you. Okay, so that gets you to here. Fair, I guess. Let's do that, make you exhausts, because primarily your purpose is to get rid of the steam. I don't have tier 4s, so that is a bit of a mistake, I guess. Okay. Yeah, that's not any better. That's pretty much exactly what it was before. Oh well. Fair enough. Let's make sure all of you are exhausts. Then I'll do the same thing down here. And that just pushes the ones that are not exhaust further to the left. And how many over here? 1. Okay, so if I just do 1 extra exhaust turbine, and then I guess for symmetry reasons I can just do a couple extra. There we go. Now I can come in here, put down a pump. Let's go pump 3. As long as I have a pump 3. I'm missing a pump 3, of course I am. Can I make a whole bunch of pump 2s again? Yes, I can. Kinda feel like I already did this a second ago, but I don't actually have anything in my inventory to give the bots, so maybe I didn't. Could have sworn I did something like that, but oh well. Fine. Pump 3 needs you, which needs titanium still. Okay. Well, let's see. Did I manage to fix or horribly break titanium? Horribly break, it looks like. Though I do have salt coming down now. Okay, you are connected. And you are able to get rid of most of your steam, it looks like, as long as those are running. At least enough to keep some of this running. Yeah, you are full on steam. So this pipe is not full on steam. So what gives? Okay, this pipe is full on steam. Wait, why are you on top up? There. That doesn't make any sense. Let me just make sure that's correct. Yeah, okay, so steam's just pumped down here. The only exit for this steam is this direction. I keep this line on top up 20%, but it gets the first dib to this steam, so that shouldn't really matter. And you're overflow anyway. Yeah, okay. So those definitely can just be normal pumps. And then you do have the capacity to pump, so this should be capable of voiding everything if these turbines shut off. I just need you to actually get placed. Though, that shouldn't be too long now that salt is partially restored. There should be something coming to pick up this sodium stack. And as long as they're taking the sodium to titanium, then I will get a little more titanium, and they are. Look at that. So that'll begin making a little extra titanium, and then that should come in and make a little extra titanium sheet, because all the other titanium products are completely full. Yeah, we could have a little more titanium plate, it looks like, but it is mostly titanium sheets we are missing. Yeah, all the titanium is coming in. It should be made into titanium plate, and then hopefully some of that gets made into titanium sheet. Okay, very little. It does kind of look like we're going to fill up this first. I do need titanium plate. Don't get me wrong. But maybe I'll do something like this. I think that's only fair, really. Okay, they're bringing in a little more sodium, and with it we'll make a little more tungsten. Or not tungsten, titanium. Let's see, it is steam. It's full now. What if I just stand here and start voiding this a little bit? To allow you to run some. Oh yeah, look at the salt go. So hopefully that's going to give me enough titanium to get this pump 3 up in here. Because I don't really want to do this for too terribly long. There we go. So hopefully that's enough. Maybe I'll also clear that line, since that clears at 49,000 at a time. Oh yeah, that fills up real fast. Why is there salt in here? How did I wind up with... Oh, I forgot. When titanium runs, I wind up with salt up there. Okay. That's fine, that's fine. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, now we've got plenty of sodium. Plenty, plenty. Okay. You only have 2 trucks. You should probably have more than 2 trucks. I guess 2 trucks is fine for you. And I guess I'll go ahead and give you a bonus truck as well. Okay. Well, that should allow titanium to be running a little faster. Let's see. Okay, we do have pump 3s running. Very nice to see. Okay. Now, of course, there are lots of things that are requesting pump 3s, unfortunately. Have we made literally any of you? No, we have not. Well, I guess that makes sense. We've made literally none of you, so... fair. We aren't making chemical plant. Why are we not making chemical plant? We're making chemical plant 1s. Pretty sure chem plant 2s are right in here. There we are. We don't have distillery 2s. Pretty sure that's in here somewhere. Let's just zoom out and search for it. Missing small tank 1s, which are made from medium tank 2s. Yep. So, medium tank 2s, huh? Well, you're being produced. I guess I'll go ahead and keep a higher buffer of you. Interesting. Maybe I just need to make more. So, medium tank 2. Medium tank 2. And just keep a stack. Yeah, you also take boxes of pump 3s, so we're gonna need quite a lot of pump 3s for too long. Let me find the salt area though, because we're still missing single pump, and of course it is this one. Let me just sit here and spam the void button for a little while. And that does kick everything into the high gear, it looks like. Like, yeah, fine, sure. You have no logistics range? I just noticed, like, I don't think that matters. I do just think it's weird, though. Yeah, there's a good little pocket right here that doesn't have anything. Why are you misplaced? Like, hold on. Yeah, what? What happened? Okay, hold on. Let me come up like this way. Just grab a square. So these guys are good. These guys are good. Top left is good. But somehow further to the left is not. Okay, I guess that's just where the grid breaks. Whatever. I'm not gonna focus too heavily on it. Let's see if I can't get just like a relay in here or something. Yeah, that works. That fills in the space just fine. Just keep them running, keep the salt flowing. More salt means more titanium, and more titanium means more chance that this single pump gets placed. Okay, someone's coming out to build the pump. I am overjoyed. That means I can stop worrying about it. And let's go look at some of the other things that I've got going. So I still don't have the compressors, but again, that's going to be tier 3 pumps. Those are running, though, so that's good at least. As long as they're running, then it will get done eventually. We are limited still by this pipe, which is limited by titanium, but again, that's just a problem that will have to sort itself out. Yeah, as soon as that pump gets placed, will be cool. I mean, I'll help as much as I can until it gets placed, but for the time being, there is not much I can do. Just gotta wait on some construction bot somewhere to come down and get it in. But okay, let's move on. I've had no research going for quite a while now. I'm gonna go ahead and just queue these random researches here. Mining prod would be cool. Phosphorus processing, probably a good thing to have. Lithium processing sounds cool, but like something I'll need to pay attention to. So let's just get those on the go. And then we have these 2 checkpoints. So make an android and produce helium. Okay. I believe I started android production. Let me go double check and see if that ever actually went anywhere, but I think that should have made. No, of course not. We don't have a nanofabricator. Don't have a nanofab. Okay, fair enough. Let's go see exactly what I need for that. I'm still missing 127, and probably most of those are missing because I don't have tier 2 chem plants, which I never thought would be an issue. You're missing tier 2 distilleries. I do remember looking at that. Tier 1 distilleries I have plenty of, but I only keep 10 in stock. Keep a little more than that. Let's go map view and distillery. Oh yeah, you're made in a large guide on this way. You're missing small tank 1s. Oh, I remember, because I was missing tank 2s. Well, let's stop here and go see how tank 2s are doing. You should be running. You are. Well, if this one's running, I can't imagine my other one isn't running. So I don't really understand what gives. You make 0.15. So I should be producing 0.30 altogether. You consume 1.3 small tanks. Okay. Small tanks can consume 0.27. Does anything else use you? Like anything that I might be actively producing right now? Maybe compressor 1s or combustion chambers? Yeah, okay, I mean, maybe I just need to make more tanks. I'm not that opposed to the idea. Also, I could just start upgrading things. Wonder if I have that many. Well, it's not yelling at me yet. So let's go ahead and do that as well. And maybe I'll start upgrading some of the smalls over here. And things like modules. Okay, not yelling at me yet. How about now? Okay, now I'm missing a few, so let me slow down there. I will mark these four. That's what made me think about it. I noticed that these were different tiers over here. Should get made. And once they are placed, I should be able to put even more modules into them. There we go. Even if it is just one extra, it's still one extra, so helps a little. All of these as well. There we go. Okay, it's actually not even yelling at me about modules. I guess I actually have those. I'm not sure why I did productivity here. Unless I was worried about speed. But let's go ahead and make them the regular productivity there. Maybe it was speed, in which case I'll just do another blueprint of you. Let's go small. We'll just do a couple more blueprints of tier 4 pipe. Yeah, I mean that's all that was over here. What else could I maybe do? I don't know. I kind of feel like I should probably do one of the modules or something, but I could also just leave you parameterized. Didn't really mean to leave map view there. Go ahead and upgrade you. There we are. Yep, we're missing a small as well now. Okay. Wait, how can we be missing a small? That's what I thought. They were all placed. Those are definitely the only ones I was trying to place, so wasn't really sure how one could be missing. And we are now missing modules as well. Okay. I mean, that's fair. That's kind of what I was building to, just until the point I needed to stop. So, how far did that get me? I didn't get much of this first block done, but I did get the entirety of the new blocks done, which is cool. Yeah, that should help with my speed issues just a smidge. Though again, most of my issues aren't speed related, they're just that I'm not actually producing. Including the small tank. So, I will go ahead and mark these to be upgraded, of course. So that as the upgrades come in, I can just put them down. Then the same with the modules. Okay, oh cool. You're marked, and I don't want you to be. There you go. Alright, so all that's going to be going. All these also can get marked. You not so much for speed reasons, but so that I can put more modules in you, which is nice. There we go. And those are pretty much all the ones that I care about right now. I do, of course, have the entire factory down here that can be upgraded at some point. It's just these are the ones that I care about for right now. Mostly just because all this stuff is the parts that are harder to expand. This stuff I can generally just build more if I need more, but this is a little tighter. Yeah, missing like 90-something tier 3 assemblers, but they will get made. Okay, I also apparently have 3 foundries somewhere marked for upgrade. I was trying to be pretty careful about that, but I guess I nicked a couple somewhere. No idea where that could be. Not you. Yeah, I have no idea where it's trying to place Foundry 3s. Can I, like, single those out? No, not you, not you. I'm just looking at the top to see what entities it's listing. Yeah, it's just somewhere in this block. Okay. Well, thanks for narrowing it down, game. I guess as I place the assemblers, I will eventually be able to find it. So, let's just allow the bots to continue working through that. And let's see what I need for you. So, you need literally all of your new inputs. So, you just literally don't work at all. You even don't even have one of your inputs. You need glycerol. That's methanol. I don't think I actually request... Okay, glycerol's up here. And there you are. Okay, so I don't have any glycerol. Maybe I just don't put it in a tank. We'll have to see, I guess. So, you're missing glycerol. Oh, fatty acids are running. Okay. You're missing glycerol. Okay. How does that make sense? Fatty acids are being produced, they're entering the pipe, coming into here, but I don't see them anywhere. Unless maybe they're being pumped all the way to the end. For some reason. Yeah, oh no. Let's just say fatty acids are kind of technically working, I guess. So wait, methanol. You're missing an underground. Yep. Okay, everywhere that I have a pump, that looks to be broken. Oh boy. Wish I'd noticed that a little earlier, but I'm glad I noticed now at least. Yeah, before I had like 400 of these. So now that I have a few done, let's just copy back a ways. There we go. Oh, and that gave me a couple extra anyway. Maybe I don't even want those to be placed. Let's just get rid of that. There we go. have enough missing nanofads as it is. Let's not exaggerate the problem. And let's go see if glycerol is being put into a tank anywhere. I don't actually remember where glycerol is being produced. Okay, glycerol is produced over here. No, you're just now put directly into explosives. Okay. Let's upgrade this underground to a tier 3. A 19 as opposed to 15. That gives me 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, unfortunately you need to be just a little more. Well, I'm not making much of this stuff right now anyway. So let's do... Well, okay, I have to delete you and then replace you in order to get the guide to work correctly. But that does work, and then that allows me to just extend the road a smidge, and then I can have a... Well, I guess I don't even need to extend the road. I can just put a supply here. So, fluid depot, right there. I just have to get you out somehow. I can just underground this belt, I guess. Like so. Put you there, and snake you in. It's not beautiful, but it works. I could have also taken a pipe down from this way, but this one just makes more sense. It also keeps the pipe extents lower. Not that I'm super stressed on those. 17 out of 144, but you know. Efficiency for the sake of efficiency. Also, I'm producing 23 glycerol per second. I'm assuming I'm going to need quite a lot more than that. Yeah, quite a lot more than that. So, what can I do about that? Not a whole lot. For starters, I'll increase the amount of trucks you're allotted. You need sodium hydroxide. Yeah. Those inserters are not going to cut it. But let's do something like that. You're in range of this substation anyway. Go ahead and begin upgrading this to blue belt because I'm gonna need it. And honestly, can I lower this entire thing 1 square? I should be able to. Yes, I should be able to. Without too much issue. Actually, I guess then I can just do that. And honestly, why not just make you pipe at that point? Okay. So that should still connect down here. Yes, it does. You connect down here. Yes, you do. You connect in. And you connect in. Okay. Oh, cool. We should have all of those things. We are, of course, still missing... Ooh, that is a problem. We're missing... Yeah, we're missing the chemical plant 2s. So I'm probably not going to be able to replace those. When they got picked up, they probably immediately got used for something else. Oh well. Such is life. Let's grab you. Do you just tile directly? Yes, yes you do. Okay. So I have no idea how much of this I'm going to need. I'm just gonna go ahead and start extending you out, though. Let's leave room here for a couple pumps. Also, your blueprint is broken. Once again, glad I noticed before I placed like 600 of them. Okay. Good. Pumps. So you go there. We can have a pump here and there. And then underground again there. Then exact same down this way. There we go. And that should all just work. So if I grab you, yes, does look like that's all cool. Okay. Yep, should be good. So the first block, I did 18, and you're 14. What if I go ahead, actually? Oh, I didn't mean to undo. That back. Let's cut this. Move you back a smidge. Reason being, I would like to actually do an even 20 first. Let's not get overzealous here. Just grab you. And 2 more. There we go. Now I can place you in. Perfect. Okay. And of course, I am going to need roboports and such over here as well to help with build range and all. And how many's here? 14. Okay. Let's grab 6. There we are. And then I'll put another little square right here, just to help with aligning the pumps. And then if I decide I need even more than that, then I can just keep on going. Shouldn't be too much of a problem at all. You, of course, do need output, and you do need input, including your inserters. I don't know how you got to be so wrong. There you are. Okay. Oh, cool. Let's leave it at that. And yeah, we definitely don't have the chemical plants, unfortunately. Maybe that's something I can help with somehow. Still waiting on mostly small tank 1. Where are small tank 1s? Okay. So I can make just so many small tank 1s. So let's just start throwing those into the system and seeing if I can't help things out a little bit. Okay, now you're waiting on heat pipes. Also, your inserter is slow. I'm sure all of these inserters are slow. You didn't need to be there. So I'm just gonna upgrade all of you. There we go. You can go ahead and be upgraded to 10 times, sure. Just since it seems like you're causing problems. It actually seems like you have ingredients in the chest and just still can't quite get placed. So, have a blue inserter. Oh man, even with a blue inserter. Okay, you just genuinely don't have tanks. There. You work now. Okay, now it looks like you're able to keep up. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Also, let's increase that amount. Just a little bit. Probably a good idea. Probably a good idea for you too. If I ever need more electrolyzers, I'm probably going to need a fair few more electrolyzers. Same over here. You're probably fine. Let's increase you for like 3 stacks. Nanofabs, now that you are an ingredient in things, let's keep way more of you. You're very expensive, but you are used in physics research, as well as the Fab 3 tool. I do make those. Let's keep like 100 of you. You also seem to be pretty much exclusively very slow recipes, so typically when I need you, I need a lot of you. You also look like your inserter needs an upgrade, so honestly, let's just upgrade you too. With as many bots are over here, I'm surprised I don't see more charging happening right there, but let's go ahead and add some more charging abilities. Maybe down that way too. And something like over there. There. Just helping out a little. Tier 2, just making sure. Okay. Upgrade these roboports for faster charging, and maybe add some chargers on this side as well. Again, just helping out a smidge. Yeah, let's leave it at that. So, where are the things down to now? Okay, apparently I didn't have that many tier 2 chargers for some reason. Missing now over 200 of those modules, which is just crazy to me. We're still missing over 50 tier 2 chem plant 2s. Don't understand how. Though I guess I did just go place a whole bunch. We're missing 87 nanofabs, and yeah, you take a lot of chemical plants, so we really do need the chemical plants to speed up a bit. Keep a bigger buffer of you for when you are finished. Okay, we do need things. So, one-way valve, distillery 2, chemical plant 2. Or, chemical plant 1. Interesting, interesting. Let's see if I can't just place a square of those things. So, let's see. Chemical plant 1. I need a one-way valve with the better recipe. Chemical plant 2 and distillery 2. Okay, I can't make a distillery 2, but that takes a large assembler, but that's fine. Wait for those to get placed, and then I'll upgrade the modules in them. Assuming I have them. Missing 22. Okay. Maybe I'll go ahead and unupgrade you. Okay, I'm missing 4 of those anyway. So I guess it didn't make any difference. what are you missing? I sure do have you. Don't know what you're on about. I certainly am not missing 4 medium assemblers. I don't know what you're on about. They're literally right there. Yep, okay, they realized soon enough. So they're coming to place them. Eventually! Oh god, come on, bots. You got this. I believe in you. I thought I upgraded you. Did I not just come through and upgrade all of these guys? I was sworn I just did that. Maybe I upgraded those. Okay, that makes sense. Where are these construction bots coming from? I swear they're flying in from, like, another game. They're not even on the map. Look, there is one. Nope, you were just bringing the modules. Like, what? Seriously, where are they even coming from? I wonder if I have any assemblers on me. Doesn't look like it. I do have pump 2s. I can go ahead and chuck those at the bots. Just for fun, can I make them? No, you take splitters. Of course you would take splitters. Why wouldn't you? Oh, okay, I saw construction bots that were yellow right there, so they must be coming up to build now. Okay, 1 was placed, 2 was placed, and 3 was placed. Very nice, very nice. Now we just have to wait for them to place the modules inside, which hopefully shouldn't be too long. There's 1, there's the other, waiting on number 3. I'm sure they're coming. We're not missing that tier of modules, so they'll be here eventually. Okay, there's 2 construction bots there, there's a 3rd. Surely they're coming to do something. There we go, okay. Now they're all fully marked, ready to go. Go ahead and upgrade the inserting inserters. And maybe increase your limit a bit. Since these are things I clearly need in great abundance. Also, you are broken. You are the wrong thing. Glad I came in here to check. One-way valve. And yeah, we'll keep 200 of you easy. That's fine. Keep like 100 of you, why not? And another 100 of you. Okay, at least those are running. So I'm gonna run back to my usual little spot, because somehow I wound up standing over there, but that's fine. How is this guy? You're not running because you still don't have small tanks. But we still don't have medium tanks. Okay. Medium tanks are waiting on tier 1 tanks. I swear I just built more tier 1 tanks somewhere. Let me come over here though and see what you got. You are running. Wonder if that's still my only tier 1 tank. Okay, that is still the only tier 1 tank, so I think it is high time I just make another. So I think I'm going to finally upgrade one of my blueprints here. let's put you there, but parameterize you. So you're 0. Let's say this time you're 1. That way 0 and 1 are paired together and 2 and 3 are paired together. Also, let's change things up just so I'm not confused when I come through here to check on things. So you're 2, and then 2. Change you to 3. What? There you are. You become 3 and 3. Okay. Go ahead and change these to 15 and 15, just at a minimum. Okay, and let's update the blueprint. So normal mall. Oh, and the inserters. Oh, inserters are already updated. Okay. So everything looks good. Parameter. You're all set correctly, but I think instead of half a stack, I now want to default to 2 stacks whenever I make something. Yep, looks cool. 0, 1, 2, 3. And yes, good. Okay. And save. That way, now I can just come in here and pop you down without having to upgrade you and mess with you too terribly much. So, let's see. Tanks are going to be in here. What's your crafting time? Just out of curiosity. 6 seconds compared to 10 seconds. Okay. I already have 2 assemblers making tier 2 tanks, so I shouldn't need to worry about you too much. You take 5 seconds. Okay, let's just go ahead and do that. And something else to just throw in here. What would be a nice to have? What is consistently running? Maybe doesn't look like the pipe assemblers are running anymore, so it would be a waste to focus on them. Assemblers are running, but that's only because I just went and upgraded everything, so this is probably the highest demand assemblers are ever going to have. Not really sure. What all do you need? Sensors, labs... Maybe just another thing making sensors wouldn't be terrible. Seems somewhat reasonable. If I'm going to be increasing demand of things that take sensors that much, I might as well start producing a few more sensors just preemptively. You still need more tanks. Okay, I mean, that's all I can do is just make more, I guess. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. How are we coming along? So we're down to 77 abs. We have not budged on the chemical plants at all. Nearly done with the assemblers. Don't have the turbines for some reason. I don't know what's eating a whole bunch of turbines, but something is clearly eating a lot of turbines right now. It could be bots. Yeah, it could be bots, because the logistics bots at the very least have grown pretty significantly since I last looked at it. Does look like we're now venting the compressed nitrogen. Very good. It is compressed nitrogen that we are full on, unfortunately. So we definitely need these guys built. Might even need to extend this up a little bit. Let me grab a vertical length right here of the power poles and riboports, just to see where this would line up. Okay, kind of what I thought. You'd want to be right inside that guy. Just because I would really like to extend this up, make it easier to get more of these guys in here. But I can't really do a full grid. And if I can't do a full grid, a proper grid, then I will just use regular power poles. It is a shame, but oh well. Anyway, what I'm gonna do is move these up a few. I don't know where they're gonna wind up belonging. Move you up 1, 2, how many are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that way I can get another couple of these guys in here. And then I will have the venting ones up this way. So you still have power. I just need to get power poles for these guys. That is a power pole 1. Okay, once again, I have to delete you, then place you, in order to get the ghost building guide. So those shouldn't take too terribly long to get built in. Should be relatively fast, if anything. You produce 66 a second. That is quite a lot, considering I have 33 of you. So 66, each one of you can do 5, I think? Yeah, almost perfectly 5. So I need about 7 of these guys running. So with only 5 exhausts, in theory, depending on how power is, I might actually back up on compressed nitrogen. Interesting. So maybe I do actually need to move this down. And then copy you down here. Because that'll give me 7 exactly. Okay. So that should be better. Yeah, still trying to make a lot of things, it looks like. Never would have imagined small tank 2s would be the bottleneck here. Okay, you actually are running so fast. Probably would be different if you actually had your modules, but you're running so fast that a simple purple inserter cannot keep up. So let's get you upgraded. Eventually. I'm sure eventually you'll get upgraded. There you go. Okay, now let's see if you run full time. Oh, you know it. Okay. Much better. Now you're missing steel sheet. I mean, it's being brought in. I do have steel sheet in the buffer chest, don't I? Steel sheet, yeah. You're kind of running out though, so maybe I just need to increase the amount. You also are looking a little shy. Let's bump you up. Most other things look like they're doing fine, though. Could also be production, maybe. I was assuming this is transport speed. On the way, plenty of gears. Plenty of sheets. Okay, so it is just transport speed. That's what I figured it was. Once again, pump 2s have died somehow. Don't ask me. Pump 1s are good. We have plenty of pump 1s now. Let me see about pump 2s. I think I vaguely know where a pump 2 is. There you are. Missing rubber. Missing rubber. That should be something in here. I don't think I'm buffering that. Looks like 200 plastic is not enough, so let's increase that. Do I have plastic? Hold on, I just had a thought. I'm not bringing in plastic on one of these guys, and I definitely should be. So let's do that. Plastic right there. Have to wait for you to get placed before I can set your settings, of course. Same old, same old. Come on, guys, let's go. Really? No one wants to place it. Okay. They're acting like I have just absolutely no construction bots available or anything, when I have over 1,000 just ready to go. Maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe I should keep some construction bots ready to go. As I upgrade to tier 3 though, that would get annoying. Over here, what I can do... Let me do... current logi, though you're not really important. And... current construction. There we go. Sure. So then that'll keep some construction bots here always ready to go. I think I'll do the same over there and over there. Actually, I don't want you here because this is where I load bots into the network and you only have 3 slots. So let's not do that. I don't want to take up 2 of them with a mandatory request. That seems a little bit silly. Why are no logistics bots coming? I have plenty. I have plenty. I don't know. Whatever. Sure. Good. Can't fathom. Okay. No trucks. Oh, you finally got built. Okay, full stacks only. Let's keep like 5 trucks in there. I think we're relatively close to where plastic is produced, so that should be good. This is a request, not a buffer. I wanted a buffer. Well, hey, we have construction bots close now. I mean, that was a lot better. You gotta admit, that was a lot better. Okay, so that should get placed. Allow logistics. And then with that, we don't really need to request plastic into here anymore. We can turn that off. And I probably should do the same thing over here, but for rubber. And then once I've done that, I don't need to request rubber into here either. We are, of course, slowly running out of space for all of these buffer depots, but it's the best option I have right now, and I don't think we have that many more raw resources that I'm going to need to produce later. Okay, everything looks good now that it's been placed. It'll send trucks in, and then we just need fuel. so I think I can probably go ahead and turn off rubber requests as well. Yeah, that'll get sorted out soon enough. So, I guess as we've been placing the nanofabricators, the number of required modules has been growing steadily. We have no efficiency tier 2s because we have no green circuits. That's concerning. Let me go check the green circuit build, because we certainly should. Silicon wafers. Silicon wafers are dead. Why would silicon wafers be dead? Where on earth are silicon wafers? Oxygen? You have no oxygen. What? Where has your oxygen been coming from this whole time? Because I'm sure it's not this single electrolyzer. You take 0.75. So at 92, let's just say 100. So that would be 75 oxygen a second. Okay, you do actually produce enough. You also do take hydrogen. Interesting. So somehow the balance on this changed. Okay. I guess I need a way of just venting hydrogen. Let's just come in here, small pump, overflow, and just vent. Should be plenty enough. Yeah, should be plenty. Of course, it'll take them a while to fly all the way out here and get this loaded, but what can you do? Okay, that wasn't too bad at all. Continue upgrading just random roboports as I come across them. I'm watching this because I'm curious, and oh, it definitely isn't. I was like, there's no way that one inserter is enough, right? And it definitely is not. So, down and down, up and up. There we go. Oh, and okay, you're already good. Never mind. Also, why are you in underground? I do have red belt. Yeah, just making sure. I've tried to do this too many times and wound up breaking something. Yeah, you're capable of taking more oxygen than I produce. You should definitely have some sort of conditional thing on you. So let's say overflow. 80's a little excessive. So honestly, this is an isolated system. This oxygen is only for these guys. Why not an overflow of 80? Why not? Yeah, okay. You need power. That's unfortunate. What if I just upgrade you? Nope, that's silly. Don't do that. You would literally only be be there to power that one pump, and that just seems excessive. You literally were never finished, so let's finish you. Okay, and then this is all running again. Very good. Oh, look at it go. Okay. Much better. So green circuits should be kicking back to life any moment now. If I could find them. There we go. Yeah, you're just missing wafers. And you have 7 trucks of wafers about to come in, so I think you're going to be A-okay. I should probably do a resource check. I know you're running low. Your belt's been sparse for a while. Let's see. Where does this go? What are you used in? Okay, a lot of yous coming in here to help avoid some of the chlorine. Lime is moving pretty good though. I do go through a good bit of lime. It also looks like I'm throughput restricted here. So let's go ahead and upgrade you. So left and left. Or that was right and right. This one's left and left. Oh, cool. Okay, so you're still doing all right. We are, it looks like gravel limited, which is not ever what you want to see. Okay, this is just backed up. You're not running at full uptime though, because your inserters are still yellows. So let's deal with that first. And then if it still doesn't work, we'll look into other solutions. Okay, how many can you take in? 2 per second. So a purple should be able to do 2 per second. That shouldn't be any issue. Yeah, it does look like you're able to stay up at full time. Only just barely though, so I think 2 per second might be exactly what a purple does. Okay, we are clearing the backlog now. We're getting there, I think. Maybe, probably, potentially. It does feel better. Okay, yeah, so it's not making it to the end of the belt anymore. Like, there's a pretty big backlog, though. Pretty big backlog. Where does this go? Okay, so we could be sending more sand up that way. The reason I'm looking at that is because this recipe actually produces less mineral dust, so we have to do less avoiding. So I'd actually prefer to use this one, and while it does have priority access to the gravel, this one, once it starts producing, I just realized has priority output access. Or at least it merges, so maybe not priority, but like, this running does cause this running to be slower, which is not really how I want it to be. I can kind of do something about that? Not really, though. So what if I just went ahead and broke all of this? Yeah, that's rough. I can get that in here. Okay. I can redo you to there. So, yes, this is going to break everything for just a minute. No, I don't really care too much. So, red splitter right there. In you go. And down you go. And then you just come out. Okay. So that frees up all of that room over that way. Let's go ahead and break this, since we don't really want to be going that direction anymore. And then just break you, and then you can come down this way. Okay. That wasn't terrible. And then with this here, I will just priority input from this lane to ensure it can always run, because it gives me sand, which is a useful product, and it produces less mineral dust, which I then have to spend resources to void. I just do wish the bots were able to get down here a smidge quicker. Upgrading the roboports, of course, won't allow the bots to get down here quicker, but if there's ever a swarm of bots down this way, it does allow them to charge up a little quicker. Always just a nice little... excuse me. Nice little treat for the bots. I think I will take a sip of water now. That's one of those things about streaming for multiple hours at a time, especially someone who has allergies, such as I. Speaking for prolonged periods of time can be a little rough on your throat. I love this one little zigzag hole that technically has to be here. There's not really anything I can do about it. What I can do, I guess, is that. And maybe even... Does that feel better? Maybe. Maybe a smidge better. Anyway, that does seem to have gotten through some of the backlog, at least. It does feel better. Oh yeah, the backlog from this direction. The gravel has been churned through. And now we're getting through most of this gravel in here and turning what we can into sand. Very nice. Okay. So we still have a large stone backlog, it looks like. Oh no, the backlog might be gone. Let's see. It's hard to say. I think that might just be throughput limits. I wonder what would the effect be if I just upgraded that little bit right there. Yeah, you're outputting like 4 items a second. I think I would probably have to increase the tier of the inserters first. You take almost 4 items a second in also, so let me also upgrade those. Well, okay, granted, you did have 2 inserts, so maybe 2 purples. Or, 2 blues is a little excessive. So I do have a calcite unloading station. Maybe I should start looking for a calcite mine. So if I zoom out a bit, where is calcite? Yeah, I have calcite there. Most convenient location is these 2 over this way. so let me see what I can do to get over that way. Okay, so if I grab my rail book, grab a T intersection, so I could replace this area right here. Some of the signals are going to be wrong. Just how it goes. Let's get rid of you. And yeah, that's fine. Well, that seems okay. So, back to you. Let's grab a straight piece. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The blueprint's not quite right. The blueprint doesn't quite work, unfortunately. But I haven't bothered going in and fixing it yet. And at this point, I doubt I will. Let's grab you. Just pop you in there. And where am I trying to get to? Right there. Okay, so I do need a couple more straights, but maybe I can start looking at how far you need to be. Okay, so I do want the station to be... It'll wind up probably about here, it looks like. So maybe just a couple more straights in this direction. Yeah, it'll take the bots a little bit of time to get over there and get that placed, especially since they're going to try and fly diagonal this way and run out of charge pretty quickly. I might even, just to help them out, run like a little bit of grid roboport coverage this direction. Just so they have some charging opportunities on the way. That's about the most kindness I can show them here. Maybe go ahead and get a radar over here as well. Can't build in fog of war. I know. I tried. Okay. So radar over there. We'll let them work on that for a little bit. How are things over here coming? Okay, we finally have all the nanofabs placed. Finally, okay. So why don't I have products? This is the wrong place. Okay, so you don't have amino acid, methanol, or phosphoric acid, but I'm also not requesting those, so that's not a big shock. You are producing. Okay, so we have amino acid. What? What? Oh, you're an underground. That's why it's not working. Okay. I was so baffled for just a second. Like, what do you mean? Okay, well, anyway, that's working. You need propene. You should have propene. Wait, what? Okay, we just need more propene. Understand? Understandable, okay. So, let's see. Up in this area somewhere, this is where those things are made. Okay, they are running. Mostly. Mostly. Okay, propene is backed up over here, so you're not exiting correctly. Wait, what? This pump has ethylene in it. I think the easiest way to... Well, no, that could be a catastrophe. Let's just pick the pump up and replace it. Yeah, that's really the only way I see that working. So once that gets picked up and replaced, all of this should just start working. What is the middle one here? Ethylene. Okay. Okay. I mean, good. Sure. So these guys are making compressed carbon dioxide. Compressed carbon dioxide apparently can't be vented. Okay, there we go. Much better. Okay. You are decreasing. Yes, okay, so we can deal with that capacity. It's a little close, but we can deal with it. Very good, very good. Okay, everything is pumping away. Everyone's all cool. Don't know why you have a weird little kink, but I guess I'm not bothered enough to actually fix you. So these guys are running full time. Yes, you are. We are succeeding in burning off the tiny amount of steam that you produce. Compressed argon is getting stored and turned into regular argon. I could just have another closed turbine over here. But, you know, that always has the possibility of breaking. That's why I buffer so much regular argon. I mean, I had these in place, but that's why I kept them, in case power is not cooperating at some point. That's why anywhere I do something like this up here for voiding, I always make sure I also have exhaust, just in case. And in this particular case, it does look like I actually need them. Yeah, see, these are not running. Okay, so I have both the carbon dioxide and compressed carbon dioxide, which means I should be able to come down to something down this way and start changing recipes. So let's change you. Over here. So you take compressed carbon monoxide, and water. Yes, so you take compressed carbon dioxide and compressed hydrogen and make compressed carbon dioxide. Good. So let me find where I want to switch out. I'm not really sure. How much compressed carbon monoxide do you take? There's 29 of these guys. Okay. Let's go ahead and add the 30th somewhere. Yeah, sure. I'll bring the beacon. Oh, I didn't even place the beacon. I guess because I can't put you in here? Oh yeah, it won't even let me. Okay. Well, that's convenient, if anything, so thank you. Okay, so with 30 of you, with the modules, you take 96 per. So let's just say 100, so that's going to be 3,000. So I need 3,000. Let's just disconnect. Like, these aren't even connected to anything, so it's not exactly helping. I don't really know how many of these I'm going to do, but I did want to come through and just disconnect some of these. You aren't even fully connected on this particular blueprint. The middle connection is just missing, so you probably aren't doing anything on really any of these. Yeah, let's stop there. So, if I need 3,000, let's put the recipe in. So, compressed, compressed. Okay. You make 26. So if I had 100, that would be 2,600. We need to make 400. All four of you makes just over 100. So then 16 to make 400. So I need about 116. Okay, that's almost all of these. So what if I do this the other way around? How many of you are here? There's 25 of you, and you each take 160 per. You produce 52. So how many of you to how many of you? 52. Okay, so 3 times you would make 156. So very, very close. I get carbon monoxide from other places, I think, maybe, possibly. So let's say it's 3 per. And it was 25. So I need 75 of these to stay normal. Yeah. So that right there. So let's go ahead and just cut this line right here. The water line can stay in place, but everything else is going to change. Okay, so that's good. Okay. So once again, I can't keep that many numbers in my head. I have 30 of these. Ooh, one of you is slightly different. I guess just one. Oh yeah, there's a little section right in the middle that doesn't get covered by beacons for some reason. Couldn't tell you why. It's fine, I don't care that much. If anything, I'm overproducing a little bit, but that's fine. So, 96 times 30. Okay, I remember. So that's basically 3,000. Let's say 3,000. And then you needed... Yep, already forget. Okay, so you produced... I remember. So it was 116. That's what it was. 116. So where's the cut? There's the cut. Okay. Let's go ahead and change all the recipes. There we go. And so I have 48 so far. Got 48. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy from there because I don't want to take that beginning piece because it won't tile correctly. Which means actually I have no idea how many this is. Hold on. So if I don't take the beginning, then this is 40. I already have 48. Okay. That's going to give me 88. And if I do another 40, that actually puts me just slightly over, which sounds just fine to me. There we go. I will go ahead and get a radar out this way. Just over at the end somewhere. And I'm missing on just like 3 of them in the middle somewhere. I'm going to be missing wind turbines. So let me just grab a couple wind turbines. Yep, looks good. Okay, now all I need to do is first clear the carbon dioxide on the top. Let's make sure I got all of it. Just continue clearing it because it's going to keep getting pumped in from the earlier pipes over this way. Okay, I believe that should be everything. Yes, it does look like it. Okay. Don't think there's any hydrogen in here, doesn't look like. Somehow, but okay, sure, good. So let's get the compressed gases in down this way. Okay, I have compressed carbon monoxide here. Where's compressed carbon dioxide? Okay, compressed dioxide's up this way. Let's go ahead and get a line down here. So you have to be at least this far down. I have the compressed hydrogen over there. Okay, so that far. There we go. And then we just run this way. Until eventually we hit a point where I can turn you down. There you are. And might as well get the compressed hydrogen run that way as well. And of course I am going to need pumps over here somewhere. In fact, if it will let me run this far, I will be very happy and just put a pump here. There we go, and then just run this all the way back. There's a line of compressed hydrogen right here that I do intend on taking advantage of. And then these are marked as pump 1s. Let's go ahead and make them pump 2s. There's really no reason not to. Okay, and then once that comes in, that's going to make compressed carbon monoxide. Okay, so you are too long. I did kind of assume that would be the case. Fortunately, these are all substations in here. So what if I just did that? There we go. And that should definitely be enough. Oh yeah, that'll definitely be enough. Okay. I will have to make a return pipe for compressed carbon monoxide, but that can just be right over this way. In fact, you can be a top-up, since we do make this from over there, and you are the more useful material. Let's see, do that, then connect, and then the pipes can run together, more or less. Usually it's nice to be able to run your pipes together. That way. And run you down. Maybe I don't want these to run together, though. maybe it's okay if these can be separate, and in fact, that is a perfect length. Look at that. I always love perfect length pipe connections. So nice. Okay. Anyway, there we go. Water still gets pumped out. More cool there. And in fact, it makes less water, which is kind of nice, because in this particular aspect, water is actually a waste product that is not exactly a desirable product. Okay, these are producing. Compressed carbon dioxide is a little stressed. Let's see. I do want to now make you all surges, so that if power's low, you aren't going to run. And also, wherever you... go right here. Okay. Maybe I actually put this on the wrong side. I think I want you to be the other way. Oh. Where did I have a pump in here? There? Okay, that works. There we go. So now let's connect you, and then you get to be top up. There we are. What is pipe extents? 126. Okay, that's a good amount. I was kind of hoping I could get a tank in here so that these could buffer a little bit. But if I was gonna do that, just out of curiosity, 65, literally one pipe too long. One too long. Right. Okay. Well, first of all, these pumps coming up here. Let's say your overflow now. So only excess carbon monoxide will come up this way. I can trim off a little bit of pipe extents by putting a pump right there. And a pump right there. There we are. So your top up, good. And then we'll get a tank. Yeah, let's get just a couple tanks. I could do a tier 3. I think I make tier 3s. You hold 60k apiece. So that's a pretty good buffer. Just in case something does ever happen to the primary side, we should have a little bit of extra over here. And might as well upgrade you. Okay, anyway. You don't have enough hydrogen. Which does seem to be actually the case. So where is hydrogen up here? Okay, hydrogen's backed up that way. So something seems like maybe it's not quite right. Okay, hydrogen's coming from that way. What about the hydrogen up here? Okay, hydrogen here is backed up. We have a top up here, so you're maxed out. Let's just start upgrading some of this stuff. Helps with pipe extents, and it does seem like I might be working on this system soon enough. So I would kind of like to have a little bit better pipe extents, though maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, so we keep this area topped up. If it overflows, we send it this way. Okay. So that comes down here, and then we keep this area topped up. Upgrade you, I guess. Sure. What's down this way? Okay, so that's fine. Upgrade you. So that comes down this direction. Goes into all those guys, that's cool. And into you. Okay, you also come down this way, it looks like. Keep that topped up. So we have this whole line down this way. Okay, and then you shoot off in that direction. Good. Oh, I guess Roboport got placed or something. So where are the guys that need hydrogen? They're literally like right down here, aren't they? And then the hydrogen itself is this pipe. Yeah, so the hydrogen heading over this way would absolutely also just turn down and supplement down here. So you go there, you go there. Hydrogen pipe down. Pipe extents, pretty much nothing, pretty much nothing. Okay. It's a little awkward to get a connection into here, but I'll make it work somehow. Let's move the nitrogen. Well, the nitrogen can't really move. That's kind of just where it's gotta go. Okay. What if I move you over here then? Move this power pole. Yeah, okay, so you just come over this way, I guess. There. Disconnect that line, because it's awful. Okay. Then we can have a hydrogen line come down this way, connect in over. Cool. And then you, since I do mainly want to be drawn from that, pop up, I guess? Yeah, let's say top up like 20%. So if you fall below 20%, I do try to top you up. My power poles have no supply range. Oh, that's, that's an unfortunate one. Which power poles? Like if it's the pylons, that's one thing. Get my ammo from trees. That's actually really funny. Oh. Well, that just sounds like a restart then, because I don't know how else you're going to proceed. That sounds somewhat challenging. Let's see, you're 32nd. There's quite a lot of you, so I'm sure I'm gonna need more than just this guy. Yeah, you can only take in 375. I have 33 times 30. So 990? So I would need like 3 of these if I wanted to output full time. It does seem like I'm keeping up with demand, at least. Would be cool if I could get like one more in here. Ammo damage research is very good. Too good. How good is too good? We must know. Yeah, there's really not room for another one of these. It's not a problem yet, so I'll just leave it be. No hydrogen still. I kind of forgot I was working on that. Did the hydrogen pipes get placed? Okay. Yes, but now there's no hydrogen up above. Why is that? Doing space age now in this run because why not? A space age randomizer. You might have made a fatal mistake. Did you do randomized spoilage time? Because if you did randomized spoilage time, you seriously might want to look ahead a little bit, look at some of your recipes, because you might truly actually be an unwinnable run. Like, you do have to be a little bit careful when messing with those values. Okay, got lost. Hold on. Okay, so it does look like now... Like... Okay, so this tank... He popped up... Right. You're empty, though. How much hydrogen voiding do I have if I need to void hydrogen? None, it looks like. I guess that's because I void oxygen as well, so I'd just be voiding the full output. Guess that's fine. Plus 125 per infinite for bullets. Just casually doubling every research. I mean, I guess that's kind of good. Let's see, a little bit of nickel up there. Not really what I'm looking for, though, so... Okay, so what I'll do is I'll upgrade this tank to a tier 3. How much does a tier 3 hold? 60k. Okay. Then I can come up here and increase these to about 40k then. So I still shouldn't have any trouble with it running out of space and not allowing those to run, because I do rely on those to a decent degree. But I do need you to run. That's just something that needs to happen right now. Okay. And then overflow, so anything over 50%. Okay, so I just need to make sure your cutoff is more than half the tank. And at 40, it should be. Yeah, because 30 would allow you to run full-time. Good, so that should continue to run full-time. Okay, okay. So, if I come down here and look, yes, you are barely running, but you are running. And that's just to keep you up. Okay, all cool. Should save this for streaming. I mean, it would be a fun one to stream. Okay, adding 125. I suppose. Well, okay, it depends on what value you're seeing. If it says plus 125%, then that would be, like, the first time that you do it, it would double. But then the next time you add 125%, then that would take you to 250% damage. And then, you know, 375% and so on. So, yeah. But still, 125 is a little bit high. just a bit much. Oh, I put this here and then never connected it. Okay. Well, let's move you down 2, I think. I think it needs to be 2. And then a little pipe right there. And there we go. Now you're connected. And then maybe I'll even do another overflow this way. and then after that, another overflow into the exhaust. Should be good. And I've been keeping just like 10, but maybe that's too many. Whatever. It's not like drones are that expensive at this point. Okay, still missing about 95 of the tier 2s. You are at least running. You are at least running. Distilleries are now missing filters. Filters, again, at least running. So we are getting somewhere. At that point, I'm okay as long as they're actually running. As when they're not running, that I'm a little upsetty. Methane is full. Okay, I'll deal with that if that is a problem later. Let's get the requests figured out. So we now have amino acids and fatty acids. We need nucleotides, but nucleotides don't have your requests in. So first things first, you need amino acids, which are this pipe, right here, right here. That's... which one? That's the blue one. Okay. Unfortunate spacing. Okay, you can go... no, not even there is good. Okay, what if I just split off here? And then have a pump going down. And in you go. Okay. The best ammo, yellow ammo, of course it is farmed from trees. Also, automobilism gives me the tank. I mean, you know, where else would you get a tank from? Methanol. Okay, I don't request methanol, I don't believe. So let's get a methanol request in here. And then that should just input straight in. There we are. Not a car, just the tank. Awesome. Very cool. Okay, so you still need a request as well. I technically can get you in here. I could also put you down here. I think down here is better. Gives me better access. So that's... bean something, I think? Let's just look in here. It's pretty distinctive. Boss, not fiend. Okay. In you go. And in you go. Okay. So that should all get taken care of. Now that you're here, I can request trucks. And once you get placed, I can do the same thing. I've added qualities above legendary for fun. What's the scaling like? Like, you know, what's the super ultra legendary? There we go. I don't know how many of these I'm going to be able to supply, but let's be ambitious and say 6. You're a little difficult to make. We'll have to see how that goes. Okay, amino acids no longer being produced because we no longer have ammonia. That's not good. Where's ammonia? Here is ammonia. You have no compressed hydrogen because there's no water. Okay, we're just at the capacity of this tier 1 pump. If I upgrade you, you should be fine. Should be fine, yes. Okay. 50 module slots for cryogenic plants, up to 4x instead of 2.5. 50 module slots. Of course, why not? Okay, there's still not enough water somehow. I don't understand how that works. Okay, sure, I guess. How many of these can I add? Okay, if I remove you, and then do another layer up this side, with more power poles up here. In fact, can I just copy you? Vertical flip? I can't flip you, but I can rotate you. Well, that just doesn't work very well at all, does it? Okay. Fine. I'll do that. Let's get you out of the way. So, 1, 2, 3. Well, okay, I was putting you in place. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 12. And then 15 total. But actually, since I'm losing one, that's only 14. And I'm probably going to want to pump on there for just pipe reasons. Well, okay, it says extents are 51, so actually I guess we should be fine. Recyclers don't like modules. Got disco science again. I need to stream the nonsense over my summer holiday. Yeah, I think you'd find it fun. Okay. So I've added 14 additionals. I need you in groups of 4. So maybe I'll even get rid of 2 somewhere. Maybe just these 2 on the end then, since they stick out a little bit. And that brings me down to 12, so that's enough for 3 upgrades. 3 upgrades. There you go. In which case I might go ahead and just do another one of these, just to be safe. Okay, and that should absolutely give me enough, but let me actually be safe and add another pump. Just because I can. And then maybe also upgrade this pump just because I can. Oh well, that's unnecessary. This only feeds this line down here. But yeah, if you decide to stream your shenanigans, I might just pop in at some point. Okay, now it's compressed nitrogen. What? Oh, I'm just missing a chemical plant. Okay. Well, that would certainly explain that, I guess. Yeah, these aren't even running. This tank is full, so yeah, we're doing just fine, I think. But yeah, 50 module slots in a single building. Honestly, that makes for a very expensive building, but hopefully you only need 1. Okay. What if I just grab a chemical plant and place it myself? In fact, can I just make one? I'm missing a distillery, which is missing heat pipe. Okay, well I have heat pipe 2, so it must be heat pipe 1. Well, I have plenty of heat pipe 1 also. Wait, what? Oh no, it's not heat pipe, it's filters. Okay, I already knew that. Already knew that. Okay. Looks like you're just running slow. In that case, I might swap your modules out. Just very, very slightly less productivity on things that do not matter to me, in exchange for 30% extra speed. Should be a no-brainer. No schedule other than when you're not streaming. I mean, how do I put it? Like, I can barely eke out a time for myself to stream, so by all means, just stream whenever is comfortable and easy for you. Like, that's one thing you certainly don't have to worry about, I don't think, is just pick a time that's good for you, and everything else should be secondary. I am assuming they're gonna... Oh, well, that is a chemical plant, too. That's exactly what I've been trying to make, actually, so I guess it makes sense they're probably not going to be too happy. Argon's over there, yeah, okay. This is all compressed argon, isn't it? Yes, it is. So, I can just change you. This is gonna void a bit of argon. Oh well, who cares? I'm gonna change you to compressed argon now. And then I don't need you. Okay, let's redo that just a smidge. I guess I might as well just do that. You can come in this way. Where do you reach? Actually, you just reach. Okay. Picked up a bot. Didn't really mean to do that. Sorry, guys. Where'd you go? There you are. And pop that into the system. All cool. Waiting on bots to place that. And nice. Okay. Okay. Should be good. And now you're all compressed argon. This is still regular argon. Let's get rid of that. And then I can just do that. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, good night, man. Have a good one. If you do decide to stream, I might just pop in. I'll just have to see if I happen to notice when you are streaming. I can do this, and that's so much cleaner. Sorry, bots, I know I do keep picking you up, but it's also your fault for flying right in front of me. There we go. Do I have any random garbage on me? Doesn't really look like I do. Okay. All good. Did I ever produce any of you? No, because I'm missing so many things. That's kind of alright. I'm kind of okay with that. I'd like to wait until I have the modules in you before I start doing anything with you. Granted, how many of you am I ever really going to produce? But I guess at the same time, that's the strongest argument possible for getting the productivity early. And I'm only missing about 30, though I am also actively placing new buildings that will also need modules, so it's kind of a cat and mouse. You are running. You're running. Yeah. We'll see what happens. Science has been dead for a long time, and I've kind of just been ignoring that. What are you missing? Green? Because we have no ammonia. That does make sense. I did notice, though, there are 9 trucks of ammonia on the way. Could it possibly be that we finally have all of them? Yes, we do. Okay, so they're finally all running. Okay, finally. Very good, okay. I might add some speed or something to these eventually, but doing so would require even more electrolyzers. Let's just see if, now that we have all the buildings in place, if they're going to be able to hold up or not. I hope they will, I'm just not sure how reasonable that is. See, the surge compressors are running. I think I want the pump on this side. What's the extent over here? 56? I think I can just barely make that work. I could, if not, just leave that pump there as well. But we'll see what happens. Hopefully this is okay. You are going to need power, though. So let's get power over that way. That doesn't do anything anymore because that used to be for the hydrogen pump that was here. Or at least I think there was a hydrogen pump here. Oh, those were compressors for the compressed hydrogen. Okay. Just don't need those anymore. And you do barely work. Okay, much nicer, much nicer. Okay. So that works. And I might change you to overflow. That way, the other one is the primary target for the compressed wherever you are. And then this is the secondary target. Okay, I was looking at a calcite mine earlier. Let's see how the bots did. Okay, we're like most of the way there. Let's just continue extending until we have build coverage over it. And then I'll also start building out the rails here. Let's go ahead and see what this starts to look like. Okay, so I can go like one more straight, it looks like. And then a T intersection. Again, I have to come in and just grab a couple of those signals, since they're not quite right anymore. And then the same thing when I actually go to place the real blueprint. I'm not sure it actually syncs up. Oh, it does! Okay. And this is going to be for calcite. There we go. That's an unloading station. Let's undo that. Oh, I have you marked as loading. I have you marked as loading. That's unfortunate. Hold on. Oh, and unloading lost the stacker somehow. Okay. Well, I guess... What? There's not really much difference between loading and unloading. It's fine. I will just remake the blueprint. I'll place it down with a parameter name. And then rip up the belt. And in fact, can I just copy this part? Let's see. So I'm one length from the end, just so I don't get the station name. So the belts will be flowing towards the main thing. Okay. Yes. Good. Okay. Ooh, unfortunately that does set all of that. I guess that's fine. When I go to make the blueprint, it will allow me to just parameterize that again. So let's see. Loading. Update selection. Make sure to get the stacker and everything as well. I do not want the landfill. Parameterize. That's correct. So whatever parameter 0 is should be the material. You here are also parameter 0. And all of that is hopefully just good. Yes, all of this is good, except I don't want the fuel stuff. So all of the chests in here go away. I guess that's the purple inserters and the logistics chest. Those just go. And everything else should be okay. Oh, loading also doesn't need all the logic at the front. Doesn't need the comparators, the radar, or anything like that. I wish I could zoom in here. Yeah. Let's say that's good. That's loading. There we go. And let's, unfortunately, undo that and undo that. There we go. Now I can put you down fresh and make sure you're working correctly. And once more, this is going to be calcite. So yes, that is accurate. That should go away. These should all get placed. We have all the belts flowing in. Station name is blue, but that's fine. I can always just change you. So you're going to be, well, it's really hard to tell what color you should be before you get placed. If I make you all 150, that gives me this kind of color, but I think you should be just slightly yellowy. I think that's pretty close. I think that's fine. We'll have to see once it actually gets placed, but I'm decently happy with that. And then let's go ahead and get the miners in place. So there's the left edge, there's the bottom edge, and then just drag it around. Clean up the belt on the bottom, and at this point, I really should always be using at least red belt. I'm not actually sure how quickly these guys are going to mine. It says 1.5 a second, but I don't know if that means they actually mine 1.5 ore per second. Let me see if I can look at you. Okay, see? That is more than 1.5, so that is a little less than 2. So 1.8 something. It's basically 1.9. So with 12 on each side, that's less than 24, so yeah, you're almost a red belt, but not quite a red belt. Which, you know, is fine. Okay. I will go ahead and pop you in there, just to try and balance you a little bit. And then one of these belts will come right here. I'd prefer you to be over, honestly. And then down. And right there. Let's put a splitter. Splitter right there as well. Perfect. Okay. Okay, all cool. So that should be a calcite unloading. Ooh, unloading, huh? Unloading, huh? Why are you unloading? You should definitely be loading. Okay, what that tells me is that I do have to make one more alteration to the blueprint here. I'm just going to do that way out this way. Station name, loading. There you go. Loading. Update. There you go. No tiles. Everything else should be cool. In fact, let me go ahead and remove some of this excess red belt up here. Yeah, because I can't imagine ever actually wanting that. Then I'm going to remove... Actually, let's go ahead and put you back. And I'm going to break this part up to here. Then I'm going to get the stacker back for the unloading station. That goes right there. You also have a train on you. You're just all kinds of wrong. Okay. So, unloading. Let me make sure your station name is correct, actually. You're not parameterized. I guess I can change that. But it is at least unloading, that's all I wanted to see. So, unloading. No tiles, no train, no vehicle fuel. Parameterize. You become parameter 0. Yes, everything does look good. Train stop limit, yes. Priority. That needs to be reworked. Okay, 600. So that's a formula. What are you? That's good. That's good. Okay, that's good. So, that's stack size times 12. So that's, I believe, PS underscore 0. No? P0 underscore S, my bad. P0 underscore S times 12. And it says unknown, but it actually works just fine. P0 underscore S. Yes, and then just times 12. Okay. Just triple checking everything, but yeah, that does finally look good. Okay. Now I can rip you out. And let's see, did this get built? Yes, it did. So what that means is I can come down to you and re-enable you. That just means putting a green wire there. And now trains should be capable of picking up from you. Why are you not assigned to a group? You are an Aura train. So go be confused. In fact, you also should be an ore train, and just go be confused. Okay. So I don't have an iron mine, that's why that one's not wired up. But now that I do have a calcite mine, and I'll probably also have a bauxite mine soon, I'd rather take that bauxite than this one over here, even though that one's like pretty much directly on top of the unloading. In fact, if I'm going to be unloading from here, I might as well just put miners on here and belt that in. I mean, right? It would just be silly to do anything else. Where on earth does that even go? Hold on. Where are those belts even going to have to wind up? Okay. So, your belts are up this way. Go ahead and clear those power poles for now. Those are still yellow belts. Crazy. Okay. So, typically, I want to aim there for bauxite. Let's say I have two belts coming up at this level right here. Ooh, there is a pipe right there in the way. Can I underground a little bit? But what if I just made you blue? Much better. Okay. And then you can also just be blue. And then that reaches up to there just fine. Okay, so that gives me two belts of incoming bauxite at least. Go ahead and underground that one little belt, or the one little pipe segment right there. Then I'm gonna need underground you as well. And where does that get me? Okay, the station's right down here, so we don't have to go too much further, but we do have to come down this way. Which is fine. It's just this area that's going to be a little messy. I might go ahead and just do another blue underground here and see how far that gets me. Oh, that's very nice. That's beautiful. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. So let's just continue on down this way. And we can have iron underground here. So you're length 11, correct? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There we are. Even though you're gonna underground right there, I just feel like it's more appropriate for the iron to underground there since you're more temporary and this is more permanent. Let's not do that. At the very least, should bring you in together. Oh, and, I just did this earlier. I don't like the way that unloading works out. Let's do something like that. That does mean I will once again have to change this blueprint at some point. Oh well. How many more times am I gonna even make an unloading station, you know? Okay, and you pretty much just go straight across, but I think... Hold on, let me undo that. I think what I want to do first is go ahead and be up under this roboport here. So what if I just ran these guys up this direction? Got rid of you, and you can have a splitter there, sure. I do recognize that I'm running blue belts this way, and I will eventually be running them into a red belt. Oh well. I'm just not really that concerned about that. You can come this way. Actually, you're gonna have to go under that roboport, at least the line on top is. Let's do you from there. A little better. If I could actually place the belt in the right location. And then we have your belt coming in right here. There we go. All connected. Okay. So that's going to come all the way up this way. And connect in over here. And then as soon as this mine runs out, I can just connect you straight in. It won't even be a problem. Okay, the calcite has already had a delivery made. I guess I should also have a path for you. So all of the calcite is coming to this spot right here. I did happen to leave a little bit of space. Let's see, where is calcite? There is calcite. So calcite runs on the inside of iron. Yes, it does. As long as I have blue belt, let's go ahead and just make you blue belt. There we go. And I know it might be a little funny that bauxite got to be a red belt and this calcite gets to be a blue belt, but technically 2 red belts is more throughput than a single blue belt, and calcite's the one that I'm actually out of, so, you know. It's the more immediate concern. Okay. Perfect. Okay, perfect length. Leave at least one space. In you go. And then drag this way. And again, one belt space. And bring you down. There we are. So you come up and go this way, you come over, go this way, and then merge in. And of course, just as I did up here, grab your belts, pop you in, vertical flip, pop you in. Okay, and that should give me the new calcite connection. I'll go here, blue split, and do input priority on the top to make sure I do run the mine down first, but then I do want to be able to supplement with what I'm bringing in from the new calcite mine. Okay. That should be taken care of for a while. How are you doing? You're doing just fine. Okay. So, iron, I'm sure I'll have to tend to before too terribly long, but I think for the time being, iron's still plenty okay. Yeah, there's 2.5 mil in here. Granted, this only goes to steel. I'm pretty sure, anyway. No, you are my actual iron production. Okay, which one is the steel one? There you are, 1.4 mil left on steel. Buried in there, but I was able to find it. So, that's great and all, but where does that leave me? Like, what was I even working on? What needs to be done? Okay, new science. The biochemical science. Over here. So, I need nucleotides and I need boxes of sugar. So I have no sugar and I have no nucleotides. That does make sense. Phosphoric acid is not in the system anywhere. I am surprised I don't have sugar. That's going to take glycerol. Okay, so I guess I just don't have any glycerol to be requesting. That one's a little more of a surprise. That one's a little more of a surprise. I should have glycerol. Okay, glycerol's waiting on ECH, but all the same. What are you? Glycerol. Okay, so I do have some glycerol down here. Waiting on ECH. Okay, ECH is being delivered, but only one truck worth. Where is ECH? Okay, I only have these two guys producing ECH. You're also low on propene. Propene's being delivered, but I just don't have much of it. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know how much of this I'm gonna need, but I know I'm gonna need more. Whatever the answer to how much more is just more. I'm half tempted to just make a new chlorine area, because this one's kind of, it's seen better days. It was never really meant to be expanded on the way that it currently is. This was really only meant to provide caustic solution to aluminum processing, and trying to get it to do so many extra things, not working so well. In fact, it's kind of failing at producing caustic. Granted, it looks like I have plenty. Yeah, so I am able to keep up, but only just barely. Only just barely. Okay. What's still left? Okay, I only have those three things left. So finally everything has been built. Very nice. I never would have spotted these. There we go. Okay. The only problem is, if I wanted to remake ECH, that's so many extra things that I have to make. That's just a lot of extra things. I do kind of feel like that's probably the most reasonable thing to be doing right now, though. Just gotta find a clean place to start. Maybe I'll just start right down here. Right below the biochem science. Or maybe I'll pop down here below green circuits. Hard to say. There's this sandstone mine right there. So yeah, maybe I'll go right over this way. There's even this giant ocean to pull seawater in from, and I am going to need salt water. Go ahead and start extending you down this way. Okay, I mean, I guess I might as well just get started. So, first things first, let's put you there. Hopefully that was good. It does seem to be good, and it is upgrading rather than replacing this roboport, so I can assume it's good, and yes, all those are lined up. Okay. Let's make sure I have a supply depot in place for this science pack. There we are. And let's see. Yeah, this is a big project, so I'm kind of intimidated, but only one way to start. Let's start with hydro plants. Do I want hydro plant 3s? They're pretty expensive. I think I'll start with 2s and upgrade as needed. So a fair bit below the roboport. And then a little bit to the right of the road. I think I want to be at this level right here. Then I don't even know how many of these I'm going to need. I'm just going to start with a lot. So let's see. Seawater into saline water is how I want to start. And then every other one gets a horizontal flip. Okay, oh cool. So, let's make... I'll make a wastewater the too tall. There we are. And then just connect them all in. And then of course I'll have to come back and do the same thing for the intake water. Oh, this is the output. I have you reversed. That does make sense. Of course you don't have... Of course you don't have 2 inputs. That wouldn't make any sense. Let's just grab you. And vertical flip the whole deal. Down here. Whoops. Actually, you I want to get rid of. There we go. There we go. And get rid of these extras. There we go. Okay. Now connect your outputs together. There we are. And then just the pipe across the back for input. And then, of course, all of this is going to be reserved for expanding into, so I might even go ahead and just grab landfill. And just kind of mark out where will and will not be water in the future, since this is dealing with water. There we go. So I can dump below and I can input from the top, but the middle ground here, where the landfill is a no-go. Let's go ahead and drag that a little further across. Okay. So each one of you is 200 in, Yeah, it's not even like I have a particular reason I've chosen this mini. Connect you out that way, and in you go. Okay, that gives me 10, so that's a good starting place. That's going to be 1,000 seawater. Oh, I feel blind. Are you not on this page? I would think you'd be on this page. Hold on. Intake? Okay, you're definitely on that page. Oh, there you are. Okay. Up to 500. Okay, so I only need 2 of you. 1, 2, there you are. I hope it can place you. Sometimes the bots get a little confused. Sometimes they want landfill around the front here, but I think where this landfill is appropriate for them. I think that's good. Okay, so the wastewater. What can I do with wastewater? Because I can't just dump it, but I feel like there's things I can do with you. I can turn you into sludge and high-pressure steam, but I don't have that research yet. I do have this one to turn you into steam and sludge. If I really wanted to, I could do that. The only problem is then there's no good way to get rid of sludge. Yeah, like, if I need sludge in the future, then I know where to get some. So, let's get some dumpage going. So we're already at 400 a second, which is exactly 1 offshore, or outfall. So I'm just going to attach you right to the front. And I think I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste this. Okay, you... That's fine. That's fine. I just need another one over there. Yeah, that's cool. Between every 10, all these pipes are placed. So what is the pipe extent? 48. So I can easily continue that. You are 100 and something, but there's actually no reason to connect you if each of you have your own outfalls. So that's fine. Pipe extents up here, still 44, so I can connect all of you. Not that I really need to, actually. Yeah, I might as well leave you disconnected. It's really only the outputs that I need connected. And let's see, where does that get me? So all of you are good. I have plenty of room to grow you. I have plenty of saline water. Let's just continue. So after saline water is going to be electrolyzers, and quite a lot of electrolyzers. I don't have electrolyzer tier 3s yet. I don't think they're that far away, but all the same. So let's see. I want to be below the outfall, like a reasonable distance. Let's say there, because that leaves enough room for 2 pipes also. At least I think it does. So, horizontal. And then, let's see. So, saline water becomes chlorine. Brine. Hydrogen chloride. Yeah, okay, so the only one I'm really after is this one here, and then the brine recipe afterwards, but one thing at a time. So let's say the water input gets to be the 1 tall, and the chlorine out is the 2 tall. Go ahead and connect you up, and then I'll mirror the inputs and outputs, so like that, connect you in. And then, might as well go ahead and make you nice and tileable. and then just drag a couple through. Just something like this. Oh, you have an item output. Well, I can just draw you out the front. So I really should do that before I get too much further. So 1.5 a second from each of you. So pick up 2 away. And then every other one gets to be offset. So just do something like this. Okay, so every group of 2 is 3. 3 items a second, that is. So after 15 machines, that's a full red belt. So 1 more machine. Copy there. That's not right. Oops. So I want hydrogen on the side. Okay. And there we go. That should be a full red belt. There we go. So that's going to be the salt. So I am going to need somewhere for the salt to go. I'm also going to want buffering for all these gases, I'm sure. Also, all of these lines need to continue down. Two more. There we go. And then I can just copy you down a couple places. And then let's actually go ahead and copy this right here. And I'm sure I'm going to need pumps in here eventually. But I'm just going to go ahead and get the pipes placed down first. I can't believe we're all the way to the sandstone patch. When I originally made this, this sandstone patch was so far away. It was so far away from anything, and now the base is running into it. That's crazy. Okay. So let's get a saline water connection made in here. Let's just say, like, I don't know, somewhere right in here. There you go. Maybe I won't do that, because it makes it a little more confusing about where a pump needs to go. So what if I just went ahead and put a pump here? Or even over here. That way I can just pipe you straight in that way. Might as well upgrade you. Just make sure you're fully capable of supplying however many electrolyzers I want. And let's see, so that's all good. Saline water is fine. Let's see how much saline water I'm actually making, I guess. So with 20 of you, that's 2,800. Each one of you takes in 78. Okay, what's an approximate ratio? Okay, so 2 of you would be 156. So if I made you 10% faster, then 1 of you would be able to supply 2 of you. We are hitting pipe issues, I knew we would. So if I give you even just a simple speed upgrade, that's 15%. So let's give you just 1 speed upgrade apiece. And then it'll be a 1-to-2 ratio. Okay, also let's go find a one of these little pump walls here. And let's see, does that make everyone happy? Yes, it does. Okay. Yeah, that's good. So, now what do I need to do? I have the salt coming in, or sodium hydroxide. I guess I should be specific, being that we have an actual item that is just salt. I have chlorine coming in, I have hydrogen and oxygen, which I don't think I actually need, so I might just burn off. I do make you in the exact ratio to just burn you off. Combustion, combustion. Where are you? What if I just search for you? There you are. I'm pretty sure I make a combustion chamber 3 somewhere. Where could I put steam? Where could I output some steam? In theory, I could just vent steam up this way. I don't know how much it's gonna make. Honestly, this many electrolyzers might make a good deal of steam. Yeah, I might put it down this way in the next row where something like green circuits would go. I could also just put you here. Maybe I'll even go in between right here, because I can just underground if I need to. That doesn't really work. Let me play with something. Let's say I put you at exactly this level, and put you here. So, choosing a recipe. Hydrogen and oxygen. You output 2.7 thousand steam per second, and you accept 1.2 thousand hydrogen. Okay, there's 15 here. 15 times 165. Well, 10 times would be 1.6 thousand, which is already over your limit. So, let's see. What would 8 be? So 8 would be 800 plus 8 times 65. 2 times 65 is 130. Then 4 times 130 would be 520. So that would be 1.3, which is again just over. And then reducing that by 1 does work. Okay, so 7. So it's a 1 to 7 ratio, I think. 1 to 7. So with 15, and I'm gonna need more, that would be pretty much 2 of these guys. Let's even back you up just a smidge, because I have a plan. What I would like to do is... I was kind of thinking of something, but now I'm kind of changing my mind. Maybe I will put it this way. I was gonna have turbines in the middle here, and just have 2 facing into each other, but I do need the ability to void steam if it backs up, which does mean exhaust turbines. But I'd also like to have just regular turbines if possible. Well, I guess if I want to be voiding no matter what, does it really matter what kind of turbine I'm using? I guess it really doesn't. Guess it really doesn't. So let's do this. That way, and at that point, I might as well just make you a straight pipe. And then I'll have hydrogen as a 2 tall, so 1, 2. And again, until something's in the way, I'll just make you a solid pipe. Like, this belt, wherever it's going, can go anywhere up in here. It has plenty of room to do anything at once. And that way I can do several of these in a row over this way. There we are. Connect you all together. And that should just turn all of the oxygen and hydrogen I'm making into steam. I don't know if I necessarily want to do that, and I might change my mind at some point, but I can always just rework this if that does become an issue. I could even go ahead and just move this over here, which gives me plenty of room to do like pumps and overflows and storage and whatever else I might want over on that end. There we go. So here's where oxygen goes, and here's where hydrogen goes. Connect in and connect in. And then I have this whole thing that is going to be steam, and I might as well run some of it this way and go into a fuel depot. Do like that, and like that. And then only the excess will continue off and be voided in a bunch of venting turbines. So let's find a bunch of turbines. Open turbine 3 is a little expensive, but it might be what I need, because each one of these does... And granted, I'm only currently, this number of electrolyzers only does 2 of these. But I do want to plan ahead. So how many open turbine 2s versus open turbine 3s would it take to void as much steam? Here's the 2s. And here's the 3s. I gotta wait for them to actually get placed down to be able to tell. Oh, 100% efficiency. I only just noticed that. That's interesting. Missing. Okay, these are missing, apparently. Let me actually look at that, because they shouldn't be. I should be capable of making those. I forget exactly where they're made. I think they're in here somewhere. What are you? Closed turbine 3, open turbine 3. Okay, so they are being produced. Huh. Weird. Wonder what they were being used in. Well, you're used in wind turbine 3s, but I don't think I'm producing you. I was making you, but you're full. Don't even have robot brain 3s. Yeah, no idea. No idea. Well, they're getting placed at least, so I guess I just had perfect timing. Okay, so one of them's getting placed and the other one should be here before too long. All the same, I can tell you're 2.4, you're 5.4, you are more than 2 times as fast, but not quite 2.5 times. I will wait for it to get placed before I make any decisions. But you take 450-ish, which means it would take like 3.5 of you per combustion chamber? Hold on. No, 2.5. 2.5, my bad. You are 1,000. Okay, that's a much better ratio. Much closer. Unfortunately, I have the tier 2s and not the tier 3s, but... what if I just mark you as upgrades? So it's 1-to-1 plus a little bit. Oh, you're 2,000. You're 1,000. Okay. So it's almost 1, 2, 3 then. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would take 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I can just make you 3 deep. Or I could just continue a little bit. I need 15. 15. So if I did 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, then I could make you 2 deep. Because I could only go maybe to 10. Like if I moved everything over here, I could get maybe 3 more, but even then that's not quite enough. Granted, it doesn't actually need to be 3 per. 14 would probably be fine. Yeah, let's say 14 is fine. And then, of course, all of these need to be exhaust. There we go. I guess I did say that I wanted to supply fuel to you first. So it would be cool if I could somehow separate this. So maybe I'll actually grab you and move you to the other side over here. Yeah, let's do that. So each of you is 3,000. That's a tier 1 pump by yourself. 2 of you is a tier 2 pump. So let's just do 3 tier 2 pumps. I could do tier 3 pumps, but eh. And if I'm going to do that, then I might as well. Hold on. Okay. Grab you. You win. There we go. Grab the oxygen. There. Now it's an even number. Now it's 6. So it's about 3 per. Let's just add another 4 over here. Now we definitely have all the capacity we could ever want. Let's grab 3 tier 2 pumps. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That's where they have to go to leave room for the underground. You're going to be overflow. And over there. And then just connect them all up. That way we keep enough steam to supply to this guy if he wants it, and if anything else needs steam in the future, then we have a supply. But, you know, for the most part, the steam's a byproduct. We want to vent it. Let's get rid of it. The salt as well is kind of a byproduct. We're probably going to be venting you because a lot of what we need is just the chlorine. So something else we're going to need is a row of hydroplants down about this level. I'm trying to be below the roboport by at least 3 places, so right there. And then you're going to turn... Well, do I need caustic, actually? Do I need caustic? Caustic's used in ECH. Okay, so I do need to produce caustic. I remember looking at this and being confused by you, because combining sodium hydroxide with saline water only yields a 1 to 30 ratio. Combining sodium hydroxide with regular non-salty water results in more of a 1 to 33 ratio. So it's very slightly better to make caustic solution out of regular water than it is saline water. And that's just weird to me. Since it is slightly more efficient, I will use that recipe, but it does mean that I have to make water also. Which means I actually need to move you down a good bit, and then change you into something that produces water. So you're going to be a freshwater recipe, which will, again, create wastewater and freshwater. I might go ahead and copy this kind of setup up here. Even though I'll have to change the recipes. Oh, you collide into the turbines. Didn't think about that. Could I get turbines on this side? I can! Look at that. Okay. Managed to save it, just barely. Let's see. You are just slightly in the way. Okay, but I only need to move you down 1, 2 spots. So 1, 2, and let's do 3 just to feel better about it. Okay. Of course, each one of you is going to take multiple wells. Let's change your recipe to freshwater filtration. So with the module, each one of you is going to produce 460, I think. And each one of you takes 160. So yeah, I won't need very many of these at all. Let's see. How many of you do I have? I think I made enough of you for a red belt. 15 at 1.5. Okay, at a red belt, pin would be 15, so 20. I would need 20 of you. Okay, I need another 5, actually. Okay, so that's only another 4. So then I need one more after that. There we go. And just make sure that gets connected. Okay, so that should be a red belt of output. And I've been out of water for a little while, so I think I'm going to take a break just momentarily, allow the bot the chance to get this all built in, and I'm going to go grab a little more water. I shouldn't be gone more than just a moment, so I will be right back. There we go. Okay. Fresh and revitalized. So, let's see. How have things progressed? So they've got a couple of these in. They're still missing a few, but we're getting there. Uh, Being able to buffer over here should tide us over for some time. So where were we? Fresh water comes in. Okay. So you produce 390 a second. You take 160, so slightly more than 2. It's like 2.5? A little over 2.5, okay. And each of you does 6, so I only actually need 5 of these. You do need item input, so let me think about that. So belts coming in this way. You have pipes in here. You can just underground. 6 per second, though, so that's definitely blue inserter territory. And yeah, it only takes 5 of you. There we are. To complete that. So let's do this, break all of that, connect all the belts, and get the undergrounds in place. And where do I want to connect you in? Let's get a red underground belt right here. Ooh, I didn't do the flips. So, what did I make the waist up here? Oh, I didn't do flips on you either somehow. I have no idea how that wound up happening. Okay. Let's just be somewhat careful. There was a few more of you than I thought there was going to be. I would have just copy and paste it if I remembered there was this many. Okay, I missed you. Let's avoid that. And then hopefully that should be everyone. I did connect you, but you don't need to be connected. Oh, finally. Oh no, that wasn't a research, that was a mile marker, but you know what? It's a good milestone. It's a good one to have. Okay, so you're avoiding the wastewater. Everyone's all cool. You're full of saline, full of saline. Yes, okay. Just making sure. We have wastewater down here. That's not where you belong. Okay, so this is producing now. Everyone down the line? Everyone down the line, okay. So, all of these guys are running. Why is the hydrogen backing up? Oh, you produce slightly more hydrogen. You're not in ratio. Because it would be 45 oxygen to 90 hydrogen to burn it off, so you even still produce a little extra hydrogen. I mean, things down the line are going to be consuming that hydrogen, don't get me wrong, it's just... I don't know, that's a little inconvenient. I thought it would work out a little nicer short term. Let me see if I can find the roboports. Nope. Okay, long gone. I can grab this. I just have to be a little careful I don't go too far down. And let's get this pasted in over here. Yep, all looks good. Okay. Just because I noticed these had no power. So if I get water into you... maybe I don't want to underground here. Looks like I would want to underground... Well, you don't really line up anywhere good. Whatever. You can come this way. That's fine. There we go. And this belt just comes down this way. And... this is such an ugly belt. Whatever. In you go. Best I've got. So that's going to be enough to clear this whole belt, as long as you're running at full speed. So... at 390... 2 times U would be 320. And then half of you would be 80, so that would be 400, so if I give you one more speed module, it'll clear 400. So each one of you can do 1.5, or 2.5 of these, which means I only actually need 2 of you. Okay. I mean, okay. I overbuilt a bit. There we go. Better to overbuild than underbuild. Wastewater still needs to go somewhere, so let's make sure we run that out. And just like I did up above, I will go ahead and however big you are, I'll run landfill this way just to mark that this area is kind of taken. But I will go ahead and get a outfall placed over here somewhere. There. Makes sense. Sure. Have fun. I'm not going to combine them. That just seems like a bad idea. They get to be their own independent areas. Honestly, this outfall might even need to move if I do need to build out that way, but it takes so few to so many of these, I can't imagine. That just doesn't make sense. In fact, since there's so little room for more belts, like this is already a belt up here, like I could run red belts down this way and in, but I do need more vertical space here. So I think I will go ahead and grab you, move you down just a few places. Can't go that far because the substation's down, so I guess that's my limit. I'll bring you down that far. Yeah, best I can do. Right there. So then I run a pipe along the front. That gives me caustic. And I know I'm going to need caustic for stuff, but I am also going to need to void the excess caustic. But then I need to use caustic also to void excess chlorine. So there is this whole delicate song and dance that has to be done. I also really don't like this. This bothers me a lot. I'm changing this. So you still go there, that's fine. Let's rip this up and see what I can do. I'm reinstituting the underground here. Connecting you in there, and then it's just a matter of how do I get this pipe connected in. And I think I'll just do that. I think that's way better than what I had before, so let's just stick to that. Now I do still need to get input into you. Each one of you is 519. What is your speed? 400 a second, whereas you are 100 a second. So I believe I am making well 2s. But 400 a second, I'd need 3 for you guys. So 1, 2, 3. There we go. And that'll give a little excess, but that's fine. Okay. So you should be here, you can outfall, all is good. Everyone has power. You're coming in, loading up, all good. We even show that we have the Will 2s. Those should get placed. Okay, we had the first research in forever. Hooray! So things are moving again. I still don't have you. I'll do you before the end of the night. I wanna play with the android bodies before I call it a night. The night's still young. It's only, you know, I've only been going for 7.5 hours. We got plenty of time. Why are you still 0? Why are you still 0? Maybe I need to put a little bit of road underneath you or something? We'll see. Oh. Okay. Well, You do show as backwards because I saw the depot thing over there, so I guess I'll place you over there. I've never noticed that before. Never noticed that before. Okay, so these are going, you're running. That's providing enough water for you. We've got caustic. Very good, very cool. Okay, so caustic's going to come over here and join the giant pile of pipes. Or maybe you get to be a new, more local one. Like, over in this direction. Like, maybe you get to be a line that runs here. I think that's fine. I'll do something similar with the chlorine. Let's see. Maybe I've done this incorrectly. Okay, I'll just leave you there. I just need chlorine to be at this height. So you here, and there. Connect in, and then start dragging you down. Okay. And good. Now you can both just run wherever you want. And we'll see how that goes. Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy with that. I'm going to do the same thing I did on the other guy, and make sure I reserve with landfill the space this way that this area will want. And I hope I did leave enough room. That's enough room for quite a lot of shenanigans in the middle. I shouldn't run into any trouble there. The only thing that might become an issue is if I do need to expand this, the wells will be in the way. But I can just... I mean, that would be so many. That would be so many, and I can just go on the other side of the turbines if I need that many. So my goal is still ECH. Why can't I see ECH? Sure. So propene, chlorine, and caustic. So that is all I need. Let's get a chemical plant down below. Make sure I am at least 3 below the Roboport. So right there. And let's get ECH on the go. So let's say the waste product gets to be the 2 tall. And the actual product we want is the 1 tall. Go ahead and get this in so that it can copy and paste more easily. And then I'll just mirror the tops and bottoms. There we are. And let's see, so each one of you takes 60 chlorine and 36 caustic. I make 200 caustic up here per building, so that's 1,000 caustic. I'm willing to bet I'm going to be chlorine restrained. Each one of you does 21 chlorine. So it's 3-to-1 ratio, basically. I have 20. So at 18, that would allow me to make 6 buildings worth. So let's build out the 6. Not a super massive amount, though I do have a small amount of headroom, don't I? How much do you actually make? 21. Okay, yeah, okay. Never mind. So every 3 makes 63. So I wind up with 3 free chlorine. So I guess after like 20 of these, I would get a free building. Okay, that's fine. What if I actually threw yield modules in to slow you down? That'll give me extra yield. And let's see. That reduces your speed by 30%. Not that I necessarily want more buildings, it's just that would maximize the amount of ECH I get per chlorine. So if I reduce your speed by 30%, you're gonna take between 45 and 55 chlorine a second, I think. Yeah, that's real hard to do. I'm gonna have to wait for the bots to actually put the modules in to be able to tell. And if I really wanted, I could even combat this by throwing a beacon up here. Yeah, I could just see what this does, I guess. I could even just go for more prod. Can't be used. Okay. Since this allows me to put prod in weird places, I thought it was entirely possible it might allow me to put it in a beacon, and then just it wouldn't apply to buildings that it couldn't apply to, but guess not. But yeah, speed is perfectly cool. Oh, here we are. So, 41 per second, actually. Though we are going to bump it up just a smidge once that speed hits. Speed is going to bring it up by 20. Yeah, okay, let me look at this. So it's 30 flat, but since we're a crafting speed of 2, that brings it up to 60. If we're 10% slower, then it's only 1.9. So 9 times 3 is 27. So that would be 57. 57 chlorine per building. That basically puts us right back where we started, which is 3 per 1. But now with a bunch of productivity, which I'm perfectly happy with. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Okay. You don't have the module in you yet, but when you do, then the speed goes up by quite a bit. Okay. I was trying to figure out why the math wasn't working out quite the way I was mathing in my head. There we go. Now you should. So 53 a second. Okay, so 42. Okay, so now it's 2.5, really. So 2.5 per. So if I... That's 5 over 2. So for every 5... For every 2 of these buildings... No, for every 5 of these buildings, I can do 2 of the other building. That should be 8, is the way that works out. So I already have 6, so I need 2 more. Okay, let me just do it this way. Yeah, there we go. That's 8 total. 8 total. Okay. Let's get the inputs hooked in. So propenes on the edge. We have chlorine coming in on the top. That's going to come in from the side over here. How many things need chlorine? Am I going to need chlorine for anything else? If I make phosphate ester, which I think I do need... I don't need you up here. I thought you were a prerequisite to one of the acids I need somewhere, but I guess not. Okay, and you're needed in ECH. And that's pretty much it, unless I need hydrogen chloride for things. Which it doesn't look like I do. Okay. Fair enough. So let's get that chlorine connection in. And then you can just dead end here, because it doesn't look like we really need you anywhere else. Caustic. Do we need caustic for anything else? Caustic's ECH2, of course. You're way far away, so I don't need to worry about you. I can ship the extra caustic solution out. Yeah, I can ship you out. Just making sure that doesn't cause any problems in my head, but that should be fine. In fact, I think I already shipped caustic solution around partially. Maybe I don't, actually. Maybe I just dump it. Yeah, I think I'll just dump it. could also combine you with hydrogen chloride if I wanted to make hydrogen chloride to make brine and then recycle some of it, but that seems like additional overhead I really don't need. Yeah, I think you can also just dead end into here. And if I need more, then I can just pick up more. So there you are, and then just straight in. What I will do, let's see, 1, 2, right there, and then put in a pump here. Really doesn't need to be a tier 2 pump, I guess. I was trying to future-proof, but I guess I can always just bring another line down if I need it. I will go ahead and do that for these other connections, however. And I do already make some brine here. So I guess I will need to electrolyze at least that much brine and then send the salt into another set of hydro plants. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. And then that will get me some ECH. Let me go ahead and get the propene and put in. Also, you need to move. Just realized, because otherwise I can't get the propene in. I'll go ahead and put a pump for propene right there as well. I think that one's propene. Yes, it is. Let's just go ahead and pipe you like that. In you go. And do I need anything else? Just a way to deal with the brine. Okay, let's go ahead. How do I want to deal with the ECH? I think I'll just throw you into a fluid depot. I already have things requesting ECH that expect it to just come from the network, so I'll just throw you in there. Then the brine. So let's see, best ways to deal with brine. I could turn you into salt. I could turn you into soda ash. See, this is soda ash 1 though, so that's going to be a less efficient recipe. Lithium brine I'm actually just about to unlock, so brine might actually be something I want. I'll be doing this in the salt area. This produces a good amount of salt, gives some saline and steam, so that's things I already have to deal with in the existing salt area. So let's not complicate things over here. I can just void you. I can also split you into more hydrogen and more chlorine. I already have a little excess hydrogen. Let's just see how much this messes with things. If it's too much headache, I can always just void it. But yeah, let's see. So let's grab another electrolyzer. So 1, 2, 3 below the large beacon. Also, I do need to know where the next row of roboports will wind up. So let's get that in place. Yeah, okay, so that is correct. Why are you weird? Why are you weird? What? What? Ah, this is wrong. All of this through here is wrong. That's inconvenient, especially since there's a radar there, so I guess I'll just leave that bit. Let's go ahead and break this through here. There we go. Then come back in and replace it correctly. Okay. All cool, all cool. So that is that problem figured out. Let's go ahead and move the radar down this way. Pick all that up. And that should get figured out. Yeah, the bots are on it. There we go. And just continue you out that way in case you're ever needed. And then I guess I might as well continue this down this way. Oh, and you're gonna be wrong now. So let's get rid of you. And there we go. Oh, a couple of these ones on the edge are running out, so let's go ahead and pick you up. Okay. Anyway, back to business. So, ECH, let's see. You're producing brine, which I'm going to electrolyze down here. So, brine electrolysis is going to give me a lot of salt, and chlorine, and hydrogen. And I'm trying to figure out how best to deal with it, because technically these are byproducts. These are byproducts. Let's move you a smidge out of the way so that I have a way of reaching into this guy, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a pump here and make you top up. And then we can underground this way and get chlorine in over there. So I guess that means I'm making... Well, chlorine should be the 2 tall. That's how it is on the other side. Let's not mess with things now. And then hydrogen is the 1 tall. It will also be a top-up. I could also try and push excess hydrogen into the pipe over here. That's not an awful idea. Does mean having to go back to all of the hydrogen pumps and rework them to be like this. Not that I really mind, though. Let's see. We just need to come 2 down. And then we want pipe there, and then pump and pump. So you are overflow, you are top up. So top up like 30%. There we go. Same here. That way the pumps don't fight each other. Yeah, that's all fine. And you should have power because you should be within range of all of these substations. Just everywhere that I have a hydrogen pump, place you like so. Any more? Okay. It's gonna be one over here, but you're already there. Up 40 is fair. We can do 40. Okay. Anyway, that's going to keep all of that going. But it is going to allow me to vent my excess hydrogen just into the pipe, and then I don't have to worry about it as much. So let's see. Hydrogen right here. Just run you over and in. There we are. And then I'll do the same thing down here somewhere. So hydrogen comes over this way. And in. There we go. That should help me get rid of my excess hydrogen that way. I think I might go ahead and do a pump on this side so that I'm not taking up so much of the pipe extents on hydrogen just over here. I could do it there, but I don't really want to, so over here it is. So get that all connected in, connect the hydrogen out, But then you do produce a considerable amount of... What is this item? Sodium hydroxide. So I do have to be somewhat careful about that. So you pick up from 2 away. And at 4.5 a second, at a 2-block gap like that, I might go ahead and have second blue. I'll hold off. I'll hold off for now. But it might be needed. So let's make sure you alternate. And then this is just meant to take in brine. So with 8 of you, we produce just shy of 200. Because this is 24 per. So, you know, just a little less than 200. So speed beacon does not affect these guys, unfortunately. So 3 of you would be 180. Actually, I have to do some math to see how close that is. So if you're 24 per, then at 25 you'd be exactly 200. So you're only missing 8, so you're 192. So 2 of these guys doesn't cut it. I am going to need a third. But the third is, don't get me wrong, quite a bit overkill. It's just we do technically need that much. I could also just void it. That's not an absurd option. I don't need that pump. That's fine. Okay, so hydrogen comes out. You come out, but you are top up only. Let's keep you to like 50%. So the whole reason here being, if I am full on chlorine, I certainly don't need more chlorine kind of mucking things up, so I just cut this off and I'll avoid the excess brine. Just like I've done for the last couple things, I'm going to grab a square of landfill, the appropriate size, and just run you out this way to show that I'm kind of reserving space for you. Transport drone capacity, okay. Sure. Not hyper excited about it, but I certainly don't mind it either. Might also include the, where the beacon goes. Maybe not. That's so occasional, it shouldn't really matter. Now, let's run you this way. And just somewhere over here, we will have an offshore dump. Maybe even more than one. Because how many do you make? Oh yeah, it was like 200, wasn't it? So you can handle 200 just fine. I am going to throw a pump on here, so that you are only overflow, but that way we don't back up. Like we currently have. Let's get some substations on the go. Kind of forgot that I hadn't just copy and pasted the one that was substations. Did kind of intend to do that. I also intended to do tier 2 roboports at this point. So let's just copy all of that and replace the ones down the way. There we are. And down this way as well. There we go. And one more. Should be good. Okay. So of course, that'll take a second to come down and get placed, but once it does get placed, then I won't have to worry about power anymore. So this is going to do just over 10 per second. I will go ahead and run you as a red belt, just in case. And I will give you enough voiding capacity for a red belt, just in case. But I do not, by any stretch of the imagination, have enough for a red belt. So that's going to be this entire setup over here. Copy and pasted this way. I'll go ahead and throw a pump on you. Less for pipe extent reasons, and more just to kind of delineate that this is a new chunk here. Let's see. Go ahead and connect the water in, I guess. Though maybe I won't. How much do you do? That's like 880 something. So you're 800, so yeah, this is pretty close to being a match for you, so let's just do another one of these. Just grab you, and I will pack you in. Like, I won't be wasteful with space. But at the same time, there's no need to connect them if they don't need to connect. There we are. And just get you right in there. Okay, everyone should be cool. Let's go ahead and get that belt worked in somewhere. I have to leave at least one space here to work in an underground pipe in case I need it. In fact, could I just underground this whole section? Easily. In fact, it would work out better if I did. Let's run this belt backwards. Just to see where max extents are, and then I can flip you around. And up you go. Okay, then all I have to do is actually connect you. Generally a reasonable thing to do, and in you go. So again, that's far more capacity than I actually need. I'm just future-proofing in case this does need to expand at some point. But for right now, that's all the capacity that I have. Whew, okay. So you don't have an underground. Let's make sure we do that. And you're missing an underground as well. You do have chlorine, however. At least you should. Let's see, salt's just full. That's because caustic's full. And I will go ahead and throw caustic in a tank over here. But if caustic winds up being consistently full, then I will just void it. So let's see, how can I work that out? Let's grab a pump. Throw you right here. You're going to be overflow. And then you right there. And if I need more, I can just add more as we go down. I could even move you down one more and then just do a whole secondary pipe right here. That might make more sense. Yeah, let's just do that. There we are. And just clean up a smidge. If I need more, I can always place more. I am just trying to be a little space conscious. In my own way, how much caustic do we make? 200 per machine. With 10, that's 2,000. So you only do 4. So I do actually need 5 of these. Just to keep up. There we go. That should allow me to be making ECH. Very good, very cool. Okay, hopefully chlorine, or hydrogen never backs up. Because if it does, that's going to be somewhat of a headache. But okay, so you're running. That is going into here, very cool. Do I need to make anything else in this area? This was all for making glycerol. I could be throwing some of this sodium hydroxide into a provider, I guess. Especially this excess down here that I'm otherwise just avoiding. Because this up here, well, this up here is being Why is this a limit, actually? Oh, you're limited by the pump. Okay, so you are top up, you are overflow. So top up to like 40%. Okay. I'm okay with that. Yeah, good. Okay. This is 2,000, you're 3,000, so you are perfectly okay. Let's get a provider. What are you? Supply depot. Supply depot is your name. Let's see, you do run that way. That makes you awkward. I think I will just take from over here and throw a split on. And then run you this way. I will prioritize output to this direction. But if this backs up, then I can output into here. That's down and down, and up and up. There we go. I will wait to do logistics bot access after it gets placed. But otherwise, we can move on to the next ingredient and the new science pack. Oh, you don't have water, do you? Oh no, you do. The setup's just so small. I forgot how small this setup was. Never mind. Okay, there's the construction bots coming in. I think it's sip of water time. Oh, didn't mean to leave map view. Forgot to request trucks in you after I remade you, so that's going to be a minute. But anyway, allow logistics. No fuel for something. I think that's a lie. Where'd he go? Oh, it's just gone. Okay, I knew it was a lie. Okay, so let's see. You are producing. Yep, you're doing great. Okay. I have no idea how much ECH I actually need, but at least I'm making a little more now. So let me see where I'm making glycerol. Okay, so glycerol is now supplied on ECH, but is missing sodium hydroxide and hydrochloric acid. You have 7 trucks of hydrochloric acid coming in, though. And 8 trucks here, so clearly you just need a few more trucks. Let's try 16, just straight up W. Everyone else looks to be doing okay. ECH is completely empty though, so maybe I'll go ahead and upgrade you to 12. And I guess you also get to be 12. And you're almost at your max number of trucks here, but you're also completely full. So it is just hydrochloric. Okay. Maybe I'll increase hydrochloric to 16 also. Let's see if the new area can manage to squeak out a little bit of hydrochloric acid. Let's see, that's going to be chemical plant. Come down below the Roboport. 1, 2, 3. Right there. So hydrochloric acid. Okay, so I do need hydrogen chloride first. And then how many of you to how many hydrochloric acid? So you make 120, you consume 70. I'd have to see with modules and stuff, but 1, 2, 3, 4. See, you only output that and you only take it in. So, you know. Yeah, let's just do that and that. Okay. We'll see what happens. I have no idea how much excess chlorine I have. This is probably overbuilt. And I cannot prod you. Oh, I can prod you, though. Okay. Fair enough. That is going to slow you down even more. That is a 30% speed reduction. That's going to slow you down to 1.7 times whatever your recipe is. Of course, we've got 1.7 times 35. Beautiful. I think I might just wait for the modules to go in. Don't know about you. Well, let's see. That probably will make it pretty close to... Well, it's going to knock up below 60 at the very least, I'm sure. Which means it'll be 1 to 2. So let's just go ahead and double that out. I do have water over here, so I can just go ahead and get a water connection going. Let's just do that right there. Of course, we want pipes through all of these guys. And then we need chlorine and we need hydrogen. So chlorine will have to be brought in special, but hydrogen is actually right over this way. There you go. I guess I can just do that. Okay. That'll give me hydrogen coming in. Then I do need to run the chlorine pipe down. Perfect. Okay, wonderful. Very nice. Okay, so that will give me hydrogen chloride and then hydrochloric acid. I do want to make sure that this doesn't interfere with my other products, though. Oh, also, this doesn't bring chlorine down from the top. It doesn't bring chlorine down from the top. Okay. Let's just move that. Bring you down this way to where there's room. And there we go. I'll even come up this way and copy the top up. And then you get to just be standard overflow. There we go. Yes. Okay, so that's good. And then you connect and we're all cool, I'm pretty sure. So we top up this direction, overflow this direction. That is good. So I do also want to make sure that this direction is also an overflow. So only if we have extra chlorine do we come in and start making hydrogen chloride, because we do use the chlorine up here. And there we go. Let's get a supply... Nope, not a supply, a fluid depot. I might even try and do one for the intermediate. Do I actually need a hydrogen chloride station, though? Maybe. Maybe. And this is just meant to be extra, so why not? So you in there, and you in there. There we go. Connect all of you together. Clean that up. And then I will lower the priority on these, just in case there is anything that produces these as byproducts or something, since these are just extras. Let's see. We should have the bots coming in. We have one guy coming in with a pipe. Okay, just the pipe. Wonderful, thank you. What would I do without you, construction bots? Okay, here comes the actual swarm. Here's the real guys. any moment now. Okay, so here's the first one. Like I said, let's reduce your priority to like 20 or something, just in case someone else is doing stuff. I also do kind of want to prioritize the production of hydrochloric acid. So I might also throw like an overflow or something on here, just maybe. Just something like that. And then, let's see. Chlorine. Do we have anywhere for chlorine to go? Like, if chlorine becomes a problem... Maybe what I should do is I should throw a storage tank up here so I can keep an eye on how much chlorine I actually have. Let's go large tank 2. It is a kind of inconvenient place. Maybe I'll put you here instead and connect you there. I hope you don't affect my pipe extents too much. We'll have to see. Anyway, that should mostly resolve that problem. If we can get it built. And I realize I only did just put it down. I'm a little impatient, but I would like it to get built. It would be nice if it would just be built. Why are you not running? Because chlorine's full? Because I broke your pipe. I mean, fair enough. Maybe what I can do is get a little antenna over this way as well, and pipe extents are mad. 87 out of 64. Okay. Well, let's put a pump right there, and then we'll have a pump right afterwards. So I do kind of want you to be able to flow upwards if need be. 65 out of 64. Okay, you know what? All of this just moves up one pipe. I think we'll live. I literally can't add on to this without adding a pump somewhere, but I also don't think I will ever need to add on to it, so that's perfectly fine. I would just like it to get built, so that I know that it works and I don't have to think about it. But this is running now. We're just storing excess chlorine in here, and like I was saying, I want to just grab an antenna, pop you in here, and if chlorine gets to be too high, then it notifies me that everything's about to stop. So I think you're like 125k. 250k, my bad. So let's say like 220k then. So if you're greater than that amount, then show an alert. And I'll come and look at it. Let's not blow my ears out though. Okay, should be all cool. Did this get built? Yes, it did. Oh, cool. Okay. The problem is all of these things are the overflow and the top-up and everything are done percentage-wise, and that's going to be a percentage of this massive tank. So maybe I do just want to pump out. Like, I will never want to be filling up with chlorine in this area. That is never something I will want to do. So what if I just do that? And then this truly is just to give me a warning if something has gone wrong and allow me to buy myself a little bit of time. All chlorine should come out and go this way. Okay. Oh, cool. Sodium hydroxide will never go to the left because it's being made into caustic solution. That is true. what can I do about it? Let's see. I do need caustic down here. So what if I do something a little bit fun? What if I grab a... I can even grab a large tank. Put you, like, right here. Maybe go ahead and move that pump up to here, just because it makes a little more sense to be there now. And the whole reason for having the tank here is to go into this splitter right here. You're going to read contents, and if caustic is more than like 100k or something, then I will send your priority to the left. So I would really like this to be placed before I start messing with stuff, but let's just see what happens. So priority left is when chlorine is more than 100k. This is not chlorine, this is caustic solution. So caustic solution, there we go. Okay. And then priority right and the other scenario. Oh, I didn't even realize it would let me do an even split. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so priority right. Hold on. Which way is priority right? I've got my sides backwards. I mean, not the end of the world. Let's do 100k there. That's only 10k. And then 80k on the side. So since we're less than 80k, we do priority all of the sodium hydroxide into making more caustic solution. And if we go over 80k, which we should shortly, then it will start evenly distributing. And if we go over 100k, then it will only send into here. Actually, that's a problem. Because then the salt will back up. So maybe I just don't want a right priority. What if I just don't have a right priority? Yeah, okay. I think that's correct. Now if I very quickly change you back to 100k, then you hardline this way, yes. And then as soon as you cross 100k, then you start evenly splitting. Yeah, okay, I'm perfectly happy with that. I'm perfectly happy with that. I didn't realize it would work that way, but that's actually pretty cool. Okay. That's pretty cool. Good. Okay. And then, you know, if we need the caustic solution, the amount dips. This goes back to hard lining this way. That's very nice. Anyway, where does that get me? So, ECH is building up over here. Let's see just how much ECH I'm gonna need. I have a feeling this is a number that's going to make me cry. I just have to actually find where production is. Here we are. So, still have no nucleotide. That's because I have no phosphoric acid. Phosphoric acid. I almost have the recipe for phosphoric acid 3, so what if I just beeline for that? Right now I'm... Yeah, I need you more than mining prod. Mining prod's nice, but this is actually, like, useful. Then just start adding a few more things, just fill up the queue, there we go. Let's see, you're gonna take 1800 science, and I make 45 per minute, so that's gonna take like 40 minutes to complete. Oh well. Let me work on the other things, and then maybe I'll remember phosphoric acid. That is the only thing we need, though. So, sugar is running. Even if only technically, it is running. You take glycerol, which is requested up here. Okay. Glycerol, glycerol. I know that's made where explosives are. Here's glycerol, so you are lacking hydrochloric acid. It was ECH before, now it's hydrochloric. Okay. Well, I am very, very slowly making a little bit of hydrochloric acid down here. It's only from my excess chlorine, but it is getting made. I might bump you just a touch, since I do want you to be requested first. And then I'll just put you back to like 50. That's fine. I realize now the only other place this is going to come from is my other chlorine area, though there might be things that produce you as a byproduct. Let's see. Well, phosphoric acid 3 produces hydrochloric acid, funny enough. Actually, that's weird. It transforms sulfuric acid into a tiny amount of hydrochloric acid. That's odd. Okay, so a little bit of lubricant. Or lubricant seems to make a little bit of hydrochloric. And making sodium sulfate makes a little bit of hydrochloric. So I probably do make you as a byproduct in some places, so I don't know exactly how high my priority would be there. I'll just set you to like 55. So very slightly higher than default. And then over here as well. Okay, so that does kind of run. Are all of you running? No, you're not running full speed. That's because you're not running full speed. 229 per. Maybe that's... I did pumps, the seawater intakes, without speed modules in mind. Let's see, that would be 2.3k. Oh, I'm just nowhere near. I only do 1,000. I need 2.3k. So I actually need 5 of you. Don't know how I wound up not doing enough before, but okay. So there's 5 up there. That's silly. Let's just get rid of that. And then put you... I'll even just avoid the one near the road before. You can just go over there. In fact, you wound up just somehow perfectly in line over there. That's pretty funny. Couldn't do the same again. I could do the same over here next time. And I'm sure there will be a next time, because I already kind of feel like I don't have enough chlorine for all of the products that I'm trying to make. Let's see. So once you're running full-time, it might be a different story. And I do need these other ones in place over here before you are running full-time. There we go. Okay. Now everything should be running full-time. Okay. So any buffers or anything should be filling up at this point. So you are actually lacking propene. Funny. I haven't needed more propene in quite a long time. Yeah, propene's just dead. Okay. Did production of propene stop somehow? Methane backed up. Okay. So methane... Yeah, okay. So what can I do with this methane? can turn you into graphite and hydrogen. I can burn you and produce ethylene, kind of. I can make... well, methanol is going to be full. I can compress you, and I can burn you. Let's see, what can I do with compressed methane? Anything interesting? I can just decompress you. Let's see. Compressed methane and compressed oxygen can be burned and make compressed carbon dioxide. Not exactly what I'm after. Okay. Let's see. So methanol is full. Okay. So in order to keep everything running smoothly, I do just need to be venting the excess. I also have no carbon monoxide on the last guy. Somehow? Oh, bad pipe. Okay, well at least it wasn't a big deal. It was just the last 3 or so. Anyway, methane is the problem. So, like I was just saying, I guess I'm going to need to burn it. So, methane and oxygen. That's going to go into the big power square, wherever that happens to be. Do I really not have anything better? Because I'd really rather not have to run you all the way up that way. That just seems really inconvenient. Or do I not just have a methane pipe that goes somewhere? No, there's no methane. No methane. Okay. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Okay, I have methane out to here. Do I have methane anywhere in here that I could just tap into? Doesn't look like it. Okay. I have this area over here I could try and run pipes through. Really would rather not do that if possible, but I certainly could. This area is backing up on carbon dioxide. Well, all your 4 is producing carbon dioxide, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, the nitrogen I just void. So this area is just the carbon dioxide production area. Fair enough. Okay, well, let me see if I already have a methane burning thing. That's all benzene in there, I'm pretty sure. Oh, something different. You're propene. Hopefully I'm not burning propene right now. That's just excess hydrogen. Oh, I do have methane. Okay, so I do have a pathway to excess methane. Go ahead and upgrade you guys. And let's see where I can tap into this from. Go ahead and upgrade you. That's one-way valves. Not a good sign. So this part of the base hasn't been touched in a little while. Yeah, that is a tank of methane. Might go ahead and replace you with pumps. Let's see. So overflow and top up, maybe? So I only top up into the tank. Well, nothing actually takes out of the tank is the problem. I do stop producing at 10k though. Okay, so there is no reason to make you overflow. You just kind of want to go that way. Always. I have no idea what the difference between one way and just a normal pump is. And I don't really care to find out right now. Let's just put you up that way. So I don't get methane from anywhere else, right? Like if I look in this, recipes for creating methane, that used to be my primary source. None of these do I have yet. Let's see, so the compressed recipe, of course, that's my primary source right now. Can turn ethylene into all those products, propene into all those products. Yeah, that's fine. Interesting, okay. Okay. So I just have to get you up there. No two ways about it. Let's just find a pipe and start running. Methane's right here. Let's see. Where do you stop? Because I would kind of like a pipe right along this area. Maybe more in this area. Okay, methane right here. So what if I just put you here, put you as overflow, and then you ran this way. Okay, I can work with this. I can work with this. Let's run you to the side just a bit. Put a pipe right there, and then just run you. Okay, that's actually too far. So, how about right here instead? Go ahead and pick up all this junk, so the bots aren't wasting their time on it. Also, it looks like chlorine has filled up, so I will have to go and deal with that. It looks like it won't just take care of itself. Oh well. Okay, and then I can turn you that way and start running, and almost certainly by this point we're going to need a pump. So since we have power here, I'll just go ahead and put a pump there. Oh, also, how am I gonna get you up? That's propene, ethylene, methane right there. Oh boy. Well, I know how this is gonna go. So here's methane. You connect right there, right there. And get in. Okay. So, curiously, you have no gas yet. I started running you here. And I started running you off to the side, but that's actually not where I want you to be. So let's get a pump this direction, even though there's no power that way. Oh well. We'll just throw you over there, and then pipe in that way. Yeah, that's good. Then this should all connect, send you up and in. Pipe extends 10 something, so that shouldn't push you over the edge or anything. And here's methane combustion. So with a tier 3, you're able to combust 270 a second. There's 2 of you, so that's 520. Honestly, not sure how much of a difference that's going to make, but it should be a bit. Methane. Each one of you produces... Hold on, so that's methane there, the simple looking one. 144 per second. Okay, so that does like 4 of you. Well, okay. I guess that's fine. We'll just rely more on these guys who need a little more hydrogen. Speaking of which, I am supposed to have some sort of barreling pump over here to turn some of this compressed hydrogen into regular hydrogen if it's needed. Just a matter of where. Can I fit to? No. I guess I'll have to do it up here and then send it over and down. Which is fair, that's fine. Actually, there's hydrogen right here. Is there a pump? There is a pump there. Which means there's going to be pumps in here too, I'm sure. Okay. How do I address that? I guess first things first, let's get a pump in here and make you a top-up. Ooh, I don't like that at all. I don't want to run through that area. Let's bring that down. Maybe even just make you normal pipes. I just want to skate over the top of the carbon monoxide here. There we are. And in you go. Okay. So this now is just a regular hydrogen pipe. You are set to top up. Good. Okay. Compressed hydrogen is over here. So let's break right there. Pop you there. Pipe extents are a little shaky, but should survive just like a couple lines this way. And let's see, where do you go? Okay, you want to go all the way that way. What if I just bring you to like here? Probably a little too much. What I should do is put pipes in here. Get the barreling pump. And just do like 3. Okay, so that's a little too much. A little too much. Connect you on the side and let's get hydrogen in here. Go ahead and turn this way. 1 lower. And there we go. Okay. Connect the corners. And hopefully that's okay pipe extent wise. If not, I'll have to figure something out. Anyway, let's get these set to hydrogen. But what I do want to make sure that I do is over here is strictly an overflow. So only if we have excess compressed hydrogen do we turn it into non-compressed hydrogen. And then only if we need the hydrogen does it flow out. And we'll keep you to top up like 30 or something. Okay, there we are. Now all of you guys should have hydrogen, correct? You're backed up on carbon monoxide. You're having hydrogen problems somehow. Not sure how. Why are you freaking out? What are you doing? Okay, you're just maxed out. That's your problem. Yeah, you're at like half to 2/3. Let me go ahead and upgrade you too. Once I upgrade the hydrogen, the draw on you will increase, so I might as well just upgrade both of them. And if I'm upgrading them, probably don't need to upgrade these. I might as well, but I probably don't need to. Well, never mind. Look how few are after that. There's like 4 machines after that. I think tier 1s will be just fine. So now are you better? Yes. Now you're running. Okay. So methane is still full, though ethylene pyrolysis is not running. That's fine. This should only be excess ethylene. Even if only a little bit. Let's go ahead and make that tier 2. Yeah, we only want to turn excess ethylene into other stuff. There we go. Okay. Anything else? Anything else that I need to do? I know around the bend, somewhere in here. Yeah, I do the same for propene. You are already set appropriately. Okay. Good to know, good to know. You are also limited on methane. So let's see, your methane does overflow back this way. Okay, good. So where's power? Here we are. Would it be feasible for me to just add more methane burning? Methane, here you are. What? You don't have any? You don't have any methane. I connected you to the wrong pipe. My bad. Oh, unless that is methane. Hold on. Where do you go? Okay, I believe that's benzene. This one is methane, I'm pretty sure. That's hydrogen. Methane. Methane is this one. Okay. You come down, break all that, come in here, and in you go. Hopefully I didn't accidentally break anything. This hydrogen connection I notice is broken now. Are you hydrogen? I believe you are. Yes, this one is hydrogen. Okay. And hydrogen restored. Okay. So we do have a path for the excess hydrogen. That is no longer a path for the excess methane. So I am gonna need more methane burning. So let's see what I can do about it. What if I just come up this direction and do a couple more? Like so. So connect all of that. I'm gonna need oxygen in here, of course. And over here. Then I'm gonna need to get the steam down. The middle can just connect in. Which means I probably want it to come down somewhere. Steam should connect. And how am I gonna get oxygen? Okay, let's say I bring oxygen down this way. And then steam. How can steam come down? How can steam come down? Good question. Let's underground you again this way. And then you can just come down this way. Not exactly compact. I'm trying to figure out how much I care. And I'm starting to find that I care very little. What I might do, though, is rather than stacking them, what if I just did a single layer? Okay, we got the new phosphorus tech. That's actually kind of cool. I have been somewhat waiting on that. I do want to move you out of the way so that I can make clean copies without interrupting any of the other guys. Let's move you up this way. And I can't help but notice there's still no methane. So, what's the deal? Methane's here, and I broke you at some point. You're also one off, seemingly. Okay, sure. There we go. Bots will figure it out. Well, pipe extents are probably going to be angry with me. I don't think I can manage that long, so let's go ahead and get a pump in there. Not even sure that's going to be able to save it. Yeah, that doesn't even save it, so... let's see. Pump. You can go there. Seems fine. Also, go ahead and upgrade you to Tier 2. You as well. Okay. Somehow I did manage to break you. I was trying not to, but it does look like I did. Okay, so these guys up here. Let's just do that. Steam comes out around. So all the steam's connected. Let's get the carbon dioxide connected. Does seem to be. All of the oxygen is connected, okay. And then we just need the inputs connected. So the methane itself. Okay. Okay, there we go. That does work. It does work. Okay. So methane down here. Extend you up this way and connect in. Oxygen down here. Pipe extents leave a little to be desired. So what if I put a pump on you? Sent you up this way and just connect it in over here. And then the steam and the carbon dioxide. Let's go carbon dioxide first, because it's the one I wouldn't think about, most likely. There we go. And then the steam. So, can get into steam right here. There's literally a 1 block gap that will allow me to get in. Even though it doesn't meet up with literally anything, I can just do that. Okay, that should be fine. Go ahead and break all of those. And that should be quite a lot more voiding. I just have to wait for the bots to come up here and get this all done. Go ahead and upgrade some of these old roboports. If I do need work done up here, I would like the bots to be able to charge at least. And there we go. Okay, so methane. Methane's progressing pretty quickly. And it's the oxygen we're running low on before anything else, actually. Wild. Okay, so oxygen. Oxygen. Let's see, top up 20%. Let's raise that to like 40%. Because evidently I wasn't keeping it high enough. Yeah, okay. Just keep upgrading along the way. Let's see, so you upgrade right there. Okay. So yeah, I might just need more oxygen. Kinda crazy. You're keeping pretty full. Okay, that is now maximum. Okay, even 6,000 is not enough. I'm not even pumping 6,000 in, I don't think. Yeah, I can at least upgrade you, but I don't think that matters because I don't make that much oxygen in here. Yeah, I don't even make that much oxygen in here, so it doesn't even matter, but there you are. I was able to at least empty the storage tank. Hmm. Well, I mean, that's the best I can do for right now. That's some methane voiding. That should have some of these kicking back online. It is definitely methane limited, though. This is a compressed tank of oxygen. I have a feeling I might be able to extract a little extra oxygen out of the system if I really wanted to. That's only if I really wanted to. I guess I need to. Okay, so let's go tier 4 underground and just see how far it gets me. Almost far enough. Actually, kind of crazy far. I need 1, 2 more. Yeah, it doesn't quite cut it, but man, it's crazy that it almost does. Okay, let's just find a better place to get oxygen up, I guess. Because I would like to bring oxygen the same way around. I'm actually voiding so much oxygen right here. What even is this? Okay, I'm just making compressed oxygen and voiding it here. Yeah, like, not even doing anything with it. Okay. Sure. So, what if I do this? So... Is my oxygen connected? No. Not connected. And it couldn't be connected because of you, but I could just move you. Pipe extents 20, 29 out of 64. Okay, well, what if I did this? That roboport can't really move because that's a grid roboport. Okay, so undo that, even though that would be nice. What if I just move you down 1 instead? There we go. And then get rid of those undergrounds. Then the pipe. That way, I can do undergrounds of the oxygen at this level, and then still fit a pump down to this area. And you know what? You get 2. Why not? So, overflows. And then regular old oxygen can come out this way somewhere. And just run up this way. Okay, so that gets me most of the way in. Pipe extents 22. Okay. So I will probably want to throw a pump somewhere in here. Go ahead and do it like here. And oxygen needs to come up into this line. So anywhere in here. Oh. There's not a lot of pumps on the oxygen. Just happening to notice, which is gonna kind of work against me when I come up here to connect into it. Well, one step at a time. Let's run that up. Then I can connect into right there. And then immediately right here, I will need a pump, I'm sure. And then I just want you to be top up. So oxygen, right this way. Build you in, build you in. Oh, you can't go there. Okay, glad I noticed that. When I did, move you down, move you down. Okay, there we go. Okay, pipe extents 105, not that bad. Actually, I don't know why it's not worse. But okay, I can accept that. Pipe extents, let's just get rid of this guy. He's unnecessary. And then we can have a pump right there. And then top up. Let's bring that way down from 80. Let's go to like 30. And then we'll still be venting most of it, I'm sure. This just gives us another path to get a little more oxygen in here. Okay, it's actually the steam filling up now. Yeah. Why am I not filling this one? What? So this is full, emptying into you. You are running, but not at full uptime. And you're not running at all. So you're not even approaching your limit, and yet this can output. Why is that? What if I drop you just a smidge? Does that do anything? No, you're still only pumping at like half of your maximum rate. Maybe it's because this one's too full. What if I lowered you as well? Okay, that did increase your rate. That did increase your rate. Okay. Let's just set all of these to 80 then. Okay. Because apparently 90 was doing weird things to the flow rate. Okay. So we are still having trouble getting rid of that much steam, but it is at least running now. These guys are full on water. Water's full, water's full. Not quite full. Why are you top up? Oh, because I never want to fill this line. That is true. Okay. So tanks are getting full. Interesting, interesting. I could just make bigger tanks, but I think the better solution would be just find somewhere to get rid of the water. Like, I can just dump water. I can just dump water. I was trying to see if there's anything clever I could do. I don't even know what I was thinking, but let's just find somewhere to get rid of the water. Unfortunately, there's not really anywhere. Like, this area is pretty packed. I could just void you and allow you to fill up real quick. But even then, that doesn't do much. Okay. You just fill up again immediately. Do that. Like, these down the way don't really care about how much water I push into this system. More this one I want to be careful about. So, the one that I literally just did. Okay. Okay, so let me see. I'm sure I can get water out of here in a reasonable way somewhere. I'm just not sure how. So... what if I have a special overflow lane this way? Can I just break you? does that, like, make all kinds of horrible things happen. You're at power pole 1. I can just literally upgrade you. Okay. So what I wanted to do is put another pump this way. You're going to be overflow, but you're going to be a higher number overflow. In fact, overflow 80. There we are. And then you are a dedicated voiding line that's just going to go off somewhere this way. Can I raise you here? I think I can. Okay, so we can go that way. Might as well go ahead and throw a pump on you at this stage, just to help with pipe extent. And then where am I? Okay, I still have a little ways to go. You know, I have these exhausts over here. That is fair. Is that something I could add somewhere else, potentially? Well, the water could become an issue at any point. I think it's a better idea to just deal with the excess water if I happen to have it. This is kind of a pain, though. So maybe I won't. Maybe that's not the answer. Maybe that's not the answer. What I will do... Where is steam? Okay, so steam does kind of travel down this way. So I overflow to the left and top up to the right. Just trying to think how I can manage this correctly. Because I don't want to void steam. Steam is my power, you know? But like, this up here... Yeah. So you can be overflow. Maybe not at that specific level. Maybe you can be overflow up here. And then you come this way and connect into steam in here. In here. There we go. Yeah. Oh, cool. And that should help a good deal. I'll even go ahead and add a couple more over this way. Oh, that's not accurate. Whatever, who cares? There we go. And that's pretty much as far as I can go until I'm running into the train tracks, so hopefully that's gonna be enough. If it's not enough, I'm not really sure what I will do. Guess we'll find out. Okay. Nearly there. Come on, guys, you got this. Oh, and I do need power poles over here as well. Okay. That's fair, that's fine. So, you will come down this way. That will help me just get rid of all kinds of steam. Whether I need to or not. Okay, so this pipe is kind of filling up. Maybe once again, 90 is too extreme. It seems to be affecting flow rates in weird ways. Okay, there we go. There we go. And you're getting pretty close to that 6,000 a second mark. So maybe I do need to move you out a smidge. There we go. And then that all still comes down into here, and then we have these two, which tells me I might actually need a third also. Okay, well that's been like half an hour, if not longer, working on methane. Let's see how chlorine's doing. So chlorine is full. That does seem to be the case. So if chlorine fills up, I will stop producing sodium hydroxide. I have quite a lot of caustic solution built up. Yeah, I'm trying to see if this is a problem. So right now I'm sending sodium hydroxide out, which I guess I needed more sodium hydroxide. Let me go check the other area. Let's see. Get a better power pole over to this guy. Or you're connected right there, you're fine. Okay, enough of that. So you are full. You're fine. Okay. All 5 of your trucks are busy, huh? Well, let's raise you to 12. That's the byproduct line coming in, so it just refreshes everything and sends you back into the main area. This is full. I guess no one's requesting that. Gypsum's full. You have a little bit in you. And 4 out of 8 trucks. Okay. So you seem okay. So, chlorine. What's going on? So why is this not running full uptime if chlorine is backing up? Let's see, you're top up 30. Is that what I want though? So this line will always be full, yes. And then that's sent in into here and we make ECH. And then I keep this line somewhat full. Does that make sense? And then you overflow this way? I don't think that makes any sense. Why would I keep this, why would I keep 30% in here? That doesn't do anything for me. If I only overflow 30, or overflow at 80, yeah, I'm trying to think, so I do want to prioritize this setup. This setup is what the chlorine is for. You are the important one. That's why you get a pump just going straight into you. And then I send my excess chlorine up this way. Though, maybe what I want to do here is overflow, but make you a lower overflow to like 60 or something. But then change you to also be overflow at like 70, so right in the middle. So if we drop below 60%, then we stop sending chlorine down. If this fills up above 80%, then we send chlorine up. Not that we really have anything to do with it up here, but we're trying to get rid of it. Maybe we don't even send chlorine up, maybe that doesn't make any sense. Well, again, we do want to use chlorine here, so whatever. And then excess chlorine comes in here and is made into hydrochloric acid, which is backed up now. So that's going to fill up the pipes, and then this is going to stop, and then we're going to fill up this, and then that's going to stop. Then our chlorine situation is going to be even worse than it currently is. But that might be okay, because this area is for reducing chlorine, basically. Like, long term, I'll have to see exactly how it works out, but I think this is fine. I'll go ahead and do... Maybe I'll swap you. So if chlorine is below, like, 10,000, maybe that's a little low. 50. Then I'll do a chlorine low alert. And I'll do a matching one down this way. Do I already have an alert? You're connected to that guy. Okay, never mind. I was hoping it would just copy the wire. Whatever. It's fine. And then you are... caustic low. We'll see what happens. I'm setting these alerts because I'm just gonna hope that the machines kind of self-balance themselves, especially with this splitter. Once we fall below a certain amount of caustic, then it directs all of the sodium hydroxide into making more caustic. So this should just work. Should be fine, especially since all of the excess salt from the brine is being made into caustic. I might even come in here and change this so that over 200k we prioritize to the right, because that's getting pretty full at that point. Oh yeah, at 80%, 80% would be 200k, I think. We start voiding the caustic solution anyway, so why would we continue sending the salt in if something else wants it? In fact, let me reduce you to like 180. Yeah. Okay, and this is only priority. For some reason I was thinking it worked like the filters do earlier, where... But yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I was thinking about filtered splitters for some reason, where if one of the sides backs up, then it won't output to the other side if it's, you know, prioritized. But with just a simple priority, that's... wouldn't make any sense. It just has priority. Okay. We're cool. It can still go either way. In which case, I might just lower you even further. Go like 125. Okay, anyway, that's gonna have lots of you building up in there, that's all cool. ECHs are running just fine. We're now gonna build up on this product. Actually, we are already full. And now we're gonna fill up the pipes. And as soon as the pipes are full... Oh, you are coming to pick up occasionally. Okay. But all the same, we are going to back up on chlorine very soon, and this whole process is pretty much going to die. But I think that's okay, because that's just the buffers being full. This is still running. Which does tell me maybe I could get away with a few more of these in here. Let's see, that's another 4. I have a pump in here, you're for overflow. Let's go ahead and move you over this way. And then just get another couple of these guys. Get over here, another 4. So I think I just doubled? Yeah, I just doubled how much ECH I'm capable of producing per second. We'll see if that actually makes sense or not. But since the buffers were filling up, I mean, you know, might as well. It was literally becoming a problem, so might as well just increase the amount of consumption. I also do definitely need more ECH, so not like this is ridiculous or anything. Let's get you in there, and let's get a speed 2. There you go. Okay. I'll just let things run there for a little bit, and let's get back to the science pack. Oh, I do have the recipe for you, so let's see. Oh, apatite. I can make 6 apatite out of 8 crushed phosphorite and 15 phosphoric acid. This is a recipe for phosphoric acid. Okay, sure. So 3 apatite produces 32 phosphoric. But it takes 15 to make 6. So it makes so it takes about 7.5 for this recipe. So, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, okay. Sure. It also makes gypsum. Weird. Okay. The place that I make gypsum, I want to go look at then. So, I make gypsum out of lime, sludge, and hydrochloric acid. What if I logistics limit you? How much is in here? So what if I logistics limit you to only run... Oh, you produce phosphorite, though. Yeah, okay. So you only run if I have less than 3k. Let's just do something like that. Okay, so I need to think a little more carefully about this, I guess. What's the acid called? Keep forgetting. Oh, come on. So, phosphoric acid. I can void you. Hilariously. I don't think I actually want to do that right now. So let's see. Apatite and sulfuric acid gives me gypsum. I might have to void gypsum. But okay. Let's worry about that some other time. So for right now, I need a flotation cell to make apatite and sulfuric acid. And to make apatite, I need another flotation cell that takes crushed phosphorite, phosphoric acid, and water. Okay. I think I'll start doing that in this area. Just because I might already have some of those ingredients kind of nearby. So let's leave a little bit of room for inputs and go ahead and extend the road down. There we are. so let's set the recipe in. So you're going to make apatite. Also, what are you? Calcium chloride hydration. Why would I ever want to do that if the only way to make calcium chloride is with calcium chloride solution? How strange. Okay. Let's get rid of all of you. What are you? Apatite box and sulfuric acid makes gypsum box. Oh, that's way more compact, so I'll probably do that. Just seems reasonable. Okay, so apatite takes crushed phosphorite. I'm real wary of this. I'm not sure this is a great idea, but we'll see what happens. Phosphoric acid, I think, always takes some phosphorite. So let's put you down. And then directly underneath you, let's just do a little bit of science. So, phosphoric acid, you go there. Okay. Now let's look for phosphoric acid in other places. Okay, so phosphoric acid 2 takes 3 crushed phosphorite and makes 16. This takes 3 apatite and makes 25. 25 because making apatite takes 7.5. Let's see, you take 3 and make 16. You take 8. Okay, you take 4. You take 4. Yeah, you take 4 and make like 25. So it is a little better. It is a little more efficient. And then this one over here that takes phosphorus is got to be the least efficient. So that's 1 phosphorus to 35. But let's see. Oh, I have you. I do have a more efficient way of making phosphorus also. You take... Oh yeah, you're 9 to 1. Yikes. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I might want to look into that then. So maybe I actually want a fair amount of apatite. Maybe I want to be turning all of my crushed phosphorite into apatite, actually. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything that crushed phosphorite is used in that I can't just do better with apatite. And yeah, the phosphorite itself can only be crushed. That's right, so all of this just needs to be turned into apatite. Okay. I guess that's fine. Oops, didn't mean to exit map view. But let me see. So here's where I crush it. What if I move the crushers back to around this area? I forgot about the dedicated Steam input for you. That's pretty funny. How much room does it take? Like, where was I building just now? I believe it was below green circuits. Over here. Okay. So, one machine is 4 crushed phosphorite. So, unmodded, no modules or anything, 4 a second. So, with modules, probably... just below 3 a second if it's 30% slower. So each one of you is 2.3 a second. Okay, so it can do about 1.5-ish. Oh no, if it's just below 3, then it's pretty much 1 to 1. Okay. Pretty much 1 to 1. Okay. Fortunately, there's a lot of phosphorite in here. So, what if I get rid of you? Drone request, just get rid. And then the phosphorite. What can I do with you? What if I just start loading you into a large chest, like, back this way somewhere? So, let's load you this way. Oh, not like that. So, out and in, somewhere over there. Yeah. You do need the connector corner, there you go. All of this can go. I'll leave you as a cut and paste. A cut and paste helper. Yeah, so I can just grab all of that. Oop, you're out of power, so I guess I have to wait for that power pole to go back in. I'm gonna go ahead and break all the road this way. Back to the corner. I might have to replace some of it, but I don't know exactly how much. I would really like them to come down and place this singular power pole. Also, if this is proper grid placement, and it does look like it is, I can go ahead and start placing substations on these guys. Start transitioning away from power poles in here. Yeah, hard to tell exactly where that would fit. I think it's right there, but I won't be too hasty. Okay, just for short term, let's go ahead and speed you up a bit, if possible. Oh, you're also not gonna do anything. Okay. There you go. So let's get all that phosphorite moved out of there. Just as soon as I can. Just as soon as you'll let me. Come on, bots, you got this. You can do it. There's those guys coming, okay. Okay, so you're gonna get stored over there. That's probably fine enough. Let's see, that is already crushed stuff coming in. That's a byproduct from something up this way, I'm sure. From making gypsum with this recipe. Oh, that is just the same gypsum I was looking at earlier. Never mind. Okay, so anyway, that is the crushed byproduct coming in. So I guess I do have to move you, probably? Maybe you can stay for now. Okay, you're empty. I'll leave you so I can cut and paste you. In fact, I think I already can. Let's put that back in place. The hydrochloric acid pipe, I guess, is going to come with me momentarily. So you're going to go over here somewhere. Let's say right there. So that goes away. And then hydrochloric acid was this pipe right here. There you are. And then the oxygen and the hydrogen will have to move. That might just reach. Does. Which means you will as well. Okay. Yes, so I have hydrogen literally right here, funny enough, and then I'll just have to get oxygen over there somewhere. Let's just do that, I guess. Pipe extents are a little tight. I hope it doesn't yell at me. We'll have to see what happens. And then hydrogen can go right there. Okay. All cool. You get a road connection. You've been copy and pasted one too high. There you go. Okay. All cool. So now I get a belt out right here. So you go down and down. You go up and up. Then you all unload onto this belt. All cool, all cool. So, crushers. Here we are. So here's the interesting part. I will have to get rid of that, it looks like. Or I could just bring you down. Yeah, no reason you have to be up there. You can just come down. Okay. Move the splitter up here. And then you go down, and there you go. Straight in. So there's the crusher. We've got the stone output. Stone just has to go in somewhere. Just fill in some of this area, why not? This makes it a little easier to work with, a little easier to look at. Okay. This roboport is abandoned. You don't seem to be a proper grid roboport anyway, so get out of here. Let's grab a proper grid square. And then you go up there. Didn't really want the charger. Wouldn't hurt anything, but I wasn't really trying to put that there. Okay, and now I can start getting rid of some of these power poles that plague my existence. Like, all of these guys up here can just go away. Yes, okay. Very good, very good. In fact, anything else? No, unfortunately, you have to stay. Okay. Well, that's fine. Good enough. So stone comes this way. I'm just gonna run you right there. There's a stone in right there. So things might have to move. Let's go ahead and get this belt dealt with. So, what were you? Okay, that's the belt I don't need anymore. That can all go. That's fine, that's fine. Metalworking 4. Let's go. So, you can reach 3 up. Yes, okay. And hopefully it just works like that. And I can just grab from there and put into there. Otherwise, I'm gonna be in some trouble. Can I just move that up? There we go. Okay, anyway. So the stone comes this way. Oxygen and hydrogen should be filling up your steam buffer. Yes, they are. And now I need... what? Flotation? Flotation. So, I didn't mean to hit that. Let's do that. Okay. So, somewhere in this space, somewhere through here, I have to fit this flotation process. A little easier said than done. I need at least 8 of them. Maybe a little more. This hydrochloric acid's right in the way. Not a lot I can do about it, though. There are a lot of things that are right in the way, actually. Like this stone belt, for example. Let's replace you real quick. I'll get stone out some other way. It can come down and just not be in that area. It's a little too crowded already. I make green belts, I believe. So, just for fun, how far do you go? You go so far. Wow, you go far. Okay. Well, good to know. That clears up some space. Okay. We're getting somewhere. What if I do more of those green belts? Like, here and there. These are all backwards. I'll have to flip them around. There we go. And then just delete all that. Okay, now pipe. What if I did the same thing for pipes? The best pipes I have right now are the tier 4s. So what if I did a tier 4 pipe connection this way? How far do you reach? You reach until right there. Okay, that is plenty far enough. So I'll do the same thing over here for the hydrochloric acid. There we go. And then you can just connect them there. Okay, that's cleaned up quite a bit. That's a lot nicer. So let's get a splitter right there. Run you up. Run you up. So if I want an output line at that level, leave a little bit of room here. Also, begin backing this up. Move into there. And I might prioritize that line, since that is a byproduct line. Also, it doesn't look like I'm gonna let you output into here, which is a shame. I believe you can just down that way. Go 1, 2, over. Okay, and then you just have to go. And then you on top. Okay. They'll eventually get through all of this. Won't even take that long, I don't think. So while that's happening, I'll go ahead and add some trucks into here. And it'll take them an eternity to get down here anyway. In fact, I might as well increase that to 12. Okay. So the stone's backing up. We've got the crushed stuff. Oh, cool. So water comes in from the top, phosphoric on the side, and then wastewater out the middle, horizontal flip. Connect in there. Phosphoric will have to be something that we bring down. Let's go ahead and get the belt in first. And then the output will be here. So take you, vertical flip, put you down here. And the reason I did 2 spaces away is... Oh, actually, I don't need to do that. What I was thinking is that would allow me to do outputs on the inside, but actually I already have the output in the middle. And that's a much nicer place to have an output. So for a second... Well, for a second input is going to be blue, but even 2.3 a second? I don't know if purple can handle that. We'll find out. Okay. Then connect the acids right there. And so that gives me 4. I needed 8, I think. I wouldn't swear to it, but I'm pretty sure. There you go. So let's start with 8. And And if I need more than that, then I can add more than that. Let's see, each of you is 2.8. You output 2.3. Okay, so if I do 8, that's actually just fine. I'm just slightly faster than this process over here. So slightly overbuilt, but perfectly fine. Okay. You only output appetite. Very good. Okay. All I care about. So underground, the water, underground, the water. So all of the systems should be connected other than the wastewaters. I have water down here, so what if I connect across the bottom? Yeah, it's actually, with the spacing the way that it worked out, it's better if I connect across the top. I wish it would have been the other way around. I might even just change it. I'm gonna change it. None of you are at max lengths or anything, so I can just take all of you. Except for this splitter, but that's fine. I don't actually care about that. So all of you, I will just move down one. The belts will have to be replaced, and then you come down one as well. Actually, didn't even need to move the pipes. These guys down here, they're still just fine. They're way out of the way. It was just the belts that were a little too close. There we go. So, wastewater. You do like a 90-ish. So even just a tier 1 dump will do. Wondering if there's any wastewater around here I can just add you into, and it does look like there is. Reason being, I can kind of get products sometimes out of wastewater. So I might like to just keep all of my wastewater connected in together. So what if I did something like that? And then pump. I guess pump there. And you are top up. So never more than however much you can handle. 80% over there, I guess 80% over here is good as well. There we go. Okay, you have power, everyone's all cool. This area does not have power somehow. Let's figure out what to do about that. Right there. Okay. I think that's correct. Hard to tell. I think it is. Anyway, so we've got the inserters, we've got the inputs. I can get rid of that extra bit. And that's going to give me appetite. Now I have to redo all the furnaces. Granted, they're all full right now. So it would be really hard to do that, actually. Like if I put this over here... you also output a gas now. Interesting. What I'm going to do is, as a reminder, I'm going to put this down here. And I'm going to get a speaker. Throw you down here. Might as well put modules in you so I can copy and paste you later. And circuit condition, you are less than, like, 5K. Show alert, no volume please. Rebuild whatever you are. Phosphorus. There we go. So whenever I see that alert, right now there's 8K. When we drop below, let's say when we drop below 4K, then it'll tell me to come rebuild phosphorus, and I'll just come and do it. Shouldn't be too bad. We have a little more room to work with, I think. These mines, I think we receded a little bit. I wouldn't swear to it, but I think we did. Let's get this stuff over this way and connect you in. Oh, I don't actually want to connect you in because you are different items. Yeah, I'll have to wait on that just a smidge. You take silica, apatite, graphite. You take graphite, sand, and phosphorite. So the sand also will need the change. You take more phosphorite than you do sand. Not much I can do about that. I was trying to find a clever way to get the sand off the belts just in case, but no. Let's not be too clever about it. Okay. So... Okay, let's be a little silly here. So... There and there. There and there. Should be exactly the same. Okay. And then... I'm gonna have a belt here that has input priority. So, down and up. Up, down. All cool. Let's make sure you're on both sides. Both sides, okay. Then I can get rid of those. That way, I will consume this before this. Because they did just come and fill this depot up. So that would be mighty inconvenient to just have this sit in storage for absolutely forever. There we go. Those have done their job. Okay. I never did connect the stone in, so might as well go do that. Kinda wanted you to stay there. So let's see, if I cut this way and throw a trusty green underground, oh yeah, that gets me real far. So maybe now I do something like this. I don't really know why I'd done it this way before, but, you know, here we are. I might as well do it the same as I had. Okay. Anyway, I need to get the apatite itself out now, because I do need it, especially to produce phosphoric acid. Which I might need to do on site, now that I think about it. Let's see. Grab you, and then delete the landfill. Where was I? Where was I literally just doing things? There's the gypsum. There we go. Okay. So if I put the acid somewhere down at this level, or this level. I do need hydrochloric acid, which is right over there. Yeah, all the space is kind of taken. You need an item, and you give an item. So you are going to deliver more gypsum. I don't think I'm going to send it back to the original chest. I think I'm just going to deal with it. So, let's see. 1, 2, 3... Yeah, that's fine. So horizontal, that's good. Make you match. Put you on the insides. And by you, I mean the hydrochloric acid requirement. Let's get pipes on. And then pipes on the outside. Okay. And then we have our output, which also needs to go up here with priority. Oh, I never connected you, did I? Never did. Let's see. Let's make you at the same height there. Then that belt's in the way. Okay, can I go down? No, the same belt's in the way still. Okay. You know what? I can do it through the middle. Yep, that just works. That works just fine. You can even just be a regular pipe if you want to. You just have to underground the red belt. There we go. And then I guess you all just get to be regular pipes. Whatever, have fun. Then I'll max link you, cut that, and then just cut the connector there. Maybe go ahead... No, leave you. It's just a little confusing. There's not much of a gap there. I think I'll figure it out though. I'll be fine. So, you come in, stone already has its output, just making sure. You need phosphorus and water. Where could I get water from? Also, I should probably make sure the water is connected as well. I don't think I have just plain water. I have saline. Yeah, I make wastewater. That's not exactly helpful. I make this steam over here. How much water do you take? Okay, you do need like 80 water a second, so a decent amount. What I'm thinking is, what if I did like an exhaust turbine or something in here? Like just, in the same way I make a little bit of steam over there, what if I made a little bit of steam and just fed it into an exhaust turbine? I don't know how much excess I have though. Look, it looks like hydrogen's struggling, so maybe that wouldn't be a smart idea. I have water right here. Granted, that's in a particular ratio. I have saline water for silica. Okay, water, plain old water. Here we are. Plain old water. Okay, I just have to send you up and to the left. I can do that. I have no idea where you come from, though. So I should probably go check. A single freshwater filtration machine. Interesting. I mean, you make 340. I wonder how much of that I'm already consuming. I need 80, but I only need 80. Looks like you consume very little. Yeah, you all consume very little. So I should actually be fine, shockingly. Though I will turn you to overflow. Well, you're actually pretty important. You're actually pretty important. Let's let's not do that. Okay, that's the level hydrogen's at. So, best I can do is here. Okay, and then once again, let's use our best tier of undergrounds and just see how far it gets me. Okay, I do need to go a little closer. Oh, but that does work. That does work. Okay, there we go. And then might as well just do another. Well, maybe not. Because I would like to run it along with those down there. And then water just connects right there. Might need a pump, but we do have a pump right there, so maybe it'll be fine. Pipe extents up here is only 20. Can't imagine it takes that much to go this far. Another 25, so yeah, we should be just fine. Okay, so that'll give you water, then all you need is the phosphoric acid. Phosphoric acid takes in apatite and sulfuric acid and is gonna produce hydrochloric and gypsum. Let's see, that's chlorine right there. Hydrochloric acid right here. I don't like the way that I don't get the preview image because the pipe types are mixed. So... whatever. Guess it's fine. Hydrochloric acid pumps down this way. Just trying to see if you're a consumer or producer. Okay, so you do consume that way. So do I hit a pump if I travel up this way? I do. What if I just lower you one? Lower you two. Okay. Then pump goes here, and then another pump goes here. Drag you out, put you there. Okay. So, overflow and top up. Very good. I would like to reduce the top up amount, but that's the best I can do for the moment until it gets placed. So, until that happens, this is at least a bidirectional line of hydrochloric acid. So, I can just bring you up and over. Right there. 82. Okay, your pipe extents are a little high also. So I might also go ahead and throw a pump like right there. Just because I am going to have a couple machines, so I want to have a reasonable way to pump you back without it yelling at me. Okay, and then I do have to have a pipe here, so that is my output. So you come this way, and then we'll connect together there. So, belt there. All fine. Might even just regular pipe that. Okay, so I will need to bring hydrochloric in, or sulfuric in. Hydrochloric comes out. And I do have an item out as well. 1.5 purple should be more than enough for that. So there we go. Now if I grab all of this and horizontal flip, how terribly does this go for me? Okay, I can connect you with pipe. You also take in 1.5 items a second, so input inserters as well. Very good. Missing that grid, so let's get that guy in place. Okay, all cool. and I have no idea how many of these I need. Let's break that. Okay. So sulfuric acid, 40 a second. That is a pretty hefty amount of sulfuric acid, if I do say so myself. Okay. Let's bring Road in this way. Then I can just request sulfuric acid in here. Lithium. That is, I'm sure, something that I will have to do pretty soon. Right now, let's just get sulfuric acid requested in. What level do you hit? Okay, can't quite get that to work with that. Whatever you are. Keep wanting to call it helium, what? Chlorine, there we go. So chlorine's right in the way. Let's move you up this way, I guess. Best I can do. I could just connect you down. That makes way more sense. And then you just come up and connect in. You come down this way. And yeah, that just makes way more sense. There we go. Let's get some trucks into you. I don't think I'll do the funny steam into you. I think you can just get power the normal way. That's backwards. Okay, so you're taking in 1.5 a second. You are producing 2.3 a second, but importantly, each of you wants 5, let's say 5 and a quarter. So, hold on. So 8 of you, so that's 40 plus 2, so 42. Huh? So that's 3 of these guys, pretty much, reserved just for producing more appetite. So I grab you and move you over this way. Yeah, I'm kind of getting the feeling that maybe I should be doing this somewhere else. Yeah, I might expand this somewhere else at some point, but I do need a local area to make sure that this doesn't jam and back up. Also, priority. Let's make you a slightly higher priority because this is an important material, an important resource. There we go. Now I just have to figure out how I'm going to get you over there. Okay. So, back that up, put a splitter on, and then just bring you back this way. There we are. Actually, I kind of like that being filled in. Then you just want to be down here. There we go. Okay. Sulfuric should just arrive soon. Shouldn't be any issue. Hydrochloric should just be pumped out, though I do need another connection this way. Glad I checked. So that connects underneath. You connect in there. Sulfuric doesn't have a connection. Oh, you connect underneath once again. Okay. So belts are all good. How about output? Output's good. Comes out this way. And I'll just have a supply depot. Say right there. There we go. And that can be for gypsum. So Down, down, and up. Okay, all cool. And if I can get someone to actually place you, then I'll go ahead and make you a higher priority as well. And let's get a little bit of landfill. Possible. And just fill in all these weird little areas through here. It just bothers me. Let's not do that part though. Oh, come on. Well, at least the truck didn't seem to mind. Yeah, I just, this whole area is like a little marsh in here, and it does get to me from time to time. I would like it to not be that way. Okay, so what are we still missing? Just the appetite. Well, of course, the appetite's gonna need phosphoric acid, and I don't actually produce phosphoric acid. So what I will do is I will place a chemical plant. Let's see, where's the phosphoric acid line? Also, you need to be up just a smidge. Just the way things are. And then down. That way I can get the pipe out. There you are. And there you are. Okay. So, anyway, temporary pipe. Put you there. And then grab a chemical plant. You're gonna go here. Phosphoric acid takes oxygen and water. Well, I just so happen to have those things right nearby. Let's just do one. And then oxygen and water. There we are. And water. Water. Water's right here. Okay, I'll do oxygen somewhere else, I guess. That's fine. Whatever. Can oxygen go here? Yes, it can. Easily enough. There we go. So bots are bringing that in. Oxygen will be here soon. Then I'll have water. You will produce a single recipe worth of phosphoric acid, which is 35. And distribute you all over the place. So, how much do you take for a single recipe? 15. What if I break that, and that'll allow 2 recipes to work? I might go ahead and do one more oh, not that. One more phosphorus. Okay, so those 2 are running. That output's very cool. So that is coming down. We do have the sulfuric acid now, we just need the apatite. Sulfuric acid is coming in, though it looks like we might be a smidge low. How much do you need for one recipe? You only need 3. Okay, we should be okay. That'll get us at least 1 recipe, I'm sure. I'm sure. It just has to actually make it down here. There we go. Go ahead and break those pipes. Don't need them. And then you guys should be running, yes. Okay, now I can put that back. And I can break all of this nonsense. So you go away, you go back here. What was this? That doesn't need to be there. Okay. Did I break anything else? I don't think I did. Water. Did I do something weird with water? Okay. Yes, water doesn't need to come out this way. Oxygen's already good. Okay. Oh, cool. I think I want to do that. It just looks better. Even if only slightly. Okay, there you go. So now you've got a little bit of phosphoric acid. I think I will get a large tank. Put you there. Move that. Move that. And then just connect you straight in. Okay. And I will need a pump now, I'm sure. So let's just go ahead and get a pump in here. And that is going to make gypsum. I do want to increase the priority of this gypsum. Maybe to like 80. Okay. Should be cool. So of course, the whole point was to make the phosphoric acid. Let me see how I can get this out. Maybe that's a bit too much storage of phosphoric acid now that I think about it. Maybe that's actually way too much. Considering what it's made of. So maybe instead I'll do a tank like here. I think that's a little more reasonable. Just to keep a little buffer, just to make sure that this area can keep running in case something happens. I can't get anything through that area. Wow, okay. What I will do then, I guess, is bring it out the bottom. And let's get a fluid depot. But I do need to back you up one, so that I can put a pump in here and make sure that you are overflow. So only once I have a pretty decent buffer of the stuff am I going to allow myself to output it into the system in any capacity. What I think I will also do... Okay, so... Split is fine, I guess, because I need to send some of the apatite down to be turned into phosphoric acid so that I can continue making apatite. And maybe, actually, I want to have a little bit of fun with that. So in here, let's set output side. So to the right, if phosphoric acid is less than like 5k, then always priority that side. If that's not true, then it should just split it evenly. Okay. Now, let's get a depot up here. Because I'm sure I'm going to want apatite to make more phosphoric acid somewhere else. Also, you should have modules in you. Whoops. All of this does, I assume. Yes. Yes. Okay. Anyway. I don't even have phosphoric acid. Sulfuric acid is low. I noticed sulfuric acid was a little low earlier. Let me try and figure out why. Nope, sulfuric acid's completely full. Completely full. I might even copy down this way. Just on the off chance that somehow there's already 24 trucks on the way to come and collect sulfuric acid. Just make another fluid depot here. Let's see, there we go. So immediately that starts filling up. That did drain the tank of sulfuric acid pretty quickly, but we are producing it now. These are chemical plant 1s, weird. Let's just upgrade those. Okay, so in this area down here, where were we? So maybe I just need a couple more trucks then. Well, it's only sending 7 out of 10 though. Let's increase you to 12 at least. Yeah, that seems fair. You keep a decent buffer in you. So I don't need like an extra tank or anything. Let's see, gypsum is building up. What do I even do with gypsum? That's how gypsum's made. Gypsum goes into insulation. I can make lime out of you and get some sulfur dioxide. Interesting. Cement 2, huh? No idea if I even run cement 2. I doubt it. Yep, that's definitely cement 1. Well, anyway. This is running now. Once I hit the overflow threshold, I will start exporting it. Let's say overflow can be a little lower though. Let's say 50%. Because that's still 15k in here. Pretty decent buffer if I say so myself. Go ahead and update that. And maybe do the same, but for the crushed stuff over here. There we go. And then, once more, I'll do it for appetite down this way. Just in case any of that ever winds up in the logistics system. Let's see, there is 300 and something crushed phosphorite in the logistics right now, so that doesn't seem intentional. So that is exactly what that's for. Let's see. Okay, it is bringing phosphorite in here as well. Okay, so... is there anything I still need? I still need more sulfuric acid. Just not bringing it in quite quickly enough, it looks like. There we go. Just cleaning up a little bit more. Like, it does take a pretty decent amount of sulfuric acid to make this stuff. Like, it is more than 2 to 1, but fortunately we just have a lot of sulfuric acid. I'm just hoping that keeps up. Let's see, we are running pretty quickly. It does actually look like we're running through the buffer of sulfur dioxide, that is. This is full now, and this is, I believe, refilling. Yeah, I mean, sure. This does look like it's refilling, yes. And then these are both completely full. Okay, so we are keeping up, at least with current demand. I keep losing my place. Where on earth are we? There we are, okay. Gypsum's gonna fill up really, really fast. So I do need to do something with gypsum. How can I get rid of gypsum? Looks like I just smelt you. I smelt you, I turn you into lime. Pretty much it. Cement 2. I could transition to using cement 2. You do take iron oxide, however, and I don't know if I make that anywhere. If I did turn you into lime, where is lime? Lime's up here. Okay. It is pretty much the only thing I use calcium carbonate for. Well, there are other paths. So what if I work backwards through here? How far off? 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2. Here we go. So let's say I start working out where I can get a line back into you. I might put a line of furnaces like right here. For the excess gypsum, that is. I wonder if it gives a gas. Because if so, I have to change my design pretty substantially. Let's see, gypsum gives lime and sulfur dioxide. Funny enough, I do need sulfuric acid. I do need sulfuric acid down here. That's pretty true. Okay. How much gypsum? Let me put that back so I can look at the recipe. So you would take 1.3 a second. You produce... Okay, so it's basically 1 to 1. So if I have 8 of these, then I need 8 furnaces up top. I can definitely manage that. Yeah, I can definitely manage that. You go right here. Break all those. And then let's set the recipe. There we go. Okay, so looking good. Let's get the purples in the top. Okay. And maybe I don't want this up here. Maybe this is something that should just go over here somewhere. Yeah, let's say you go, like, over here. So, red belt there, red belt there. If I put you here, that continues in, you go up, and then you can underground out this way. Make you blue. Well. Like I've been doing all over recently, let's just do, you know, a little cleaning up. Except for right there. Not over the road, that makes things weird. Okay, all good. So, that should be plenty of furnaces. All you need is gypsum. You produce lime. Lime just wants to be right here. So I can run lime up alongside this sand belt, for instance. Right there. And in you go. Now it's just a matter of how do I get into you? I think the correct answer is with great pain and difficulty. But I can do it at this level right here. Thank you. Hmm. Okay, well, at the very least, let's get rid of that. One further in. There we go. And then you go. Hmm. Yeah, there. Okay, so far so good. So all I have to do is actually connect you. And then I connect into here. So that's your item output, then sulfur dioxide just has to be made into sulfuric acid. So this connection up here can become a top-up now. I'll reduce the number once I'm able to. And then sulfur dioxide is made into you with oxygen, water. Oxygen and water. Okay, I kind of forgot the oxygen part, not gonna lie. Let's grab a chem plant. And put you up this way. So I still have water over there. I have oxygen in here. How many do I need to account for you? So what are you? Calcium chloride 2. Oh, way to make it directly from chlorine. Interesting. Anyway. Sulfuric acid, there you go. So you take 16N. That's not quite 3 of you. I don't think I can prod... Oh, I can prod you. Do I want to prod you? I mean, I guess? I guess I will? Okay. Anyway. 16. Once the modules go in, it's gonna drop a good bit. So I'm gonna say 1 to 2. Let's see. Ooh, 11. Well, these are tier 1 modules. This is a byproduct. I'm literally trying to void you. 115. Okay, so you are able to keep up. So I might as well take the prod. I'm almost wondering if the productivity is going to actively be a detriment, though. It does provide me with more sulfur dioxide, but... eh. I think I actually want to take the modules out. There we are. And let's see, so 115. Now you do 1.33. What if I did speed modules? I'm willing to bet if I do speed modules, I might only need 4 of you, and make this area a little more compact and nice. Also, let's go ahead and get these belts worked in. There we are. Just waiting on the bots to deliver this stuff. But anyway, so you're gonna make, say, 10 a second or something. Each one of you does 20%, so that's gonna be a good bit. So yeah, just shy of 10. You make about 10, so now it's about 1 to 1. You have 3 fluid in, 1 fluid out. Okay. So I kind of have to do you all in a line. How many of these do I need, though? So, 1.5. 40% increase. Really hard to say, honestly. What if I just fill all of you with speeds, and then we'll see how many I don't need? Oh, you should probably all be flipped the correct way. There you go. So if... let's say 6. Let's plan for 6. It's only 4. Only 4. I can't quite get one more. So maybe instead of one of the prods, because this is considerably slower, I will do a single speed. And just see how that works out. It will be a little over 16 per. And if I only had to do 4, that would be ideal. So let me see what it's like once I only have to do 4. Just waiting on the bots to get in here. Okay, so you do 16.7. I need you to be doing over 18. What if I just take that out? Now you're over 18. Okay, what if I do just a productivity rather than a yield then? Then that'll give me the prod that I'm looking for and give me the speed that I'm looking for. So, pipes. Water gets to be the 1 tall, and then the sulfur dioxide gets to be the 2 tall. Connect them all in together. There we are. And you connect into there. I do need to run water out this way, which is going to be a bit of an adventure. Let's try from up here, and then go, once again, to tier 4 pipe. Okay, that puts me on the road, unfortunately, so let me try from the lower direction down here. Okay, so 1 red first. And then 1 of the black. Okay, that gets me pretty much as far as I need it to. Let's see. That's kind of on the road. You work, though. So I can just connect into there. Also, I'll probably want to pump. Pipe extend 84 over there already. So I can probably make it to here, but anything further than that is kind of pushing it. Oh, and I need oxygen. That's true. Oxygen can go right there. 132. Okay. Once again, let's not push it. We'll just add a pump. There we go. Hopefully it doesn't yell at me. If so, I'll have to add a pump in here somewhere, but I actually don't know which direction this oxygen is flowing, and I don't want to have to figure it out. This is finished, so let's go ahead and pick all of that up. Okay, so you're going to make sulfuric acid. Let's see how I can deal with that. So this is a top-up. Let's bring that down to like 40. So sulfuric acid wants to be over here somewhere. And that works. There we go. Lots of little corners I have to fill in, but it does work. So I think what I'll do is I'll put a pump here. And then I'll put a very large storage tank here somewhere. And eventually I might even decide to start... this might be a net gain of sulfuric acid, I'm not sure, so I might actually start exporting sulfuric acid instead of importing, which would be kind of cool. there is always the possibility, I don't know if this is a lossy process or not, but there is always the possibility that I start backing up on the gas in here. So what I might do is throw a medium tank this way, connect it in, make sure pipe extents are okay, does look like it, and put a... well, I was going to say put a tank down, put an alarm down, and then if it starts filling up, let me know, and I'll add venting and all, but I could also just add an overflow pump and add a vent. It's not exactly going to break the bank, I don't think. So you go there, your overflow, and just come in here and void. There we go. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be any issue for quite a while, though. It doesn't make very much. It is running, though, so that's what counts. Why are you not outputting? Oh, because these don't connect to anything. Yep, that's good reason. Didn't want to do that. Let's grab you and move you a few places down. Should have left you in place. And then just run a pipe this way. And then you can go back. Now you'll all be able to run, and not just literally the two at the front. That should help things out quite a bit. Especially now that gypsum is full. Come on, guys, you can do it. I believe in you. Clean up just a smidge over here. Oh, but not there. There. We'll start making this place a little cleaner, little bit by little bit. Whatever. Maybe I won't be so gradual with it. Let's just fill it in. There we go. None of this is necessary. It's not used by, like, water intakes or anything, so we can just fill it all in. And if we wind up needing some water intakes or something, I can always just remove the landfill. Okay, there we go. Now you're running. Yep, now the belt's not backed up, but these can all run full time. And there we go. We have started exporting our very first phosphoric acid. Very cool, very cool. Okay. Hopefully I don't stress any of the random resources in here, but it does seem to be going well enough. It does look like I need more trucks, however, so let's raise you to like 32. Okay, sulfuric acid. Are you building up? Hard to tell. It is hard to tell. It doesn't look like it. We are probably gonna still wind up using some of this from in here. Yeah, it's going well though. So while that's running, let's see. Where is the science setup? Ooh, a couple of you have run out. Guess I'll go ahead and clean you up. There we go. So it won't be long until we need more iron. Go ahead and... Oop. Autosave must be up there. Just cleaning some of this area up a little bit. Like this. Who needs this? This can all go. Okay, anyway, enough messing around. Where is the science area? So, biochem. I know it's around here somewhere. It's absolutely massive. There we go. Okay. So we are getting shipments in. That's what I want to see. And it takes so little. So now we're waiting on amino acid. Which are running. Okay. Okay, they're all running, it looks like. Wonderful! Just making sure it does reach all the way down. You need glycerol. Glycerol. Okay, so you just need glycerol. So that is, in fact, a real constraint. Wanted to make sure I didn't miss, like, a pipe somewhere or something. Glycerol is not coming in. So I will have to go look at glycerol, wherever glycerol is. I used the wrong color landfill over here. I wonder if I can upgrade planer that away. Let's say from you. No, I can't. Okay, oh well. Let's just replace you carefully. There we go. And then the same over here. I have no idea how I wound up grabbing the wrong color landfill. There we go. Is anything in here as well? Okay. Oh, cool. You can go away. Now, let's see. Glycerol. That's made up here somewhere. There you are. So, what do you need? Hydrochloric acid. Just hydrochloric acid, okay. Maybe that's a bad idea. It will do this, though. There we are. Ooh, but maybe undo that last bit. Yeah, there you go. I don't want to be in the way of things that actually make use of the fact that there is water absolutely everywhere. It's just I'm a little tired of there being water absolutely everywhere. There we go. And then just paint it in. Okay. There we go. Might as well do this side as well. Just a little nicer. Okay. We'll get there eventually. So, glycerol needs acid. Yes, hydrochloric acid. So down here is probably my best bet at making more hydrochloric acid. Let's see, you're actually running low on water, believe it or not. No, you definitely shouldn't be. Where's your water come from? Okay, you're pulling water from the main pipe up here. I guess that's just not where I should be pulling water from. So let's connect water up into there. Salt comes up into there, that's fine. How do I get water down though? Okay, let's grab a Tier 4 pipe and just shoot down this way. Okay, and then I can send water around this way. Trying to figure out how exactly I want to do this. I do want to prioritize this water, so I guess I'll do this one as a top-up. Just do that, and then in you go, and in you go. Might as well just connect. So let's see if anyone starts yelling about pipe extents anytime soon, because that's a decently long pipe. But it is going to have to travel a decently long way. I had landfill in here, I forgot. That's a little buffer chest that I made when I started building out my rail network. Since my bots were very, very slow, but I don't think I need you anymore. Same time, I guess if I extend rails down here, it's kind of nice to have, so not hurting anything. Let's see. I keep getting lost in here, which is kind of remarkable. You wouldn't think there would be that many things in here, but it sure does seem to be. Why are you not running? No glycerol. Okay, so you also want glycerol. Always seems to be 7 trucks. Exactly 7 trucks coming into you. There we go. Okay. Do you only have 7 trucks or something? Like, how does that work? Oh man, you run through that hydrochloric acid immediately. It doesn't last an instant. Wow, okay. Yeah, okay, I need like around 4.5 thousand hydrochloric acid a second, so I guess it's no wonder that this single depot isn't quite keeping up with me. Let's see, I'm making 610 down here. How is chlorine doing? Chlorine is still kind of backing up. Hydrogen, I'm bringing in. I do also make hydrogen that I'm just voiding. Okay, I do send the hydrogen in. I do at least make an effort to send the hydrogen in. The oxygen, I don't even do that. I don't even attempt to do anything with the oxygen, which maybe I should. Maybe I should. If anything, I might need to avoid oxygen. Though it is seeming like we're doing okay. I'll worry about it if it becomes an issue. So first things first, let's double this. But I'm gonna leave room for a pump in the middle. There we go. Not that I necessarily think we're already due for a pump, but I just think after every 10, that's probably fair. Well, 38, 28... Okay, maybe that is a little early. Never mind. So, you go away. And let's do it every 20 then. Or maybe every 30. You know what? I'll see if we can go every 40. If it yells at me, then it yells at me. I'll take 10 off the end. Grab landfill. Same way I've done for the other guys. And just go ahead and start laying this out this way. Just to say, hey, this belongs here. Actually, I can go ahead and do that for this guy as well. Just go ahead and start laying that out. that is beyond build range, so let's go ahead and start extending this way. Ooh, and we are going to run into train tracks. Wow, we're out to here. I mean, we're way past here, never mind. But like, when I originally built this, this felt so far away. Go ahead and clean up some of this. Doesn't do me any good to leave it just sitting there. There's still 1.1 million nickel in there, but that's honestly not very much. I feel like there is a lot more in there. Oh yeah, I never did tap the other bauxite, did I? Where's my bauxite? Well, we're still managing to saturate the belt, but it's definitely getting low. So you have a little thing right there. Let's go ahead and build range out this way. I guess if I have... What are these things called? Wind turbines. If I have wind turbines out here, I might as well go ahead and extend them out as well. There we are. And of course, a radar will be necessary. And you go. And once I have build range over there, then I can do a little bit more to help bring things in. But in the short term, I will go ahead and bring red belt, maybe not blue belt, up into here. I will do 2 red belt. So 1 can go into there, and 1 will underground this way, and then into there. There we go. And let's see if a blue will be able to get across. Oh, easily. Okay. Yeah, it gets across quite handily. There we are. So we can just continue that across as build range chases after me. Over here somewhere. Then just bring this down towards the mine. There we go. So we'll see how close that gets me in a little while. Okay. So down here, there we go. So I doubled this. In fact, I may have more than doubled it. I think it's a 2-to-1, so I want 15 of these. Right now I have 5, so yeah, I tripled it. There we go. Connect all of that together. Just making sure I didn't leave an underground or something in there from copying like this underground here. Okay, pipe extents 100, 88, and then the water is 98. Could I go 10 more? Each one's 3, so that would be 30. Yes, I can actually go 10 more. There we go. And then another 5 of you. There we are. Now, of course, I don't expect to have enough capacity to actually run all of this. But if I do, well, cool. Let's see, how much water does all this take? So 40 times 56. Okay, so 4 times 56. 224, so 2.25k? How much water am I producing? Each one is 400, so let's say I want to make 2.5k extra. I'm already producing a little extra, so let's bring it down to like 2.4k. just because that number works a little better, and then I'll round this down to 400. So that would just be 6. So I need 6 of these plants. Each one of you does 400. So I am doing a little bit of extra, so I might as well go ahead and connect those together. So there's only 4 now. So I'm gonna more than double this way. So let's grab you. Which one is the high? So the wastewater is the high. Let's just make sure I get that connected first. Nope. Did you wrong? Literally as I was talking about it. There we go. So break all that. None of that matters. Get rid of you. There we go. Nope, needed that one. That one's the real one. And all cool, okay. So now for the input across the top, and then these guys. So I might as well pack them together if I'm going to be building them together. I have no idea how many of these I need, I've got to be real. I'm just going to do the same thing, so I'm going to double and then another 50%, and just assume that's going to be enough. And if it's not quite enough, they do have module slots, so I've got a bit of a get out of jail free card. And then anyway, water comes down this way, and I just have to actually connect you to take advantage of it. Pop up, let's keep you like 50% full. Okay, so that will be quite a lot more hydrochloric acid once that comes on. It does look like we mostly have the other products to keep the hydrogen chloride going. Kinda just waiting on bots at this point. Okay, here comes the swarm. There we go, there's a good few. Just waiting on some pipe. Okay, that got attached at least. How about this? You gonna build this? Okay, come on, you got this. You got this. Of course. There we go, okay. So all of these now can run. That's producing more fresh water. You should be just overjoyed with how much fresh water you have. I guess I shouldn't call it fresh water, being that this is actually called fresh water. But you know what I mean. So that will be making a lot of hydrochloric acid. You are, in fact, full of hydrochloric acid, and this is going to stop producing soon. So where's the place that wants hydrochloric acid? Right up here. You are still only requesting 7. Are you just actually broken? Like, what if I just remove you? What if I just remove you? Will you be refilled by 16 new drones that actually know how to work? And if so, I hope none of my other depots are noticeably broken. Okay, so you're empty. You should be requesting drones, though. I would assume somewhere around here. Yeah, there you are. So it's going to resend all those drones out. Definitely gonna take them a while to get down there, but, you know, that's fine. See, if I made a road this way, would that do anything? It would connect. It wouldn't really offer much because we already have this road up here, though. Yeah, it would be a little bit wasteful, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. So the goal for right now, of course, is I want to make sure that the phosphoric acid is running, which it does seem to be. All I need now is sugar, which is glycerol constrained, though we do have some glycerol coming in. Very rarely some comes in. This is full, never mind. This is a full depot of glycerol, okay. Let me come way down this way. You have no glycerol. No glycerol. No glycerol. Okay, you're running. You're running. No glycerol. You are all connected. Okay. What? This is methanol. Okay, I have a full container of methanol. Never mind, that's why I was confused. I was like, there's no way I have that much glycerol. I would be very happy if so, but I know that is just absolutely impossible. Okay, okay. Makes more sense. So... I need a giant blinking neon sign where things are. In fact, I do literally have neon signs. Like, unironically, I have holographic signs right here. And I might just start dotting some of you around the place. So... And again... Can't modify you. I don't think I produce you. Let's see, yeah, you don't exist yet. What if I just make some of you? Okay, we're kind of running out of space up here. And start working upwards, I guess. So most of these are going to be unparameterized, but I do want to do you. I guess I'll make medium furnace 3s, since they're unlocked. I'll make you, since you're unlocked. Outfall 3, chemical plant 3, hard glass box. Okay, I guess I actually have things to make. So, outfall 3. And now you can be parameterized. Okay, so hardened glass box means you want hardened glass. Or just hard glass, I guess. Sure. All of these should be request from buffer chest. It's actually really hard to tell what is a requester chest and what isn't. Okay. So, go, and probably trash unrequested as well. So, there we go. It'll sort itself out. It's fine. Okay, so that's graphene. That's fine. You become hard glass. Okay. And then, of course, gotta set the output limit. So, hard glass. What's your stack size? 50? We can keep 50 of you, sure. We also need heat pipe 2 box. So let's grab heat pipe 2. And heat pipe 2. There we go. So what's your stack? 50? Yeah, that's fine. So hard glass box. Very good. Heat pipe titanium plate box. Okay, one thing at a time. Titanium plate. Titanium plate. So titanium plate and titanium plate box. There you are, right there. So that's enough to make a medium furnace 3. I have everything I need to make chemical plant 3s, though you are set to 100. Not sure if I'm cool with that. So I guess once I start actually building things with you, I am gonna want quite a few, so whatever, that's fine. You need medium furnace and vacuum chamber 2. I don't think I make vacuum chamber 2s. And you're already producing. So let me see if vacuum chamber 2s need anything specific. No? Okay. Let's make vacuum chamber 2s then. Gonna be in here. Maybe in here. Vacuum chamber 2s. Okay. So let's keep 60 of you, I guess. If I do need you, I'm gonna need quite a few. Maybe not that many, though. Maybe 40 is fine. And I should have all of these things. Yes, I do. Okay. Okay, so I do now have the holographic signs. That was kind of the whole point there. So now allow me to start dotting some of these around my important products so I can keep track of what they are. So this one is glycerol. Oh, I forgot you have to be placed first. Fine. Maybe I'll start dotting you around and then come back and place you. Like, mostly it's those two that I'm looking for, typically. We'll go ahead and place one around green circuits. Let's see, maybe my ammonia area. Here you are. Okay. And by this point, maybe some of them have been placed. Yeah, so glycerol. Glycerol. Map tag. And there we go. Okay, so there's glycerol. Let me go ahead and name you. That may or may not be correct. Yes, it is. Okay. So, glycerol. Biochemistry. There you are. And then somewhere up this way. There you are. So let's just grab that. And your... Let me make sure I spell you. I always forget the second M in ammonia. Okay, so ammonia, there we go. That way, it just makes it a little easier, even if only a little, to find the things that I'm looking for, because I do keep getting lost. Let's do a couple over here as well, just to mark what products are being made in this area. It might take them a little while to get some of these placed down, but I'm not that worried about it. And I don't want to do, like, everything, because if you start putting name tags on literally everything, then everything just becomes crowded and you can't find things for an entirely new reason. But the things that I do find myself coming back to look for from time to time, or that I anticipate needing to come back to look for from time to time, that would be nice to go ahead and have a name tag on. There we go, so this is concrete. I guess I can't quite do that. So, concrete. Concrete. You get to be cement. There we are. And I might actually move you down to like here. Okay, this is appetite. Appetite. Okay. And I think I'll remember that crushed phosphorite is right next to appetite. That shouldn't be an issue. Okay. I don't remember placing any others down, but I think that's probably fine for now. Maybe some of these big chemical builds would be reasonable. Like, what if I put one up here, and then one by each line of these guys? Maybe not each line. Well, like here, methanol, for example. I don't really care about all of this, that's fine. That's gonna just sit there and run for pretty much forever, probably until the end of the game. Let's see, there is a bot coming in with something. And boom, okay. I guess what I can do, I can go ahead and grab methanol for that one. There we go. And that's already much easier to tell where everything is. We've got ammonia, methanol, glycerol, biochem. Maybe I'll even mark the labs and the other sciences, since they are important. So, you there. You can also output numbers, if you want. I'm not going to attach readers to the supply depots, because unfortunately that was causing me frightening issues at one point. But if you wanted to, you could. Like, I might just demonstrate, but instead using these relays. I believe I can connect those to the circuit network. So let's see, if I grab climate science. Let's see. I connect you there. Read logistics network contents. Okay. So once again, climate. Climate. There we go. So count item on logistics. Oh, there we go. So I think you might just work logistics connected. I didn't hit OK, I guess. So get consumption, get item count on logistics. Let's do that. So climate, one more time. Let's try that. There we go. Good? Good, okay. Allow logistics. Yeah, there we go. I don't even need the circuit connection. Okay, that's pretty cool. Copy you down. What are you? You are mechanical. There we go. Allow logistics. Okay, good. Did I get the first science? Okay, let's get you in here. You're geology. So let's look for geo. Go geology. Oh, one more. Oh, power's a problem. I guess I've been expanding pretty aggressively again, so probably next stream I'll be spending a considerable amount of time improving power again. Oh boy. Oh, it's already after 11 for me. That's crazy. I did not realize I'd been streaming for that long. I guess it's just about time for me to start thinking about wrapping up. Wow. I would kind of like to get the biochem done today before I call it a day. Let's see. Yeah, that makes this so much better to tell what science is doing well. I wish I could do the same with fluids, honestly. Is there any way I can connect you to the circuit network, maybe? Read circuit. There we go. Okay. And then read methanol. Yeah, there we go. Very nice. I might even want to do a little comparator in here. Where does it throw them? I think it calls them circuits. Yeah, arithmetic circuit. So let's throw you in here. And then the output into there. Disconnect that. And you are 30k. So let's take the methanol input. Maybe I'll just do each and see if I can't make this generic somehow. Then divide by 30k, but then times 100 to get a percentage. What? No. No. That was meant to be divide, and that's wrong. So 30k, but then move 2 zeros to divide by 100. Okay, so you are completely full. We have 30k out of 30k, so methanol 100%. Let me see. I just add a percent at the end there. Yeah, methanol 100%. Okay. I'm happy with that. That's pretty cool. I'm sure there's other fluids and stuff, and maybe I could do, like, counts for the items as well? But I'm not going to worry about that for right now. I'm pretty happy with this readout. There we go. Okay. I think at this point I can also pretty safely get rid of that. That's not doing me any favors. Since there's 200 in here, I wonder if I could just do that. Have the bots deliver it in. I know that they just took it somewhere. They're going to fly off to storage. But maybe they'll be able to bring some of that in? I'll leave it there for a little while to blink at me. If they haven't done any by the time I call it a night, then I'll just go ahead and clear it. Okay, so biochem. See, already useful. I was all the way over there and I was like, wait a minute, I just set this up. So biochem needs sugar. Sugar's technically running, but there's no glycerol. Yeah, when that shipment of glycerol comes in, hardly any gets made in here. Hardly any, yeah. So that's gonna be another major hurdle, I guess, is working on glycerol next time. Which is mostly hydrochloric at this point. So, weirdly, 7. It's back to being just 7. Why is it only sending out 7? Why would it do that? Let's get a tag down here for the hydrochloric, I guess. Yeah, hydrochloric is full. So maybe there's just a lot of people coming down to grab this hydrochloric acid specifically. So here's what I'll do. Let me grab a decent sized tank. Throw that like over here. And then I'm gonna break this and put road over this way so that I can have several depots lined up. Like that. Let's reduce you to 3x3 again. Might as well bring that down. Okay, I am just kind of waiting on them to come and place this tank so I can break this, though I don't think it'll actually push it into the network anyway. So let me go ahead and break the pipe, and they'll just empty this naturally. In which case, do I need this? I don't think I do. Oh, and the pipe extents would have been mad at me anyway. Speaking of, let's make sure I do something like this. So return, input, input. There we go. That way, if I continue extending that way, I don't forget to put the pumps in. Let's see, all these roboports should really be upgraded. These are all tier 1s. See if I can't make them tier 2s. Can't quite make them tier 3s, but I can at least make them tier 2s. Okay, so that should all be running. You're filling up. What priority? 55. I think that's fair. So all of you can be 55. There we go. So this is still not empty. Let's raise your priority to 100 to get you emptied out, and then I'll remove you. You still say 7. These are completely full. We have 3 completely full fluid depots. What more could I possibly do for you? What if I increase you to 20? Will you stay at 7? Don't even know what to do at that point. Let's see. Let's, once again, allow them to empty this. I kind of figured, as high demand as that was, that they would have just already done it. And since you go just instantly, like as soon as you hit you're empty, let's just raise you all the way up to 50. If you're gonna stay at 7 after that, I don't even know what to do. Come on, guys, you got this. Oh yeah, I put a thing down. So let's go ahead and grab you. Hydrochloric acid. Show input. Count item on logistics. Hydrochloric. Actually, I want you to be circuit. So, read circuit. And it's going to be hydrochloric, and then I'll do the same thing that I did on the other fluid, where I grab a combinator. And I guess I can't read from these necessarily, so I will have to have some sort of tank in here. Let's bring you over this way. And we'll just throw a tier 3 tank on you, I guess. You do 60k. In you go. Out you go. So, grab hydrochloric. Hydrochloric in, hydrochloric out. You're going to divide by 60k, but then times 100. So we really want to divide by 600. And that'll give me a numerical percentage output. Numerical percentage is nonsense. What I mean is it'll be a whole number rather than a decimal number. And let's see, you should be connected. Let's go ahead and make sure. Hydrochloric. Show hide. Read circuit. Read hydrochloric. Hydrochloric percent. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Can't be mad about that. Maybe I'll go do that on sulfuric acid also. Let me grab something similar. So sulfuric acid's right around in here somewhere. That's one I do need to find from time to time also, so this is doubly helpful. So yeah, just put you like right there. Right there. Connect you in. You're 30k. So you out, you out. Since you're 30k, that's gonna be 300. Oh, see? Sulfuric acid's empty. Sulfuric acid is empty. There we go. Yeah, we are having trouble keeping up now, because sulfur dioxide is finally not enough. Let's see. I do ask for sulfur dioxide. If there is any, I bring it in. Literally, I don't do anything with it. It's not connected. Okay. So let's do that, just because I have power down to here. So we'll do top up. I won't do top up to 80% though. I'll do something a little more reasonable just once it actually gets in here. So we can underground there, just because this pipe's going to do a little bit of snaking. You can't connect to the sulfuric acid, so I guess I have to do that. Would have been nicer if I could have put you there. In fact, what if I get rid of all of your trucks? Do that. Go ahead and empty you out. And then put you right there. Okay, I'll do that as soon as this is empty. Or I guess I can just move this over this way. Or like that. There we go. Then you can go right there. Okay, let's get some trucks into you. Everything else looks okay. So this should be just about empty. So it does say there's 3 trucks on the way to supply this. Yep. Every time it's just about empty, we get another truck in, but at least, oh, that says hydrochloric still somehow. I think I'm somehow exiting you incorrectly sometimes. So, sulfuric. Yeah, there we go. So we still aren't keeping a backlog necessarily, but we are refilling these fluid depots now. Okay, you're finally at the 4,000 left. Let's just do that, try and drain you real quick. Come on, you can do this. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, well, while that's going, one more time, how is glycerol? Just needs hydrochloric, even with 50 trucks. You only have 7 on the way. I've extended this. I don't know what else to do. Okay. Well. Huh. So clearly you're only ever going to send 7 at a time. Let me reduce you to 8. Yeah. We'll just empty you. It's fine. So how do I get more trucks into you, I guess? I guess that's what I need to do. I could put road in here somewhere. I'm not sure why you only keep 7. Okay, I have a road cut through right here. So what if I do this? What on earth is this nonsense? Why would I do that? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea why I would do that. Let's go ahead and fill in some of this over here, but not on here. There we go. Anyway, the whole point is... Oh, there's a downwards. There's a downwards connection. Yep, and I broke it. Also, there's a bunch of downwards connections in here too that are unnecessary. I guess they get to stay. Okay, well... Maybe actually you don't get to stay. Because I need this to connect somewhere. Can't go there. So what if I send you this way? What if I underground your belt? Yeah, best I can do is from there to there, unfortunately. And then this pump is there, which makes it a little challenging. What's your pickup rate? Okay, what if I just special case you a smidge? You go over there. There we go. You go over here, and you do kind of the same deal. You just pick up from over that way. Now I can bring this down, and then just underground you guys together. Okay, very cool. Okay. I have another one right here that needs to do the same thing. So it can, let's see, it connects. Okay, all it's doing is connecting this right here. So if I just grab you, go to there. There we are. And then I bring that down. And I can connect over. And now I don't need this nonsense. This can go and be replaced by a normal old underground. There. Okay. So keep that going, sure, that's fine, but more importantly, where did I need hydrochloric acid? So it's for you up here. So what if I do this? And I just have more depots over this way. Where is... Okay, hydrochloric acid is on the top. I could also just remove, like, a roboport or something, but that feels so bad, and also that would mean I'd have to lose a substation, and I really don't want to do that. I could just do the thing where you run the road under the buildings, but I decided a long time ago I was not going to be doing that. Let's see, I do have substations through most of this area, so I am safe to remove these power poles. Yes, everything up through here. But not the power poles that power you. So only up through there. Okay. Anyway, enough of that distraction. So let's move up. Break all this. All the random rocks and such. Make sure I extend the roboport range this way. That tells me where the road needs to be. So you come this way. And if I can ever connect in, I will go ahead and build the road out this way, though that is also right in the way of you if you need to expand, so maybe I'll pull back to, like, over here. And just, we'll see what happens. So, copy you. Just do, like, 8 of you. So there's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's another 8. Now I just need to actually connect into you somehow, which I think is going to be easier said than done. Don't ask me why I immediately started with a pump, I don't know. That's just where my brain went. So the thing is, I need to input before this first pump here, because it's only a one-way pump. And I don't really see a way of doing that, other than coming all the way over here and inputting into here. So first do you, and then you, and then in here. Then I can bring it over this way. Everything else is just a little too tightly wound in there. So maybe a pump wouldn't be a terrible idea, like right there. Okay, and then just connect that way. All of you. 8 is good for each of you, okay. I'm still building the road, of course, so it'll take some time to actually get over here. I'm thinking maybe 7 vehicles would be enough at my current research capacity to fill you, or at least 8 would be over full. So maybe that's why it's maxing out at 7. So that's why I'm going to try building just more of these guys over here. Oh yeah, look at them go. There's so many trucks on the move. I love how they all spin first. You just get a constant little spin going. But yeah, it's gonna be a minute for them to actually make it anywhere. It is relatively close by, though, so it shouldn't be that much of a detour to get up here. Glycerol. Glycerol should also have a percentage on it. So let's get a tank onto you. I'll put you there, sure. And then I suppose we'll need one of these guys. So connect, connect, and then output. And of course, the only reason I have to do this is not only because I want the percentage output, but there's no way to get a logistics reading of fluid. Like, I can't just come here and check, like, logistics connect or something, so this is the best way to get a fluid reading. There we go. So, glycerol. You, tank is 60k, so that's going to be 600, just like I've done the last couple times. And then show hide, read circuit, glycerol, and glycerol percent. Okay. That is actually accurate, unfortunately. Oh, look at the whole conga line going. Look at him go. I have no idea what they're doing now. No idea what they're doing. Let's just come through and delete all of that. There's quite a few of these in here, so let's make sure I don't miss any, because I don't know what this is doing or why they're doing this. They're behaving very strangely. I don't know why it brought me trucks and then reclaimed them. I don't know why it took it back. It's like, actually, on second thought, maybe I don't want those. Oh, they're coming back. Okay. I have no idea, man. I have no idea. Yeah, look at this. What are they doing? Okay. Well, whatever. It's fine. It is sending them out now, so they are going to go pick up. It does look like they are maxing out at 7 once again. So maybe I was onto something. Maybe 7 is just the maximum number it can actually dispatch. Okay. So maybe I will also do more fluid depots. Oh, and you can go now. There we go. So we'll just see how that does. What's blinking now? No drone and depot. This one. Yes, that is intentional. Let's get rid of you, now that you're finally empty. Connect you, and make sure you are top up. Keep you, like, 40%. Okay. Should be all cool. Yeah, sulfuric is running low, it looks like. So, I think it's finally time that I help sulfuric out just a smidge. I think the best way to do that is 1 prod and 1 feed. And then of course I have to flip every other one. There we go. Oh, that was fast. So each of you is capable of producing 50 sulfuric acid now, 50 per second. So that's a pretty good bonus over what we had before. Doesn't look like I'm burning through the sulfur dioxide that quickly, but I don't know what kind of buffers that I'm pulling from. So I could be running those dry, wherever they happen to be. But these numbers are going up again, which is good. It does at least look like I'm mostly keeping up. They're not running out or anything. I love how it just dumps them on the ground. At least it has the courtesy to mark them as deconstruction, so the bot will come and pick them up. Okay, Biochem. I guess I should do the same thing over here, so count item on logistics, Biochem. So you need sugar boxes. Okay, we do have sugar coming in. Wait, what? I couldn't be stupider. Oh, that actually hurts. I'm taking the boxes, loading them into a boxer, which unboxes them and then tries to feed unboxed sugar into you when you just want sugar. Or boxed sugar, okay. So I'm about to dump a whole bunch of sugar into the system. Whoops. Which is nothing compared to having to move this belt down again, which is now going to dump boxed sugar into the system. Why would I copy and paste that? Let's just move you down one. There we go. Okay. So these inserters here, I remove, and let's make you inserters up here. So you just drop far and drop far. One farther. There we go. Chlorine's filling up again. Have to go deal with that in a moment. Okay, so let's grab you. Do like that, and then remove, and remove, and remove. I have so many of these to do. I have so many. I wish there was a better way to make sure that I marked all of these for deconstruction appropriately. Oh, you have a gap because there's a pump there, so I can't actually be guaranteed the spacing there. So I guess I'll come through and just mark these for deconstruction first, and then come back and grab the purples and lay all the purples down. But hey, at least I have the sugar. I was wondering why I wasn't getting any science. I knew it couldn't be that bad. So that does make quite a lot more sense. Oh man, there's just so many of these. How far am I? Okay, I'm most of the way, thank God. So, let's clear up the rest of these. I'm gonna produce my very first biochem science in just a moment, and then I'm going to call it a night. That's my goal for today, and I think we're finally there. The boxes have been flowing for a while now, I just didn't have you built correctly, so I wasn't able to tell. So, these two go. Those two. Those two, and then those two. Okay, and that gets me to a pump, so I can only assume I did this the same every time,